Oh, what's up? We're back. We're back. We're back. Had to use the bathroom quick and then had to figure out a few thingamajiggers, but I think we're good. I think we have everything on point. We're back with round two. This is going to take us all the way into tomorrow morning at 7. Are you ready? Can you handle the truth? It's going to be all kinds of epicness at one time. Sorry, I had to get myself up and running here. That's right, we got it handled. Oh, so yeah, we got a pretty good start going here, guys. Like I said, I'm not in a rush because we got 12 hours. 12 hours left. We could sit and chit chat. Are you ready? Outlaw, I'm expecting you to stay up with me. It's me and you, brother. We got this. That's it. This is where we dig deep. We're gonna get into the 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour, 10 o'clock hour. Then we'll get into the 1 a.m.s, the 2 a.m.s, the 3 a.m.s, and then we'll be like, oh, I think it's gonna hit me hard. Honestly, I think it's gonna hit me hard at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm gonna kind of be like, you know what I mean? Like, I decided what we can do is I could tell some ghost stories when it gets darker too, if you guys want, because I got some good true ghost stories. How about it? Guys down for some ghost stories later? Like I said, this is just a chill stream. It's almost like spending the night at your buddy's house. You know what I mean? It's like you're spending the night at my house and we're just chilling and telling ghost stories and talking and playing games and you know what I mean? That's what this night's about. That's what this is all about. Is just chilling and hanging out before your boy goes back to work next week. And then it's back to the grind. It's a sleepover minus the sleep. Like I said, we're gonna get some pizza here soon, and we're just gonna chillax, man. Everybody's welcome to chit chat. I'm gonna do the giveaway. This is gonna be a blasty blast. So I hope y'all's is ready. That's right. Less sleep, moreover. Absolutely. And maybe later on, maybe we can dive into like Night of the Living Dead or something. One of them old school ass horror movies. One of them public domain horror movies. Kind of turned it into a 24-hour nostalgia stream slash ghost story slash reading, gaming, horror movies. Right? I'm just coming along. It's just coming along as we go, brother. Like, but like I said, I want to wait till it gets dark out. You know what I mean? Because there's still a little bit of daylight left. We still got a couple hours of daylight. So let me see here. Maybe we could throw something on. A little quick fun game. What do you say? Toss something on quick. That's right. All right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, exactly. Closer to 11 o'clock, we'll do the more spooky stuff.
Guys, I'm Tasha. Welcome to your topic lines to talk about horror. And today I'm here to talk about, it's new book in.
We'll do the spooky stuff later on this evening. You guys want to play an old school FPS or old school Western? I'll tell you what. Let me switch it over. You guys, I'll let you guys decide what you want to see. I don't think this is going to be like a full playthrough, but we'll use it to kill some time. Got Time Splitters 2, Stubbs the Zombie, Red Dead Revolver, Turok. What do you think? Red Dead Revolver it is. All right. Let me go back to chatting quick because I probably got to load up. So, rock stuff. Let me know how the volume is. Red Dead Revolver. All right, good. MFG. digging.
Darling!
Pa!
Son! Our troubles are finally over. We hit a vein of gold as wide as a locomotive that runs clean through Bear Mountain.
Hey, Pa, where'd you get that?
Isn't she a beaut?
Yeah. Can I hold it?
She's one of a pair, only two in the whole world.
Where's the other one?
My partner Griff has it. We made him up special to symbolize our newfound wealth.
Can I try it out?
One day this fine weapon will be yours. But for now, why don't you take my old pistol? Go on down to the river and practice while I give your ma her gifts.
Oh, yeah. Giving her a gift. Alright. This be to begin training session. Rex. Just one. Nice shooting, Tex.
Red! Harlow! What are you doing to my pots and pans?
Now don't henpeck the boy. Next trip into town, I'll buy you a whole bunch of new pots and pans. Red, up the hill and quick, boy. We're getting raided.
I'm coming, Pa!
The kid's down by the river. Go get him. You
Shot you right in the forehead, bitch.
Yeah! Yeah!
dang it. The kid's still alive. See you in hell.
You're gonna get there first.
Come on, Red. It's now or never.
You gotta let me run so it won't happen again. Put the gun down.
Execution style. Got your back, Paul. D.
Pa! Pa! Get up, Pa! Pa! Pa!
How the hell did you get
up,
wrecked, Paul?
Pa! Pa!
Kid, I reckon your pa's better off dead. Him being such a yellow belly and all.
Ah!
Damn! Oh yeah, I whooped some ass. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. 1 second. All right, all right, all right. We back. Thank you guys for being patient. Continue. My back hurts like a bitch.
Oh, easy there, friend. Come on over here. Come on now. It's too dangerous for a man to be walking around in these parts. I deal in weapons and goods, see? I would have offered you more than but a gang of ruffians done run me off of my... well, I didn't,
You holding out on us,
No!
old man?
Ugh.
What the hell are you looking at? Fill 'em full of lead.
Use my wagon for cover!
Find some cover! What in the heck are you doing here? Oh! Get down!
Call me a headhunter, yo.
I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you.
Lock those boots, Fanny.
Your coat would look good on me. You're getting... Who are you?
Here I come.
Right in the face.
Damn, son! Ha! You done killed them all! You know, you can get quite a handsome bounty for these fellas if you took them down to Sheriff O'Grady's in Widow's Patch.
I'll be taking your cart.
Sure, whatever you say, bounty hunter.
This game's fun. Yeah, they are.
How much for the lot?
Well, you did good, son. But you're out of luck. Take a look around. There ain't much here. I got nothing to offer you. The Ugly Gang is done destroyed my town.
That damn doggone leaved himself all over that fancy boots of yours. Damn varmint!
Oh no. Yeah, we don't do that. Yeah, he did it. He did. But I got his ass.
Boy, you best quit,
Oh, he got me before I was able to get the fucking help. Yes, let's retry.
How much for the lot?
We're not watching him shoot the dog again.
Run for cover! Quick, find cover! Oh, damn!
Gotta arch the bullet.
Cover, boys!
Up there. Watch. Good night. Steady, buddy. Up a little bit. Arch the bullet. Good night. Ouch. Can't see this fucker. Arch the bullet. The fat dude in the sombrero. Oh, shit.
Take that, you Barry!
Nighty night, fuckface. Arch the bullet. Just a little bit over his head. Right about there.
I'm over here!
Oh, I guess I didn't have to arch the bullet there. Oh, get ready for a duel. So panic fire.
Damn it!
Whoa! What the hell? It just kept going. But he's dead. Thank you, sir. I try. I do my best.
I'm looking at a dead man.
Where? Where's the dead man? Oh, there he is. Why are you running?
Die, boy, die!
Ouch.
Where are you running off to, Sheriff? You may have beaten my gang, but you ain't gonna get by me!
Damn it!
Bastard! What?
I'm looking at a dead man.
Oh, you lucky bitch. Oh yeah? Fuck you. That one-hitter quitter. I'm rich, bitch.
Die, boy, die!
You die first. Good night, ugly bitch.
Excuse me, mister? Mister, please, can you help me? You gotta help my pa. There's no doctor left in this town.
The closest doctor's in Brimstone. Sheriff Bartlett might offer you a handsome reward if you can get me there.
I'll send a telegram and tell him about your arrival.
We'll go get a Bible.
It's a long ride to Brimstone, but I reckon I'll manage.
The best general store in the territory's in Brimstone. I should know. I own it. Hey, mister, you heading to Brimstone too? I reckon that's where everyone is heading. Always jobs in Brimstone. Me, I'm going to work for Carnaby Peabody. He's the manager of the Brimstone Bank and a real swell guy.
Howdy, gunslinger. You'll see plenty more of your kind in Brimstone.
Mister, you could really use a hot bath and some fresh clothes.
What you bothering me for? Sit back down.
Rude old bastard.
Stop on by the general store, friend. We'll fix you up real nice.
Bandits!
Well, bounty hunter, if you want this train to make it to Brimstone, you better load up them guns of yours.
Now this here's a robbery. Nobody plays hero, nobody dies.
They kind of do, yeah. Look at that dude shaking. I'll put this dude to sleep. Wow. That was quick. Cover! Right. Oh, so I'm not dead. Oh, he's a ghost. Oh, he's a ghost. How are you alive? Now I am alive, but still. he slashed the shit out of me. Bye-bye. Dude, you landed on your face.
Why is the train speeding up? Something must have happened to the engineer!
Hell yeah, brother. Ouch.
You gonna die.
Oh, I fucking... God damn it.
Why is the train speeding up? Something must have happened to the engineer!
Damn it. Come on, dude. What the fuck, man?
Why is the train speeding up? Something must have happened to the engineer!
Fucking taking too long to fucking jump up, dude. Fuck, man. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Where are you going, little
Fuck you, motherfucker! Oh my fucking god, dude. God damn it, dude. This dude. God damn! I fell off a few times.
This train's gonna fly off the tracks. I gotta slow it down. That was close. Hey, thanks for saving me. Here, let me patch you up a bit. There ain't no end to these desperados.
better.
What you got there?
Next up, Brimstone.
That's right. Keep it coming.
The Pan-Atlantic Railroad Western Express is now arriving at Brimstone Station from Widow's Patch and points east.
You the bounty hunter? Sheriff Bartlett. I got your telegram. Mighty grateful to you. I may have some work for you. Stop by my office later.
Read all about it. Governor announces 6th annual battle royale.
Say, you're new in town, ain't you, stranger? You ought to have a look around and see the sights while you's here.
Hey, you look like you've traveled around these parts. I heard you was the one that saved Sheriff O'Grady's life.
Offers $5,000 prize to the quickest draw in the territory. Title to be defended for the 4th year in a row by Mr. Kelly. Read all about it. Governor announces 6th annual battle royale.
What can I do for you, stranger? Ralph Clover's the name.
Good day to you, sir. Can't say I seen you before. Are you new in town? If you are, you'd best talk to Mr. Peabody.
Hello there, sir. If you're looking to take out a mortgage on some property,
or even cash a promissory note, you came to the right place.
Offers $5,000 prize to the quickest draw in the territory.
You look like you need a drink. What'll it be?
Howdy, stranger. Always nice to see a fresh face in town. You look like you could do with a bath, a soft bed, and the company of a fine woman. We've got all that and more here. But if you are after a drink, I'd talk to Hans over by the bar.
Yeah, when I get my hands on that prize money, I can finally get about doing that thing I was always thinking about doing. Now, what was that thing again?
Governor announces 6th annual battle royale. Offers $5,000 prize to the quickest draw in the territory. Title will be defended for the 4th year in a row by Mr. Kelly. Read all about it. Governor announces 6th annual battle royale.
Howdy, mister. You look like a man who can appreciate a good shooting iron.
If you're as good a bounty hunter as O'Grady says you are, you could help me with a couple of real outlaws wreaking havoc in my territory. It'd be worth a pretty penny to you. You might want to start with Pig Josh. He's one crazy outlaw and circus freak. Just be careful. He's got a hankering for dynamite. Oh, you might want to keep your eyes out for some English feller. He don't know what a motley crew he's keeping company with.
Oh, my roommate ended up ordering it. You got me, him, and Marcio pizza. Yeah, I was starving. You should have just ordered regular cheese though. They're sloppy with it. You guys feel like hanging out by the fire and chillaxing and talking?
Hey, what's new?
There's a place by my house that literally right up the road that does it. Um I think they're called Level Up. They just moved into my development. The pizza's not bad, it's just it's sloppy. Oh yeah, brother. I was reading a Goosebumps book earlier and we had this background and I was like, you know what, this is a nice chill background. Later on I'm gonna tell some ghost stories and stuff. Yeah, Outlaw killed it on that thumbnail and in my background. They're amazing. Yeah, I'm digging the fireplace too. And the windows with the lightning in the background. I'm liking that too. This is just on YouTube. Just an ambiance sound on YouTube. So how you liking being off, Eclipse? This is so chill, man. And it's starting to get dark. Right? I've been doing a lot of reading. I got pepperoni, pineapple, and banana peppers. Definitely like the greatest combo ever. Sweet, salty, and spicy. Yeah, it's oh really? Yeah. The crust is crispy. Damn, you got a lot of work to do, man. Shoot. This is the biggest project I got right here. You'll make a pretty penny off that. Vintage toys? Hell yeah. Vintage toys are always a good thing to sell. I wouldn't want to part with those, man. Oh. Ooh. Cheese is actually starting to stay on the pizza now. Ooh. Good stuff. Ooh. I had to find all that stuff. Man, I miss the turtle stuff from the 90s, bro. Nice. Oh yeah. Probably worth some money, dude. One more slide. All right, then one more. Come on, boy. Go the rest of the way. Drink, Joe. Eat this. Any choice? Excuse me. I'm happy I decided on pizza. It really brings Friday night nostalgia back. Yeah, it was hot today, brother. I hate the heat. I hate summer. Give me fall any day of the week. $40, upper 40s, lower 50s. I'm happy. Oh, I hit the spot. I was starving. I've been eating all day. I've been here all day. Oh, oh, that sounds killer as shit, bro. I'm ready for a nap. Gotta let the food digest. I'm like a giant baby. Once I get a full belly, I'm like Betty Bugs. That sounds pretty epic, man. Oh, I love fall. I love it. Fall is the perfect time of year, man. I love it. Days grow short, the air gets crisp, leaves fall from the trees. Oh God, love it. Glasses fogging. There we go. Oh. Whew. Hell yeah. Man, that pizza hit the spot. I ain't even gonna play. I am not even fronting, man. Woo. That was good. That was good. Give me 1 second. I gotta do something real quick. Be right back. No, I'm here. I'm here. We good. We are golden. Oh, yeah. It's getting dark out. The spookies are coming out at night. What? I bizzed out. Oh, when I was playing and falling asleep. We still got not like 10 hours left, guys. We still got some time. I was gonna split this up in 2 days, but I was like, you know what? We'll do it. Yep, that's right. I was thinking about splitting this 24-hour stream up in 2 days and having like a 24-hour weekend, but I was like, you know what? Screw it. Oh yeah. Sometimes it's like better maybe if you do like a 24-hour weekend, like not do it all at once, but like do 12 hours one day, 12 hours the next, and you still do your 24-hour stream. Yeah, 10 hours left, man. 10 hours and 16 minutes to be exact. Oh yeah. We definitely bust that out. Get into something, chit chat a little bit. Before you know it, it's over. Like I said, I think it's gonna hit me the hardest at like 1 or 2 in the morning. I'm gonna be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like ready to crash out. But at 1 or 2 in the morning, I'll be at like 18 hours. I think the last stream I lasted 18 hours. Last 24-hour stream was 18 hours. I'm gonna try to do 24 hours this stream, and then tomorrow we crashing, brother. As soon as this stream's over, taking the pizza down, hooking the CPAP up, and I'm gonna ugly sleep. Oh yeah, I can't. Like you guys don't want to sit here and watch me sleep. You know what I mean? Yeah, people do that. Some people stream themselves sleeping just to get the affiliate. But I can't do that. I can't sit here and have you guys watch me fucking sawing wood. Just straight up crashed out for like 4 hours and wake up like, let's do it. About to take this hat off though. Oh yeah. Oh god, this is like a work shift, brother. Yeah, absolutely. I hate working. I hate working 10 hours, bro. Ugh, especially in the heat. I was told when we come back, we're coming back to 10 hours. I'm just like, oh, God. Yeah. But I'm telling you, tomorrow, when it comes time to sleep, dude, I'm going to do that ugly sleep. Just fucking drool coming out the side of the mouth. I don't care. I don't give a damn. Like, eating is bad enough. I think watching somebody eat is boring. But I figured it's a pizza party and it's like we're having a slumber party, so why not? You know what I mean? I'm about to take this hat off though, like legit. Oh, get get a little comfy. It's getting hot. Yeah, so I gotta get comfortable. Right here. This is maximum level of comfort. Put my feet up. I'm not sleeping. I'm just trying to get myself in a perfect level stage of comfort. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna be on tens for the rest of the year. Which I'm okay with because I need to start making money, man. Like I've been going through some stuff and yeah, I need to start making money. I haven't been making the checks I normally make and I need to start because I owe people some yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely too hot for hats. Dude, I am in a level of relaxation right now, chilling with you guys. I feel good, man. Like I said, that pizza's hitting on another level. Just I can sit here with you guys all night and chillax. Tell some ghost stories. I got a whole plethora of ghost stories. True ghost stories, not even just fake, you know, deep in the woods, blah 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 blah. No, I got some straight up real ghost stories that happened to your boy as I was growing up. Plethora of them. I wish I had a colder drink though. My water's kind of warm. I think when I go pee again, I'm gonna get some cold water. Dude, it's the chill vibe, bro. It's the chillax and just, you know what I mean? Chit chat, hang out. Like I said, it's supposed to feel like a sleepover. You know what I mean? Like we're supposed to just chill and, like I said, just talk and have fun. Like we did some gaming, we did some reading. Now we can talk for a little bit. Now we can go back to gaming and reading. You know what I mean? Chilling. I love this. We're gonna knock these 10 hours out like it ain't shit. I do need a cold drink though. I will be getting myself a cold drink here in a little bit. I might even message the missus and ask her when she comes up if she could bring me a cold drink. Because she's got to go early tomorrow. She's going to the mountains for the day for a party. So your boy is going to be home napping. Oh, dude, this is great. I hope you guys are having fun. I hope you guys aren't bored, really. Like I said, I just want to chill and talk and hang out. It is. It's 1994 all over again. We're at a sleepover. We're at a slumber party. But if you guys get bored, let me know. Uh, I'll uh, I'll do something to excite it up, like show some skin or something. I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna show no skin. So if you're hoping for that, no, this is a PG-13. Oh, dude, you know what would hit the spot? I have a 6-pack of fucking wild cherry Pepsi, 0 sugar. Oh, Eclipse, Outlaw, dude, I miss the 90s so much. The 90s was the era that, like, it was untouched, dude. Everything great happened in the 90s. Power Rangers, Turtles, fucking childhood. God, I miss it, man. I miss the 90s so much. If I could turn back time, dude, that's the era I would go back. You know, I'm a firm believer in Jesus, and I'm a firm believer in Christ, and I'm a firm believer that there's a heaven. And some people say that heaven is the best times of your life. I'm really hoping that, you know, heaven is like the 90s. That'd be great. Be up in heaven chilling in the 90s forever. You know, and life wasn't scary or hard. You know, hardest thing you had to do was homework. Miss it, man. Legit miss it. Because growing up sucks. Like, I think when we get older, like when we're old and we're retired, I think it'll get a little better. But then it's like, you know, what comes after that? You spend your whole life working just to take a little break and then night, you know? I don't want that. I want to enjoy my retirement, man. I want to just, you know, I want to do van life. That's my goal. After I retire, I want to have enough money saved up to buy a camper van or like a RV and pack everything I own in it, and off I go. Me and Marcy just travel the United States. I was in 95, I turned 10 years old. So I was still in grade school up until I think 2000 or 2001. So I was still in grade school in the 90s. Yeah, dude. I don't want to work until I'm 60 because that just sucks. Dude, this fireplace and this background is vibe, bro. This shit is legit. I would love to retire before 50. Hell yeah. That's a couple years, man. Fucking right. I'm definitely down for that. Amen to that, brother. Shit. Working sucks. I wish I could hit the lottery, but I'm too broke to play. Fuck that hat. Hold on a second. Oh, that's right, dude. That's what I'd be doing. Ramen noodles, and fucking butter bread. I don't care, bro. Peanut butter bread and ramen noodles. I'll eat that. Peanut butter sandwiches. I don't even need the jelly. Oh. Or I'll get that mixed fucking peanut butter jelly swirl crap they got. That's like 99 cents at the fucking discount shopping mart. And a loaf of expired bread. I'm good. And some ramen noodles. Occasionally you get something nice. I could do budget meals. I ain't below that shit. Oh, I gotta get it just right. Oh. Not a fan of Spam, but I'll definitely rock the noodles. Chicken ramen noodles. Delish. Delicioso. Talking about food is making me hungry, but I gotta save my pizza for tomorrow. Cause I'm broke. Bitch. Got a little bit of sauce on my shirt. I don't care. I'm a man. Shit, what's a toke, bro? What is that? Just reading the messages, trying to catch up. So you guys want to hear a couple ghost stories, or I want y'all get bored with me? Yeah, that would be legit. Oh, I know what a toke is, dude. I was just fucking with you. I was saying I was that broke. I don't even know what a toke is. Yeah, that would definitely be legit. Fucking actual sleepover. Sleep it off in the living room. Fall asleep at like 3 a.m. Shit. I'm not shit. All right. This shit's turning into a party. Oh, you want a ghost story? All right. So I'm going to tell you guys about the time that I came into contact. Well, not exactly like physical contact, but I came into contact with a little entity called La Llorona. So it starts years and years ago when I was very young. I was in Mexico with my grandmother, and oh, that sounds great. But I was staying with my grandmother, and my mom and dad were up in the States trying to get an apartment and stuff. So my grandmother was watching me for a little bit. I was staying with her, and I got very sick. Like I got super sick. And my grandmother tried everything. She took me to a doctor. They didn't know what was wrong. And she took me to the hospital. They didn't know what was wrong. And then it got to the point she had to call my mom and say, hey, I need you to come to Mexico. You know, your son's very sick and they don't know what's wrong with him and he might not, you know, pull through. So, of course, you know, my mom, I was her baby, you know what I mean? So she's on the next flight out. She's in Mexico a few hours later. And they're sitting there and they decide, you know what, we need to go see a medicine woman or a witch doctor, they called him. And so they called in a witch doctor. And she came in and as soon as she walked in the room, she looked at my mom and my grandmother and said, do you guys have any enemies? And they were like, not that we're aware of. And the medicine woman looked at my mom and grandma and said, there is a very strong curse here. Somebody put a curse on your son. A very strong sickness is on your son, and it's from somebody. That's why I'm asking you if you have any enemies. And they couldn't figure it out. And I had a fever of like 104. Like, I was almost burnt out. So the medicine woman took a fresh egg, and she started rubbing it all over my body and started saying a prayer in Spanish. And she was rubbing it all over my body, saying the prayer. And then she took the egg and she broke the egg into a bowl, and the egg was rotted. And that was like the symbolizing of freeing me from the curse or whatever and expelling it. Well, after she did that, the next day I started getting better. But ever since that day, this might sound weird, but ever since that day, I'm really sensitive to energy. Like, I can walk in a place and tell you it's haunted. Or like, I can feel things. Like, when I feel somebody's watching me, it's probably because there's somebody watching me. So anyway, the whole La Llorona thing. So we were in Mexico for a visit. I was like, I want to say 10 or... I was young. Between 8 and 10, I forget the age. And I was just a little badass. I wasn't listening. I was misbehaving, causing chaos, just being a little prick, you know? And my grandmother told me, if you don't stop, La Llorona's going to come get you. And I didn't believe it. I'm a kid. Like, nah, she ain't going to come get it. She's not even real. Like, nah, grandma, she's not real. Well, one night while we were visiting, we were asleep. And out of nowhere, we started hearing a woman weeping loudly, like crying like she lost her child. And it woke everybody up. Everybody was awake because they're hearing this woman outside of my grandmother's house crying. And so my dad gets up and he goes out and starts looking. And he comes back a few minutes later. My mom's in bed with me, holding me, and my grandmother's in the room. And my dad, he's like pale. And he's like, there's nobody out there. But you can still hear the crying while he was out there. And even when he came in and said there was nobody out there, you could still hear the crying. And that crying lasted for a couple hours. And then finally it stopped. And then the next morning we woke up and we were sitting at the breakfast table and we were talking. And my grandmother said, you know, that you had a visit from La Llorona. She didn't take you this time, but you need to straighten up because next time you might not be so lucky. Oh, that's chills. Ooh. But yeah. And I never heard her again after that day because I shipped up. You know, once you hear an urban legend that's true, like La Llorona's real. I don't care what anybody says. I heard her. But yeah, she visited me that night. And I think she was there not to take me, but to warn me, like, hey, get your act together or you're coming with me. Like I said, I'll never forget the look on my dad's face, man. I'll never forget the fear on my grandmother's face, my mother's face. I was scared to death. Like I said, when it finally stopped, we fell asleep. And we woke up, and when my grandmother told me that, I cried. Yeah, dude, it was insane, bro. That's nuts. Yep. So that was the time I encountered La Llorona. And everybody says it was something, man. It could have been. It could have been a demon. Could have been something. Because like I said, it was wailing, dude. Like you would have heard the cry. It was wailing, like scream wailing, like a mother losing her child in front of her wailing. You know what I mean? It was one of those cries, and it was just nonstop for like hours. Yeah, it was quite terrifying. Yeah, we got fireworks popping off over here too. Like that's just one of the stories, dude. I got a whole library of ghost stories that actually happened. I'll tell you another one. Like the time that I was when my cousin, when she was alive, I slept over her house. What, La Llorona? LA space LLORNA, I think that's how you spell it. Yep. 2 L's in Llorona. Oh, really? Look it up. It's a Mexican urban legend. It's called the Weeping Woman. That's what La Llorona stands for. And there's different variations. Like some people say that she stays by a creek and cries. Some people say she steals kids at night when she cries. But she always cries. Well, to me, she's more than a legend. Like she's real, but but yeah, like I said, I have another ghost story. Like when I was younger, I was staying with my cousin, and she was pregnant at the time, and she lived in a house or an apartment right down the road from me, and weird things would go on in that apartment. Oh yeah, yeah, La Llorona's crazy, but weird things would go on in that apartment. One night when we were sleeping there, I was sleeping over, and we were sitting in the living room watching TV, and as we're sitting there, we hear some commotion in the kitchen. And she had 2 cats. And we heard like the cats like doing a, you know how cats make them defensive meows? Well, it was making a defensive meow and hissing and nothing. I walked in there and looked, and it was standing up on edge looking, but you didn't see nothing. And it was doing that noise. So I go back and sit down. I'm like, it's probably just looking at the other cat. Then we hear it like yelp, like you know how a cat goes "Meow," and something happens to it. And so I walk into the kitchen, and the cat is being dragged by its tail across the kitchen floor. But there's nothing grabbing it. There's nothing there. There's nothing. It's just nothingness dragging him across the floor. And then I ran over and went to go grab him, and you could feel the resistance of what was pulling his tail. So I grabbed the tail and yanked, and it loosened, and we ran out of the house. That was a crazy, crazy night. Oh yeah, Supernatural. That was the woman in white. That was the pilot episode, right? Oh, shit. Dude, I freaked myself out. I kicked the fucking green screen. Get the salt. But see, now that I've seen Supernatural, I'll just get a fucking handful of salt and throw it in their face. Bitch. But yeah, so I got plenty of them, man. I got so many stories. Bro. What's up? What's up, Eclipse? Are you reading into the lore, or are you talking about my cat story? Yeah, man, it's crazy, dude. Right? Got to make sure that shit's open, though. That way the salt goes at them. Yeah, dude, La Llorona ain't messing around, man. That's a scary urban legend, but like I said, it's true because I heard her. A box of salt, that's right. Rock salt, and just. Dude, a handful of salt in a slingshot. Just. Bitches. Imagine a ghost catching a face full of fucking salt from a slingshot. It's like I'm sitting on a rocking chair. This is nice. In a creepy haunted mansion with a beautiful fire going. We are at. Dude, I wish I was a streamer, like made money off of this, dude. This would be great. This would be work right now, and I love this. I could do this kind of work. There's also a shovel full of industrial green salt. That's right. That's right. Or you get them fucking thick salt nuggets. You know what I'm saying, for that slingshot. Bitch. Oh, I got a good story for you. Oh, this one will kind of make you laugh as well as freak you out. So there's a town over a bridge near me called Wrightsville. Okay, that pizza's getting there. Well, anyway, there's this town called Wrightsville. It's over a bridge, it's over a river, and there's this quarry that sits off in an alleyway a little ways into town, behind houses and stuff. And the story goes, there was a little girl who was swimming in the quarry, and they opened it up and she got sucked into a pipe and drowned. And if you walk down the alley at night, you can hear her screaming for help. And the alley, it's so fucking creepy. So the alley is like a whole like block long, and there's light at the front and there's light at the end. The middle of the alley is fucking pitch black dark. Okay, so a buddy of mine, we used to like to go around and look at haunted places. This is where a lot of my haunted ghost stories come from. So we decided we were going to go to this quarry, and he was going to drop me off at one end, and he was going to meet me on the other side, on the other end, you know, and I was going to walk it, you know, because I was like, yeah, fuck it. So at this time I smoked, okay? I was a smoker. So he drops me off at the end of the quarry, and he starts leaving. I stand there, I light a cigarette, and I start walking. As I'm walking, soon as I hit the darkness, I hear a little girl screaming for help in the fucking quarry. Terrified the shit out of me. I'm talking about an ear-piercing scream for help. I fucking ran. I took off up the alleyway, running. And I was afraid to look behind me because I had that feeling that somebody was behind me, like running after me. And I just booked it. I ran my ass off, and I got to the end of the fucking alleyway on the other side, and my buddy was just pulling around. He was in the car. I beat his ass to the other side of the alleyway. I heard that scream, dude. That was game over for me. I said, see ya. I was the fat Flash that night. I was running so fast, flames were coming out my ass, and it smelled like bacon, bro. Whew. 100% pure ass power was running through that fucking alleyway, bro. That shit scared the hell out of me. That scream, dude, it was a little girl's scream. That's the worst part. Like, it was a scream for help, and it scared the shit out of me. Fuck, see ya. Because the story goes, here's the story behind it. Okay. They say if you try to go in and help her, she pulls you in the quarry and drowns you. That's the legend. Okay. So the legend is she drowned in the quarry, and if you hear her scream, get out of the alleyway, because she'll try to get you to go in and help her. And if you go to help her, she'll pull you in the quarry and you'll drown. So, yeah. I couldn't help her. There was nothing I could do. Only thing I could do was get the fuck out of there. That was it. There was no... I'm not built to be a hero. Yeah, I wasn't built a hero. My name ain't Superman. My name ain't Batman. My name ain't Spider-Man. My name is Media Fiend. That's it. See ya. But yeah, like I said, a lot of my stories come from me and my buddy driving around, actually looking up haunted places online. This was back when the internet was still kind of young, back in the early 2000s. Like before I even drove. Like this was like 2006, early 2000s, 2007. This was right after high school. And yeah, we would look up stuff on the internet, and we would like get map quests to find where these places were, and we would go to them, and we would see like there's a There's a cemetery. That's right, Pizza Fiend. That's right. There's a cemetery literally about 1.5 miles up the road from my house called Hans Groff. And that I had a scary incident with. One night, my cousin, him, me, and a bunch of other people went to Hans Groff Cemetery. And the story goes, if you walk around the wall 7 times and say Hans Groff, apparently, I don't know how true it is because we didn't do it, a wolf creature is supposed to chase you. We didn't do it because we believe in it. But we did have an incident where we went to the cemetery at night and we climbed, because there's a wall. You had to climb over the wall. And once we got over that wall, we walked around the cemetery a little bit and we heard something and we went to go leave. And when we left, something grabbed my cousin's friend and he went over the wall, hit his head first. And we had to take him to the hospital. And then a couple weeks later, another one of the friend's sisters died in a car accident. So we kind of think that the cemetery kind of cursed some people. We don't know. Like, we're just putting it at that. But I've actually revisited Hans Groff. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel where I went back to Hans Groff and actually told the story of it during the day. I'm not going at night, but yeah. So that's a pretty creepy story. Hogs Road's another one that was pretty creepy. Like, we got all kinds of like scary, spooky stories around this area. Yeah, dude. Hogs Road's another one. I remember the time we went through Hogs Road, and the story goes, here's the story of Hogs Road. Okay. Hogs Road is this road where there's a dirt road. You go up and you travel this dirt road. And back in the 1800s, there was this woman who would set traps along the road to, to flatten wagon wheels and shit. That way, these people would come and ask her for help, and then she would feed them, and then she would kill them and feed them to her hogs. Well, they say that her spirit still haunts the area, still haunts the road and stuff. And her house sits at the end of the road. And they say that there's always a light on in the house. And nobody lives there, but there's always a light on in a different room in the house. And they say that's her spirit in the room. Yeah, it's called Hogs Road, yes. So one night we went driving up Hogs Road. And so how the story goes is when you're driving Hogs Road, a black cat is supposed to run in front of your car. And if you don't hit it with an X, when you see it, she'll be waiting for you down the road, and she'll cross the road and she's holding a cross or she's holding something, and you never make it off the road alive. So one night, oh God, I got chills, bro. Holy fuck. So one night we're driving down Hogs Road. And we're driving. We're not seeing nothing. We're like, yo, this is horse shit, bro. Like, this shit ain't real. So we're driving, and all of a sudden, we see the black cat run across the road. And I start fucking Xing like crazy. And we drive a little bit. And then we see this mist kind of like start coming onto the road. And he goes a little quicker. And we get to the end of the road, and we look to the right where her house is. And in the corner room, her light was on, and you could see a silhouette of somebody standing there. But there's nobody else in the house. The house is empty. It's dilapidated. Like, this house is, there shouldn't even be electricity on in this house. Everything else was turned off, but there was one light in the upstairs bedroom, and you couldn't see her shape. No, you don't have to hit the cat. You gotta draw an X over it. and you didn't see like the details of her, but you saw like this shape of a woman standing in the fucking window, and we took off. I think I went back one other time, and we never saw the black cat though. So, but that one time we went, we got that creepy, and that was enough to, you know, get the old spookity dookity. So, yeah, that was fun. That was a fun night. Hell yeah. Also got one about a Ouija board when we played with a Ouija board, being the same friend. Oh, that was a fun one. Here's a good one. We're gonna do the Ouija board. All right. So I told you, my friend and I, we were like ghost hunters and bullshit back when we were younger, just to, for fun, because we really, Well, anyway, he had a Ouija board, and we decided one night we were just going to drive around to different places and play with the Ouija board. Remember how I sent you guys that video on Messenger about the Chickies Rock? It's literally right up the road from my house. Literally, I can look out my window right now and see it. Yeah, that's it. You got to throw up the X's. You got to X them out, man. Well, anyway, we were driving around just doing stuff, and we went to Chickies Road or Chickies Hill. It's like a little park. It's like a little mountain area, and people used to go back there and kill themselves. Like, not a lot, not like the suicide forest in Japan, but there was some suicides in this area. So we decided we were going to go there and we were going to play with the Ouija board to see if we can get anything. And so we're sitting there, we're playing, Ouija board is moving, and we start asking it questions, who are you, what's your name, blah, blah, blah. And it does the simple yes, no, spelled out names, whatever. And then we're like, okay, well, we're going to go, goodbye. And then it went to goodbye. Then we went to a graveyard that same night, and we're sitting there playing with the Ouija board at the graveyard, which is fucking stupid now to come to think about it. Yeah. So, I live right near Chickies Rock. That's where I live. So anyway, in hindsight, it was probably fucking stupid to play with a Ouija board in a cemetery. But anyways, we were playing with the Ouija board in the cemetery, and we started getting something on the board. Here it started spelling stuff in reverse. If you know the myth, or if you know things in the demon world are reversed. So we're sitting there playing with the board. It started spelling things in reverse. And we were like, do we know you? And it went up to yes. And then we were like, from where? And it spelled out Chickies in reverse. I'm like, all right, dude, you got to go. You have to leave us alone. You're not welcomed here. You have to go back. And it said, okay. And then it went to goodbye. Then, in our infinite fucking wisdom, we decided, hey, let's play with the Ouija board out front of my house when I lived in a different town. This is when I was younger. So we get out front of my house because my mom would not let a Ouija board in my house at all. So little backstory. The house I grew up in was haunted. I grew up in a haunted house. Back a few years before we moved in, a guy killed his wife in our backyard, and then he ran and drowned in the quarry. So our house was actually built on because our back door to our kitchen was actually the back door of the house. And so they built the kitchen on to where the woman was killed. So her name was Angela. Like I got a name and everything. So we were playing with the Ouija board out in front of the house. Okay. I'll tell you more ghost stories about my house as we go along here. We were playing with the Ouija board out in front of my house, and we're sitting there and we're asking it questions, and it started spelling stuff in reverse again. And I looked at my buddy and I said, bro, this better not be the ghost from Chickies. And then we asked, are you from Chickies? And it went to yes. And this time we both had to be a little firm with it. And we said, you have to leave. This is my house. You are not welcome here. You have to go. And it said, okay. It went to goodbye. And then we're sitting there playing with it a little more. And we're playing and we're playing. And all of a sudden we get on with something. Okay. So we get on with this spirit. And we start asking it questions. We asked, what's your name? It said, Angela. I was like, oh, shit. And then we asked, you know, stupid questions like, do you like us? I was like, do you like my dad? And it went to yes. And I said, well, do you like my mom? And it went to no. And then I asked, well, do you like me? And it went to no. And I said, well, why don't you like me and my mom? And it spelled out fighting. My mom and I used to always fight. Like when I was a teenager, and I look back on it and I regret it so much now that she's not here. I was a fucking dickhead though. I was such an asshole to her. I was not a good son to her in my teen years. I was a complete prick. Well, anyway, it said fighting. And I said, oh shit. And then I was like, we started asking stuff and then it spelled out scared. I was like, what scared? I said, are you scared? And it said, yes. And then I said, what are you scared of? And it kept going off the board, like towards the house. And I'm like, what does that mean? And it spelled out come, like C-O-I-B. I'm like, what? And I was like, who? And I pointed and I said, my buddy. I said his name. And it was like, no. And I said, me. And it went, yeah. I said, come where? And it spelled out basement. I said, no, I'm not going to the basement. It wanted me to go to the basement. And I said, no. And then it said yes. And I said, no, I'm not going to the basement. And it said yes again. And I said, no. I said, I'm sorry. We're going to have to cut this short. I said, you have a good one. Goodbye. And it went to goodbye. And then we sat there for a minute with our hands on because we were like kind of messed up. And all of a sudden it started. The planchette started moving through all the numbers and all the letters and was trying to go to goodbye. Here, through the lure of a Ouija board, if something does that, it's trying to get out of the board. So we had to take our hands off of it to like break the connection. And that whole night after he left, I got the chills in the back of my neck, bro. After he left, I went into the house and I could just feel this energy at the basement. And I knew if I opened that door, something was going to happen because throughout the years, stuff happened to me in that basement. Like, I remember one time when we were younger, I had foster brothers and I told the one foster brother to go down and get something. And I was being a prick. So he went downstairs. He got to the bottom of the steps. And when he did, I shut the lights off on him and held the door shut. And he was sitting there pounding on the door. Let me out, let me out, let me out. And then all of a sudden it got quiet, like deathly quiet. I'm like, oh shit, I better open this door. I opened the door and he come running out. And my foster brother was a Spanish kid. He was a dark Spanish kid. But he was pale as a ghost. And I said, dude, what's wrong? And he said, oh, a girl with long black hair crawled out of the cubby hole and started crawling up the steps at me. I said, what? Hold on. Whew. Hold on, I got the tingles. I'll never. Ooh, Yeah. He said a girl with black hair over her face was crawling out of the cubby hole and started climbing up the steps at him. And that was just... And then I remember I used to have an exercise bike downstairs. And I would go downstairs and ride the exercise bike. And I would call a buddy of mine and we would talk while we were exercising. And I was sitting on the bike. I kept hearing breathing, you know, like something breathing into the phone, like heavy breathing. And I'm like, what the hell? And I told my buddy, I said, dude, are you good? He said, yeah, what's going on? I said, is that you breathing in the phone? He said, no, I thought it was you. I said, dude, I'm not breathing like that in the phone. And then it got a little quicker. It's like, I was like, dude, what the hell is that? Yeah, like The Grudge, dude. Like the fucking Grudge. I was like, damn. And then the breathing got heavier and faster. And I was like, dude, I need to get the hell out of here. So I started running towards the steps. And as I'm running up the steps, the breathing is getting quicker and quicker and heavier, like something's chasing me up the steps, to the point where I fucking barreled up the steps and shut the door behind me. It was, dude, that house was like legit haunted. I remembered one year for trick or treat, I think it was like the first or second year we lived, that was the first year we lived there. Kids wouldn't come up to the house because they were afraid of it. They say that's the haunted house. Yeah, dude. It was crazy. Yep. Shit was nuts, man. That house was... I lived in that house for over 20 years. And it wasn't like one of them houses that constantly shit was going on, but shit would happen throughout the years, you know, just to let you know it was there. Lights shutting off. I remember the time my mom was in the kitchen and we had somebody work. Anytime we would work on something, I remember we were putting drywall in the basement because we were going to turn that into my room. That ended up not happening. I was in there for a little bit, but we ended up not. Anyway, anytime we would work on something, that's when it would really kick up. Like the one time we were putting drywall in the basement and my mom heard somebody coming up the steps of the basement. She thought it was the guy working on the basement. And he walked up to the basement, top of the basement steps, turned and walked to the kitchen and stopped. And my mom had her back turned and she said, hold on a second, I'll be right with you, bud. And then when she turned around, there was nobody there, but she got an image in her head of, you know, an African-American man wearing camouflage. And she ended up asking my cousin later, who my cousin knew somebody who her boyfriend at the time was friends with that guy, and she didn't tell her boyfriend what my mom saw or what he was wearing, but she asked her boyfriend, she said, hey, your buddy, before he died, what did he look like? And to a T, he explained the person my mom saw in the flash. That was creepy. I'm starting to freak myself out, guys. We got 9 hours left and I'm fucking freaking out. I love it though. But you know, nah. But yeah, I was just like, even this house, I had a couple things happen to me in this house, in the basement. It's pretty creepy. There's one corner of the basement I don't like in this house, and it's off to the It's off to when I'm sitting down watching TV, it's to the left in the corner. I just feel like somebody's there watching me. No, the guy died in the quarry. He drowned in the quarry, but his spirit, I guess, came back to the house. After he killed his girlfriend, he ran from the cops and he tried to hide in a quarry and he drowned. It was the quarry out by the McDonald's in Colombia. So yeah, it's creepy, man. It's some creepy shit. But like I said, that's not even the worst of it, dude. Like I got a whole plethora of spooky ookie ookies. Well, yeah, man. I know people think I'm full of shit, but it's all right. It's real. It's legit. I am not lying. I've been dealing with this my whole life. That's why I believe in ghosts. Right? The spooky dookies. That's right. Give me the spooky dookers. Hell yeah. The spooky dookies. Hell to the yeah. My girl should be coming up soon with my drinks. Dude, I was young and that was before. I mean, we should have known something was up because when we actually bought the place, bro, freaking, we walked in and the woman who sold us the house literally had all her shit in one room. And after we bought it and we ran into her later, she said the only reason that she had her stuff in that room because that was the only room that the spirits in the house didn't bother her. After we bought the place. She didn't tell us why she had it there until after we bought the place. Oh, dude, it's a crazy experience, man. Like the unknown, like it's nuts. I remember the one time. Here's another spooky story for you. Remember the one time I was at my aunt and my cousin's house, helping them move out of their old house into a new house, and I slept over the night. As you know, I slept over, and when I was asleep, I was having this nightmare that I was being chased by this porcelain doll. And no matter where in the house I went, I couldn't escape this doll. So I'm running and I'm running and I couldn't escape it. And then finally at the end of the dream, I fell down the steps. And when I fucking hit the bottom and I looked up, the porcelain doll was right in my face and I woke up. And then I went back to sleep and then had more dreams. Well, the next morning we were clearing out the attic. And I was clearing out boxes and stuff, and one of the boxes were open, and we looked inside the box because it wasn't my aunt's boxes. We were clearing out the basement from previous owners. They left some boxes in the basement, and when we opened the box and we looked inside, the same porcelain doll that was in my dream was in the box. Yeah. Tell me that ain't fucking creepy. Oh, you live in the Appalachian Mountains, bro. Oh, so you know the rules. Dude, you should tell us some stories, some wild shit you saw, man. Hell yeah, it was super creepy. Scared the hell out of me. To this day, I hate porcelain fucking dolls. So fucking literally, I hate them. Yeah. Ooh, Appalachian Trail at night. Ooh. Yeah, that's... There's a lot of crazy stories about the Appalachian Trail at night. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta fix something real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just had to readjust here. The creepiest thing I encountered while I'm related mostly up north, actually. Hear stories about Klingman's down. I used to be outside after dark as a kid. We all... It's just a course like I got to messing around too much. I wandered off the ridge in my house, just a crummy old. Oh shit! That's some creepy shit there, brother. So what's this? Can somebody tell me the story of Klingman's Dome? What is that? If you all don't mind. Oh, that's creepy as shit. Yeah, I've had some hella supernatural experiences, man. Like, I remember the one time we I was at my buddy's house, the same buddy who I would go ghost hunting with. We were at his house playing Fatal Frame. And his house, so the story with his house was before they moved in, his house had this room that so people lived in this house, and there was this little girl who had this disease where she actually needed sunlight to live. I don't know. So he had his room, and then behind his room there was another room that had this big, huge like window that let a lot of sunlight in, and that was the room that she lived in. That's crazy. But anyway, so the room in the back was always cold. And so my buddy, he had his room, and the way it was set up, he had a couch, his bed, his TV, and right in front of the couch was the doorway to the room. During the summer, he had like a blanket draped over the doorway because he had the door open to allow. Hold on a second. I'm down to hear that story one day, brother. Can you hear me now? Anyways, like I was saying, sorry about that. Anyways, so the way it's set up, it was his couch, room, bed, TV. During the summertime, he'd have the door open, light blanket, so the cold could come in. Well, I went over to his house. It was like fall, air's pretty crispy. I just kept going. Can you hear me now? It's showing that. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's showing I'm talking. All right. Anyways, so I'm sitting there watching him play the game. He has the door shut because it's cold out now. And I'm watching the game. I'm watching him. I'm watching the door. And I just had this feeling that something was going to happen. Like something wasn't right. Like something was off. So I'm sitting there watching the game. I'm watching the door. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it sounded like something got a running start. It went thump, 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 and plowed right into the door. Cass, what are you doing? Dog's messing with my thing. And it just, bam! Something hit the door. We both got up and we ran out the house. Yeah, we're not playing with that. And that's why Fatal Frame 2 is one of my favorite horror video games of all time. Because of that instant. Oh, I got cherry Pepsi. If you didn't hear me the first time. Do you guys want another Goosebump book? Ooh, I got cold water too. Shit. I don't have Say Cheese. Wait, do I? No, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't have Say Cheese or Die, brother. I have Night in Terror Tower. I have Night of the Living Dummy, and I have Welcome to Dead House. We read The Haunted Mask a little bit ago. Dead House? Let me grab him. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I gotta grab him. Welcome to Dead House. All right, let me grab it. right, you guys ready for some nostalgia goosebumps? Welcome to Dead House. Huh? Let's do it. Let me get my singing voice ready. Oh. All right, welcome to Dead House. From the OG legend, R.L. Stine. Josh and I hated our new house. Sure, it was big. It looked like a mansion compared to our old house. It was a tall red brick house with a sloping black roof and rows of windows framed by black shutters. It's so dark, I thought, studying it from the street. The whole house was covered in darkness, as if it were hiding in the shadows of the gnarled old trees and bent over it. Time to get that read on. It was the middle of July, but dead brown leaves blanketed the front yard. Our sneakers crunched over them as we trudged up the gravel driveway. Tall weeds poked up everywhere through the dead leaves. Thick clumps of weeds had completely overgrown an old flower bed beside the front porch. This house is creepy, I thought unhappily. Josh must have been thinking the same thing. Looking up at the old house, we both groaned loudly. Mr. Dawes, the friendly young man from the local real estate office, stopped near the front walk and turned around. "Everything okay?" he asked, staring first at Josh, then at me with his crinkly blue eyes. "Josh and Amanda aren't happy about moving," Dad explained, tucking his shirt tail in. "Dad is a little overweight, and his shirts always seem to be coming untucked. It's hard for kids," my mother added, smiling at Mr. Dawes, her hand shoved into her jeans pocket as she continued up to the front door. "You know, leaving all their friends behind, moving to a strange new place." "Strange is right," Josh said, shaking his head. "This house is gross." Mr. Dawes chuckled. "It's an old house, that's for sure," he said, patting Josh on the shoulder. "It just needs some work, Josh," Dad said, smiling at Mr. Dawes. "No one has lived in it for a while, so it'll take some fixing up." "Look how big it is," Mom added, smoothing back her straight black hair and smiling at Josh. "We'll have room for a den and maybe a rec room too. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Amanda?" I shrugged. A cold breeze made me shiver. It was actually a beautiful hot summer day, but the closer we got to the house, the colder I felt. I guessed it was because all of the old trees. I was wearing white tennis shorts and a sleeveless blue t-shirt. It had been hot in the car, but now it was freezing. Maybe it'll be warmer in the house, I thought. "Oh yeah, love it." "How old are they?" Mr. Dawes asked Mom, stepping into the front porch. "Amanda is 12, Mom answered, "and Josh turned 11 last month." "They look so much alike," Mr. Dawes told Mom. I couldn't decide if that was a compliment or not. I guess it's true. Josh and I are both tall and thin and have curly brown hair like Dad's and dark brown eyes. Everyone says we have serious faces. "I really want to go home," Josh said, his voice cracking. "I hate this place." My brother is the most impatient kid in the world, and when he makes up his mind about something, that's that. He's a little spoiled, at least. I think so. Whenever he makes a big fuss about something, he usually gets his way. We may look alike, but we're really not that similar. I'm not I'm a lot more patient than Josh is. A lot more sensible, probably because I'm older and because I'm a girl. Josh had grabbed Dad's hand and was trying to pull him back to the car. "Let's go. Come on, Dad, let's go." I knew this was one time Josh wouldn't get his way. We were moving to this house, no doubt about it. After all, the house was absolutely free. A great uncle of Dad's, a man we didn't even know, had died and left the house to Dad in his will. I'll never forget the look on Dad's face when he got the letter from the lawyer. He let out a loud whoop and began dancing around the living room. Josh and I thought he flipped or something. My great uncle Charles left us a house in his will, Dad explained, reading and rereading the letter. It's in a town called Dark Falls. Huh? Josh and I cried. Where's Dark Falls? Dad shrugged. I don't remember your Uncle Charles, Mom said, moving behind Dad to read the letter over his shoulder. Neither do I, he admitted, but he must have been a great guy. Whoa, this sounds like an incredible house. He grabbed Mom's hands and began dancing happily with her across the living room. Dad sure was excited. He had been looking for an excuse to quit his boring office job and devote all his time to his writing career. This house, absolutely free, would be the excuse he needed. And now, a week later, here we are in Dark Falls, a 4-hour drive from our home, seeing our new house for the first time. We hadn't even gone inside, and Josh was trying to drag Dad back to the car. Josh, stop pulling me, Dad snapped impatiently, struggling to tug his hand out of Josh's grasp. Dad glanced helplessly at Mr. Dawes. I could see that he was embarrassed by how Josh was carrying on. I decided maybe I could help. Let go, Josh, I said quietly, grabbing him by the shoulder. We promised we'd give Dark Falls a chance, remember? I already gave it a chance, Josh whined, not letting go of Dad's hand. This house is old and ugly and I hate it. You haven't even gone inside, Dad said angrily. Yes, let's go in, Mr. Dawes urged, staring at Josh. I'm staying outside, Josh insisted. He can be really stubborn sometimes. I felt just as unhappy as Josh looking at this dark old house, but I'd never carry on the way Josh was. Josh, don't you want to pick out your own room? Mom asked. A few seconds later, hold on. No, Josh muttered. He and I both glanced up at the second floor. There were two large bay windows side by side up there. They looked like two dark eyes staring back at us. How long have you lived in your present house? Mr. Dawes asked Dad. Dad had to think for a second. About 14 years, he answered. The kids have lived there their whole lives. Moving is always hard, Mr. Dawes said sympathetically, turning his gaze on me. You know, Amanda, I moved here to Dark Falls just a few months ago. I didn't like it much either at first, but now I wouldn't live anywhere else. He winked at me. He had a cute dimple in his chin when he smiled. Let's go inside. It's really quiet. Nice. You'll be surprised. All of us followed Mr. Dawes except Josh. Are there other kids on this block? Josh demanded. He made it sound like a challenge, then a question. Mr. Dawes added, The school's just 2 blocks away, he said, pointing up the street. See, Mom cut in quickly. A short walk to school, no more long bus rides every morning. I like the bus, Josh insisted. His mind was made up. He wasn't going to give my parents a break, even though we'd both promised to be open-minded about this move. I don't know what Josh thought he had to gain by being such a pain. I mean, Dad already had plenty to worry about. For one thing, he hadn't been able to sell our old house yet. I didn't like the idea of moving, but I knew that inheriting this big house was a great opportunity for us. We were so cramped in our little house, and once Dad managed to sell the old place, we wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Josh should at least give it a chance. That's what I thought. Suddenly, from our car at the foot of the driveway, we heard Petey barking and howling and making a fuss. Petey is our dog, a white curly-haired terrier, cute as a button, and usually well-behaved. He never minded being left in a car, but now he was yowling and yelping at full volume and scratching at the car window, desperate to get out. Petey, quiet! Quiet, I shouted. Petey usually listened to me, but not this time. I'm going to let him out, Josh declared, and took off down the driveway toward the car. No, wait, Dad called, but I don't think Josh could hear him over Petey's wails. Might as well let the dog explore, Mr. Dowell said. it's going to be his house too. A few seconds later, Petey came charging across the lawn, kicking up brown leaves, yipping excitedly as he ran up to us. He jumped on all of us as if he hadn't seen us in weeks, and then, to our surprise, he started growling menacingly and barking at Mr. Dallas. Petey, stop, Mom yelled. He's never done this before, Dad said apologetically. Really? He's usually very friendly. He probably smells something on me. Another dog, maybe, Mr. Dallas said, loosening his grip, loosening his striped tie, looking wearily at our growling dog. Finally, Josh grabbed Petey around the middle and lifted him away from Mr. Dallas. Stop it, Petey, Josh scolded, holding the dog up close to his face so that they were nose to nose. Mr. Dallas is our friend. Petey whimpered and licked Josh's face. After a short while, Josh set him back down on the ground. Petey looked up at Mr. Dallas, then at me, then decided to go sniffing around the yard, letting his nose lead the way. Let's go inside, Mr. Dallas urged. Moving a hand through his short blonde hair, he unlocked the front door and pushed it open. Mr. Dallas held the screen door open for us. I started to follow my parents into the house. I'll stay out here with Petey, Josh insisted, for a walk. Oh, gotta get comfy. Hold on. Let me find a comfy position. There we go. Everybody hear me okay? All right. Dad started to protest but changed his mind. Okay, fine, he said, sighing and shaking his head. I'm not going to argue with you. Don't come in. You can live outside if you want. He sounded really exasperated. I want to stay with Petey, Josh said again, watching Petey nose his way through the overgrown flower bed. Mr. Dallas followed us into the hallway, gently closing the screen door behind him. There we go. Gotta get comfy. Gently closing the screen door behind him, giving Josh a final glance. He'll be fine, he said softly, smiling at Mom. He can be stubborn sometimes, Mom said apologetically. She peeked into the living room. I'm really sorry about Petey. I don't know what got into that dog. No problem. Let's start in the living room, Mr. Dallas said, leading the way. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by how spacious it is. Of course, it needs work. He took us on a tour of every room in the house. I was beginning to get excited. The house was really kind of neat. There were so many rooms and so many closets, and my room was huge. It had its own bathroom and an old-fashioned window seat where I could sit and look down at the street. I wish Josh had come inside with us. If he could see how great the house was inside, I knew he'd start to cheer up. I couldn't believe how many rooms there were. There was even a finished attic filled with old furniture and stacks of old mysterious cartons we could explore. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Well, this chair is nice and big. I like this chair. It's a comfy chair. It's just sitting for so long kind of gets me. We must have been inside for at least half an hour. I didn't really keep track of the time. I think all three of us were feeling cheered up. Well, I think I've shown you everything, Mr. Dow said, glancing at his watch. He led the way to the front door. Wait, I want to take one more look at my room, I told him excitedly. I started up the stairs, taking them two at a time. I'll be down in a second. Hurry, dear. I'm sure Mr. Dow's has other appointments, Mom called after me. I reached the second floor landing and hurried down the narrow hallway and into my new room. Wow, I said aloud, and the word echoed faintly against the empty walls. It's so big, and I love the bay window with the window seat. I walked over to it and peered out. Through the trees, I could see our car and the driveway, and beyond it, a house that looked a lot like ours across the street. I'm going to put my bed against that wall across from the window, I thought happily. And my desk can go over there. I'll have room for a computer now. I took one more look at my long walk-in closet, which had a light in the ceiling and wide shelves against the back wall. I was heading to the door, thinking about which of my posters I wanted to bring with me, when I saw the boy. He stood in the doorway for just a second, and then he turned and disappeared down the hall. "Josh," I cried. "Hey, come look." With a shock, I realized it wasn't Josh. For one thing, the boy had blonde hair. "Hey," I called and ran to the hallway, stopping just outside my bedroom door, looking both ways. "Who's there?" But the long hall was empty. All of the doors were closed. "Whoa, Amanda," I said out loud. I was seeing things. Mom and Dad were calling from downstairs. I took one last look down the dark corridor, then hurried to rejoin them. "Hey, Mr. Dowes," I called as I ran down the stairs. "Is this house haunted?" He chuckled. The question seemed to strike him funny. "No, sorry," he said, looking at me with those crinkly blue eyes. "No ghost included. A lot of old houses around here are said to be haunted, but I'm afraid this isn't one of them." "It's haunted. Don't let him lie to you. It's haunted." "I thought I saw something," I said, feeling a little foolish. "Probably just shadows," Mom said. "With all the trees, this house is so dark." "Why don't you run outside and tell Josh about the house?" Dad suggested, tucking in the front of his shirt. "Your mom and I have some things to talk over with Mr. Dallas." "Yes, master," I said with a little bow, and obediently ran out to tell Josh about what he had missed. "Hey, Josh," I called, eagerly searching the yard. "Josh?" My heart sank. Josh and Petey were gone. Chapter 2. "Josh! Josh!" First I called Josh, then I called Petey, but there was no sign of either of them. I ran down to the bottom of the driveway and peered into the car, but they weren't there. Mom and Dad were still inside talking to Mr. Dowles. I looked along the street in both directions, but there was no sign of them. "Josh, hey Josh!" Finally, Mom and Dad came hurrying out the front door looking alarmed. I guess they heard my shouts. "I can't find Josh or Petey," I yelled up to them from the street. "Maybe they're around back," Dad shouted down at me. I headed up the driveway, kicking away dead leaves as I ran. It was sunny down on the street, but as soon as I entered our yard, it was back in the shade, and it was immediately cool again. "Hey, Josh, where are you?" Why did I feel so scared? It was perfectly natural for Josh to wander off. He did it all the time. I ran full speed along the side of the house. Tall trees leaned over the house on this side, blocking out nearly all of the sunlight. The backyard was bigger than I expected, a long rectangle that sloped gradually down to a wooden fence at the back. Just like the front, this yard was a mass of tall weeds poking up through a thick covering of brown leaves. A stone bird bath had toppled onto its side beyond it. I could see the side of the garage, a dark brick building that matched the house. "Hey, Josh." He wasn't back there. I stopped and I stopped and searched the ground for footprints or a sign that he had run through the thick leaves. Well, out of breath, Dad came jogging up to me. "No sign of him," I said, surprised at how worried I felt. "Did you check the car?" He sounded more angry than worried. "Yes, it was the first place I looked. I gave the backyard a last quick search. I don't believe Josh would just take off." "I do," Dad said, rolling his eyes. "You know your brother when he doesn't get his way. Maybe he wants to think he's running away from the house." He frowned. "Where is he?" Mom asked as we returned to the front of the house. Dad and I both shrugged. "Maybe he made a friend and wandered off," Dad said. He raised a hand and scratched his curly brown hair. I could tell that he was starting to worry too. We got to find him, Mom said, gazing down to the street. He doesn't know this neighborhood at all. He probably wandered off and got lost. Mr. Dowles locked the front door and stepped down off the porch, pocketing the keys. He couldn't have gotten far, he said, giving Mom a reassuring smile. Let's drive around the block. I'm sure we'll find him. Mom shook her head and glanced nervously at Dad. I'll kill him, she muttered. Dad patted her on the shoulder. Mr. Dowles opened the trunk of the small Honda, pulled off his dark blazer, and tossed it inside. Then he took out a wide-brimmed black cowboy hat and put it on his head. Hey, that's quite a hat, Dad said, climbing into the front passenger seat. Keeps the sun away, Mr. Dowles said, sliding behind the wheel and slamming the car door. Mom and I got in back. Glancing over at her, I saw that Mom was as worried as I was. We headed down the block in silence, all four of us staring out the car windows. The house we the houses we passed all seemed old. Most of them were even yeah, it's getting spicy already. We're even getting bigger than our house. All of them seemed to be in better condition, nicely painted with neat, well-trimmed lawns. I didn't see any people in the houses or yards, and there was no one on the street. It certainly was a quiet neighborhood, I thought, and shady. The houses all seemed to be surrounded by tall, leafy trees. The front yard we drove slowly, the front yards we drove slowly past all seemed to, oh, my dog's coming back. All seemed to, where was I? Seemed to be bathed in shade. The street was the only sunny place, a narrow gold ribbon that ran through the shadows on both sides. Maybe that's why it's called Dark Falls, I thought. Where's the sun? Where's where is that son of mine? Dad asked, staring out of the windshield. I'll kill him. I really will, Mom muttered. It wasn't the first time she had said that about Josh. We had gone around the block twice, no sign of him. Mr. Dow suggested we drive around the next few blocks, and Dad quickly agreed. Hope I don't get lost. I'm new here too, Mr. Dow said. Turning a corner, hey, there's the school, he announced, pointing out the window at the tall red brick building, and it looked very old-fashioned with white columns on both sides of the double doors. Of course, it's closed now, Mr. Dowles added. My eyes searched the fence and the fenced-in playground behind the school. It was empty. No one there. Could Josh have walked here? Mom asked, her voice tight and higher than usual. Josh doesn't walk, Dad said, rolling his eyes. He runs. We'll find him, Mr. Dow said confidently, tapping his fingers on the wheel as he steered. He turned the corner. He turned the corner onto another shady block. I'm sorry. My dog keeps messing around under my feet. She's freaked out because they have fireworks going on right now. We turned a corner onto another shady block. A street sign read Cemetery Drive, and sure enough, a large cemetery rose up in front of us. Granite gravestones rolled along a low hill that sloped down and then up again onto a large flat stretch, also marked with rows of low grave markers and monuments. A few shrubs dotted the cemetery, but there weren't many trees. As we drove slowly past the gravestones passing by in a blur on the left, I realized that this was the sunniest spot. I had seen in the whole town. There's your son, Mr. Dowles, pointing out the window, stopped the car suddenly. Oh, thank goodness, Mom exclaimed, leaning down to see out the window on my side of the car. Sure enough, there was Josh running wildly along a crooked row of low white gravestones. What's he doing here? I asked, pushing open my car door. I got out of the car, took a few steps onto the grass, and called to him. At first, he didn't react to my shouts. He seemed to be ducking and dodging through the tombstones. He would run in one direction, then cut to the side, then head in another direction. Why is he doing that? I took another few steps and then stopped, gripped with fear. I suddenly realized why Josh was darting and ducking like that, running so wildly through the tombstones. He was being chased. Someone or something was after him. It's probably their dog. Hold on, I need a drink. I need a drink. 1 second. I'll wet my whistle. You okay? It's all right. Okay. Chapter 3. Then as I took a few reluctant steps toward Josh, watching him bend low, then change directions, his arms outstretched as he ran, I realized I had it completely backward. He wasn't being chased. Josh was chasing. He was chasing Petey. Okay, sometimes my imagination runs away with me. Running through an old graveyard like this, even in bright daylight, it's only natural that a person might start to have weird thoughts. I called to Josh again, and this time he heard me and turned around. He looked worried. Amanda, come help me, he cried. Josh, what's the matter? I ran as fast as I could to catch up with him, but he kept darting through the gravestones, moving from row to row. Help! Josh, what's wrong? I turned and saw that Mom and Dad were right behind me. It's Petey, Josh exclaimed, out of breath. I can't get him to stop. I called him once, but he pulled away from me. Petey, Dad started calling the dog, but Petey was moving from stone to stone, sniffing each one, then running to the next. Yeah, get some hydration, brother. I had to do some hydrating there. How did you get all the way over here? Dad asked as he caught up with my brother. I had to follow Petey, Josh explained, still looking very worried. He just took off. 1 second he was sniffing around the flower bed in our front yard. The next second he just started to run. He wouldn't stop when I called, wouldn't even look back. He kept running till he got here. I had to follow. I was afraid he'd get lost. Josh stopped and gratefully let Dad take over the chase. I don't know what that dumb dog's problem is, he said to me. He's just weird. It took Dad a few tries, but he finally managed to grab Petey and pick him up off the ground. Our little terrier gave a heartfelt yelp of protest that allowed himself to be carried away. We all trooped back to the car on the side of the road. Mr. Dowles was waiting there. Maybe you'd better get a leash for that dog, he said, looking very concerned. Petey's never been on a leash, Josh protested wearily, climbing into the back seat. Well, we might have to try one for a while, Dad said quietly, especially if he keeps running away. Dad tossed Petey into the back seat. The dog eagerly curled up in Josh's arms. The rest of us piled into the car, and Mr. Dowles drove back to his office, a tiny white flat-roofed building at the end of a row of small offices. As we rode, I reached over and stroked the back of Petey's head. Why did the dog run away like that, I wondered. Petey had never done that before. I guessed that Petey was also upset about our moving. After all, Petey had spent his whole life in our old house. He probably felt a lot like Josh did, and I did as well, having to pack up and move and never see the old house again, or the neighborhood. The new house, the new streets, and all the new smells must have freaked out the poor dog. Josh wanted to run away from the whole idea, and so did Petey. Anyway, that was my theory. Mr. Dowles parked the car in front of his tiny office, shook Dad's hand, and gave him a business card. You can come by next week, he told Mom and Dad. I'll give you all the legal paperwork done by then. I have all the legal paperwork done by then. After you sign the papers, you can move in anytime. He pushed open the car door and, giving us all a final smile, prepared to climb out. Compton Dowles, Mom said, reading the white business card over Dad's shoulders. That's an unusual name. Is Compton an old family name? Mr. Dowles shook his head. Nope, he said. I'm the only Compton in the family. I have no idea where the name comes from. No idea at all. Maybe my parents didn't know how to spell Charlie. Chuckling at his terrible joke, he climbed out of the car, lowered the wide black Stetson hat on his head, pulled his blazer from the trunk, and disappeared into the small white building. Dad climbed behind the wheel, moving the seat back to make room for his big stomach. Mom got up front, and we started the long drive home. I guess you and Petey had quite an adventure today, Mom said to Josh, rolling up her window because Dad had turned on the air conditioner. I guess, Josh said without enthusiasm. Petey was sound asleep in his lap, snoring quietly. You're going to love your room, I told Josh. The whole house is great, really. Josh stared at me thoughtfully but didn't answer. I poked him in the ribs with my elbow. Say something. Did you hear what Dad said? But the weird, thoughtful look didn't fade from Josh's face. The next couple of weeks crawled by. I walked around the house, thinking about how I'd never see my room again, how I'd never eat breakfast in this kitchen again, how I'd never watch TV in the living room again. Morbid stuff like that. Gotta adjust. I had this sick feeling when the movers came one afternoon and delivered a tall stack of cartons. Time to pack up. It was really happening. Even though it was the middle of the day, I went up to my room and flopped down on my bed. I didn't nap or anything. I just stared at the ceiling for more than an hour, and all these wild, unconnected thoughts ran through my head like a dream, only I was awake. I wasn't the only one who was nervous about the move. Mom and Dad were snapping at each other over nothing at all. One morning they had a big fight over whether the bacon was too crispy or not. In a way, it was funny to see them being so childish. Josh was acting really sullen all the time. He hardly spoke a word to anyone, and Petey sulked too. That dumb dog wouldn't even pick himself up and come over to me when I had some table scraps for him. I guess the hardest part about moving was saying goodbye to my friends. Carol and Amy were away at camp, so I had to write them. But Kathy was home, and she was my oldest and best friend, and the hardest to say goodbye to. I think some people were surprised that Kathy and I had stayed such good friends. For one thing, we looked so different. I'm tall and thin and dark, and she was fair-skinned with long blonde hair and a little chubby. But we've been friends since preschool and best friends since 4th grade. When she came over the night before the move, we were both terribly awkward. Made that bacon too crispy. Hell yeah. Sizzle, sizzle. We were both terribly awkward. Kathy shouldn't be nervous, I told her. Kathy, you shouldn't be nervous, I told her. You're not the one who's moving away forever. It's not like you're moving to China or something, she answered, chewing hard on her bubble gum. Dark Falls is only 4 hours away, Amanda. We'll see each other a lot. Yeah, I guess, I said, but I don't believe it. 4 hours away was as bad as being in China, as far as I'm concerned. I guess we can still talk on the phone, I said glumly. She blew a small green bubble, then sucked it up back into her mouth. Yeah, sure, she said, pretending to be enthusiastic. You're lucky you're moving out of this crummy neighborhood to a big house. It's not a crummy neighborhood, I insisted. I don't know why I was defending the neighborhood. I never had before. One of our favorite pastimes was thinking of places we'd rather be growing up. School won't be the same without you, she sighed, curling her leg under her on the chair. Who's going to slip me the answers in math? I laughed. I always slipped you the wrong answers. It's hot. Gotta adjust again. But it's the thought that counted, Kathy said, and then she groaned. Ugh, junior high. Is your new junior high part of the high school or part of the elementary school? I made a disgusted face. Everything's in one building. It's a small town, remember? There's no separate high school, at least. I didn't see one. Bummer, she said. Bummer was right. We chatted for hours until Kathy's mom called and said it was time for her to come home. Then we hugged. I made up my mind that I wouldn't cry, but I could feel the big hot tears forming in the corner of my eyes, and then they were running down my cheeks. I'm so miserable, I wailed. I had planned to be really controlled and mature, but Kathy was my best friend after all, and what could I do? We made a promise that we'd always be together on our birthdays, no matter what. We'd force our parents to make sure we didn't miss each other's birthdays. And then we hugged again, and Kathy said, Don't worry, we'll see each other a lot, really. And she had tears in her eyes, too. She turned and ran out the door. The screen door slammed hard behind her. I stood there staring out into the darkness until Petey came. Scampering in, his toenails clicking across the linoleum, and started to lick my hand. That's right, hot and steamy tears. The next morning, moving day, was a rainy Saturday. Not a downpour, not a thunder, no thunder or lightning, but just enough rain and wind to make the long drive slow and unpleasant. The sky seemed to get darker as we neared the new neighborhood. The heavy trees bent low over the street. Slow down, Jack, Mom warned shrilly. The street is really slick. But Dad was in a hurry to get to the house before the moving van did. They'll just put the stuff anywhere if we're not there to supervise, he explained. Josh, beside me, in the back seat, was being a real pain as usual. He kept complaining that he was thirsty. When that didn't get results, he started whining that he was starving, but we had all had a big breakfast, so that didn't get any reaction either. He just wanted attention, of course. I kept trying to cheer him up by telling him how great the house was inside and how big his room was. He still hadn't seen it. but he didn't want to be cheered up. He started wrestling with Petey, getting the poor dog all worked up until Dad had to shout at him to stop. Let's all try really hard not to get on each other's nerves, Mom suggested. Dad laughed. Good idea, dear. Don't make fun of me, she snapped. They started to argue about who was more exhausted from all the packing. Petey stood up on his hind legs and started to howl at the back window. Can't you shut him up? Mom screamed. I pulled Petey down, but he struggled back up and started howling again. He's never done this before, I said. Just get him quiet, Mom insisted. I pulled Petey down by his hind legs, and Josh started to howl. Mom turned around and gave him a dirty look. Josh didn't stop howling, though. He thought he was a riot. Finally, Dad pulled the car up the driveway of the new house. The tires crunched over the wet gravel. Rain pounded on the roof. Home sweet home, Mom said. I couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic or not. I think she was really glad the long car ride was over. At least we beat the movers, Dad said, glancing at his watch. Then his expression changed. Hope they're not lost. It's a dark It's as dark as night out there, Josh explained. Petey was jumping up and down in my lap, desperate to get out of the car. He was usually a good traveler, but once the car stopped, he wanted out immediately. I know, that dog is a pain in the ass. I opened my car door and he leapt out onto the driveway with a splash and started to run in a wild zigzag across the front yard. At least someone's glad to be here, Josh said quietly. Dad ran up to the porch and, fumbling with the unfamiliar keys, managed to get the front door open. Then he motioned for us to come into the house. Mom and Josh ran across the walk, eager to get in and out of the rain. I closed the door behind me and started to jog after them, but something caught my eye. I stopped and looked up to the twin bay windows above the porch. I held a hand over my eyes to shield my eyes and squinted through the rain. Yes, I saw it, a face in the window on the left. The boy, the same boy, was up there, staring down at me. Booga booga. Chapter 4. Wipe your feet. Don't track mud on the nice, clean floors, Mom called. Her voice echoed against the bare walls of the empty living room. I stepped into the hallway. The house smelled of paint. The painters had just finished on Thursday. It was hot in the house, much hotter than outside. This kitchen light won't go on, Dad called from the back. Did the painters turn off the electricity or something? How should I know? Mom shouted back. Their voices sounded so loud in the big empty house. Mom, there's someone upstairs, I cried, wiping my feet on the new welcome mat and hurrying into the living room. She was at the window, staring out at the rain, looking for the movers, probably. She spun around as I came in. What? Yeah, booga booga. There's a boy upstairs. I saw him in the window, I said, struggling to catch my breath. Josh entered the room from the back hallway. He probably been with Dad. He laughed. Is someone already living here? There's no one upstairs, Mom said, rolling her eyes. Are you two going to give me a break today or what? What did I do? Josh whined. Listen, Amanda, we're all a little on edge today, Mom started. But I interrupted her. I saw his face, Mom, in the window. I'm not crazy, you know. Says who? Josh cracked. Amanda. Mom bit her lower lip, the way she always did when she was exasperated. You saw a reflection of something. Of a tree, probably. She turned back to the window. The rain was coming down in sheets now, the wind driving it noisily against the large picture window. I ran to the stairway, cupped my hands over my mouth, and shouted to the second floor, Who's up there? No answer. Who's up there? I called a little louder. Mom had her hands over her ears. Amanda, please. Josh had disappeared into the dining room. He was finally exploring the house. There's somebody up there, I insisted. And impulsively, I started up the wooden stairway, my sneakers thudding loudly on the bare steps. Amanda, I heard my mom call for me, but I was too angry to stop. Why didn't she believe me? Why did she have to say it was a reflection of a tree I saw up there? I was curious. I had to know what was upstairs, or who was upstairs. I had to prove my mom wrong. I had to show her it hadn't been a stupid reflection. I guess I can be pretty stubborn too. Maybe it's a family trait. The stairs squeaked and creaked under me as I climbed. I didn't feel at all scared until I reached the second floor landing. Then I suddenly had this heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I stopped, breathing hard, leaning on the banister. Who could it be? A burglar? A bored neighborhood kid who had broken into an empty house for a thrill? Maybe I shouldn't be up here alone, I realized. Maybe the boy in the window was dangerous. Anybody up here? I called, my voice suddenly trembling and weak. Still, leaning against the banister, I listened, and I could hear footsteps scampering across the hallway. No, not footsteps. The rain. That's what it was. The patter of rain against the slate shingled roof. For some reason, the sound made me feel a little calmer. I let go of the banister and stepped into the long, narrow hallway. It was dark up here, except for a rectangle of gray light from a small window at the other end. I took a few steps, the old wooden floorboards creaking noisily beneath me. Anybody up here? Again, no answer. I stepped up to the first doorway on my left. The door was closed. The smell of fresh paint was suffocating. There was a light switch on the wall near the door. Maybe it's for the hall light, I thought. I clicked it on, but nothing happened. Anybody here? My hand was trembling as I grabbed the doorknob. I felt warm in my hand. It felt warm in my hand and damp. I turned it and taking a deep breath, pushed open the door. I peered into the room. Gray light filtered in through the bay window. A flash of lightning made me jump back. The thunder that followed was a dull, distant roar. Slowly, carefully, I took a step into the room, then another. No sign of anyone. This was a guest bedroom, or could be Josh's room if he decided he liked it. Another flash of lightning. The sky seemed to be darkening. It was pitch black out there, even though it was just after lunchtime. I backed into the hall. The next room down was going to be mine. It also had a bay window that looked down on the front yard. Was the boy I saw staring down at me in my room? I crept down the hall, letting my hand run along the wall for some reason, and stopped outside my room door, which was closed. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door. Who's in there? I called. I listened. Silence. Then a clap of thunder, closer than the last. I froze as if I were paralyzed, holding my breath. It was so hot up here, hot and damp, and the smell of paint was making me dizzy. I grabbed the doorknob. Anybody in there? I started to turn the knob when the boy crept up from behind me and grabbed my shoulder. Ooh, booga booga. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Chapter 5. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't cry out. My heart seemed to stop. My chest felt as if it were about to explode. With a desperate, terrified effort, I spun around. Josh, I shrieked. You scared me to death, I thought. He let go of me and took a step back. Gotcha, he declared, and then started to laugh. a high-pitched laugh that echoed down the long, bare hallway. My heart was pounding hard now. My forehead throbbed. "You're not funny," I said angrily. I shoved him against the wall. "You really scared me." He laughed and rolled around on the floor. He's really a sicko." I tried to shove him again, but missed. Angrily, I turned away from him just in time to see my bedroom door slowly swinging open. Give me 1 second, guys. I shall return, okay? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick. And then we'll get back to the goosey goose goosebumps. Sorry, I'm back. I had to stand up for a couple minutes. Get some blood circulating in the old ass cheeks. I gasped in disbelief and froze, gaping at the moving door. Josh stopped laughing and stood up immediately serious, his dark eyes wide with fright. I could hear someone moving inside the room. I have an idea. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. There we go. I could hear whispering, excited giggles. Who's there? I managed to stammer in a high little voice I didn't recognize. The door, creaking loudly, opened a bit more. Then it started to close. "Who's there?" I demanded a bit more forcefully. Again, I could hear whispering, someone moving about. Josh had backed up against the wall and was edging away toward the stairs. He had an expression on his face I'd never seen before, sheer terror. The door creaking like a door in a movie haunted house closed a little more. Josh was nearly to the stairway. He was staring at me, motioning his hand for me to follow, but instead I stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and pushed the door open hard. It didn't resist. I let go of the doorknob and stood blocking the doorway. "Who's there?" Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back. The room was empty. Thunder crashed. It took me a few seconds to realize what was making the door move. The window on the opposite wall had been left open several inches. The gusting wind through the open window must have been opening and closing the door. I guess that also explained the other sounds I heard inside the room. The sounds I thought were whispers. Bitch, they were whispers. Stop trying to theorize it. Who had left the window open? The painters, probably. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, waiting for my pounding heart to settle down to normal. Feeling a little foolish, I walked quickly to the window and pushed it shut. "Amanda, are you all right?" Josh whispered from the hallway. I started to answer him, But then I had a better idea. He had practically scared me to death a few minutes ago. Why not give him a little scare? He deserved it. So I didn't answer him. I could hear him take a few timid steps closer to my room. Amanda, you okay? I tiptoed over to my closet. I pulled the door open a third of the way. Then I lay down flat on the floor, on my back, with my head and shoulders hidden inside the closet, and the rest of me out in the room. Amanda, Josh sounded very scared. Oh, I moaned loudly. I knew when he saw me sprawled on the floor like this, he'd totally freak out. Amanda, what's happening? He was in the doorway now. He'd see me any second now, lying in the dark, my head hidden from view, the lightning flashing impressively and the thunder cracking outside the old window. I took a deep breath and held it to keep from giggling. Amanda, he whispered, and then he must have seen me because he uttered a loud, huh, and I heard him gasp, and then he screamed at the top of his lungs. I heard him running down the hall to the stairwell, shrieking, Mom, Dad. I heard his sneakers thudding down the wooden stairs with him screaming and the seal and all and calling all the way down. I snickered to myself. Then before I could pull myself up, I felt a rough, warm tongue licking my face. Petey! He was licking my cheeks, licking my eyelids, licking me frantically as if he were trying to revive me, or as if to let me know that everything was okay. Oh, Petey, I cried, laughing and throwing my arms around the sweet dog. Stop, you're getting me all sticky. But he wouldn't stop. He kept on licking fiercely. The poor dog is nervous too, I thought. Come on, Petey, shape up, I told him, holding his panting face away with both my hands. There's nothing to be nervous about. This new place is going to be fun, you'll see. Adjustment. Oh. Chapter 6. Damn, we're flying through. That night I was smiling to myself as I fluffed my pillows and slid into bed. I was thinking about how terrified Josh had been that afternoon, how frightened he looked even after I came prancing down the stairs perfectly okay. How angry he was that I fooled him. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't think it was funny. They were both nervous and upset because the moving van had just arrived an hour late. They forced Josh and me to call a truce. No more scaring each other. It's hard not to get scared in this creepy old place, Josh muttered, but we reluctantly agreed not to play any more jokes on each other if we could possibly help it. The men, complaining about the rain, started carrying on the furniture. Josh and I helped show them where we wanted stuff in our rooms. They dropped my dresser on the stairs, but it only got a small scratch. The furniture looked strange and small in the big house. Josh and I tried to stay out of the way while Mom and Dad worked all day, arranging things, emptying cartons, putting clothes away. Mom even managed to get curtains hung up in my room. What a day. Now, a little after 10 o'clock, trying to get to sleep for the first time in my new room, I turned on my side and then onto my back. Even though this was my old bed, I couldn't get comfortable. Everything seemed so different, so wrong. The bed didn't face the same direction as in my old bedroom. The walls were bare. I hadn't had time to hang any of my posters. The room seemed so large and empty. The shadows seemed so dark, so much darker. My back started to itch, and then I suddenly felt itchy all over. The bed is full with bugs, I thought, sitting up. But of course, that was ridiculous. It was my same old bed with clean sheets. I forced myself to settle back down and close my eyes. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I count silently by twos, picturing each number in my mind as I think it. It usually helps me clear my mind so that I can drift off to sleep. I tried it, burying my face in my pillow, picturing the numbers rolling past. 4, 6, 8. Oh, it's gonna get creepy. I yawned loudly, still awake at 22. I'm going to be awake forever, I thought. I'm never going to be able to get to sleep in this new room. But then I must have drifted off without realizing it. I don't know how long I slept, an hour or two at the most. It was a light, uncomfortable sleep. Then something woke me. I sat straight up, startled. Despite the heat of the room, I felt cold all over. Looking down to the end of the bed, I saw that I had kicked off the sheet and light blanket. With a groan, I reached down for them, but then froze. I heard whispers. Someone was whispering across the room. Who? Who's there? My voice was a whisper, too, tiny and frightened. I grabbed my covers and pulled them up to my chin. I heard more whispers. The room came into focus as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. The curtains, the long, sheer curtains from my old room that my mother had hung that afternoon, were fluttering at the window. So that explained the whispers. The billowing curtains must have woken me up. A soft gray light floated from the outside. The curtains cast it, moving shadows onto the foot of my bed. She's freaking herself out. Yawning, I stretched and climbed out of bed. I felt chilled all over and crept across the wooden floor to close the window. As I came near, the curtains stopped billowing and floated back into place. I pushed them aside and reached to close the window. Oh, I uttered a soft cry when I realized that the window was closed. But how could the curtains flutter like that with the window closed? I stood there for a while, staring out at the grays of the light. There wasn't much of a draft. The windows seemed pretty all right, pretty airtight. Had I imagined the curtains billowing? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I hurried back through the strange shadows to my bed and pulled the covers as high as they would go. Amanda, stop scaring yourself, I scolded. When I fell back to sleep a few minutes later, I had the ugliest, most terrifying dream. I dreamed that we were all dead, Mom, Dad, Josh, and me. At first I saw us sitting around the dinner table in the new house, in the new dining room. The room was very bright, so bright I couldn't see our faces very well. They were just a bright white blur. But then slowly everything came into view and came into focus, and I could see that beneath our hair we had no faces. Our skin was gone, and only our gray-green skulls were left. Bits of flesh clung to my bony cheeks. There were only deep black sockets where my eyes had been. The four of us, all dead, sat eating in silence. Our dinner plates, I saw, were filled with small bones. A big platter in the center of the table was piled high with gray-green bones, human-looking bones. And then, in this dream, our disgusting meal was interrupted by a loud knocking on the door, an instant pounding that grew louder and louder. It was Kathy, my friend from back home. I could see her at our front door, pounding on it with both fists. I wanted to go answer the door. I wanted to run from the dining room and pull open the door and greet Kathy. I wanted to talk to Kathy. I wanted to tell her what happened to me, to explain that I was dead and that my face had fallen off. I wanted to see Kathy so badly, but I couldn't get up from the table. I tried and tried, but I couldn't get up. The pounding on the door grew louder and louder until it was deafening. But I just sat there with my gruesome family, picking up bones from my dinner plate and eating them. I woke up with a start, the horror of the dream still with me. I could still hear the pounding in my ears. I shook my head, trying to chase the dream away. It was morning. I could tell from the blue of the sky outside the window. Oh no, the curtains. They were billowing again, flapping noisily as they blew into the room. I sat up and stared. The window was still closed. Oh, booga booga. Right? Beautiful. Beautiful imagery. Take that with you and enjoy that. Chapter 7. I'll take a look at the window. There must be a draft or a leak or something, Dad said at breakfast. He shoveled in another mouthful of scrambled eggs and ham. But Dad, it's so weird, I insisted, still feeling scared. The curtains were billowing like crazy, and the window was closed. There might be a pane missing, Dad suggested. Amanda's a pane, Josh cracked, his idea of a really witty joke. Don't start with your sister, Mom said, putting her plate down on the table and dropping into her chair. She looked tired. Her black hair, usually carefully pulled back, was disheveled. She tugged at the belt on her bathrobe. Whew. I don't think I slept 2 hours last night. Neither did I said, sighing. I kept thinking that boy would show up in my room again. Amanda, you've really got to stop this, Mom said sharply. Boys in your room, curtains blowing. You have to realize that you're nervous and your imagination is working overtime. But Mom, I started. Maybe a ghost was behind the curtains, Josh said, teasing. He raised up his hands and made a ghostly whoo wail. Whoa. Mom put a hand on Josh's shoulder. Remember what you promised about scaring each other. It's going to be hard for all of us to adjust to this place, Dad said. You may have dreamed about the curtains blowing, Amanda. You said you had bad dreams, right? The terrifying nightmare flashed back into my mind. Once again, I saw the big platter of bones on the table. I shivered. It's so damp in here, Mom said. A little sunshine will help dry this place out, Dad said. I peered out the window. The sky had turned solid gray. Trees seemed to spread darkness over our backyard. Where's Petey? I asked. Out back, Mom replied, swallowing a mouthful of eggs. He got up early too. Couldn't sleep, I guess, so I let him out. What are we doing today? Josh asked. We always needed to know the plan for the day. Every detail, mainly so he could argue about it. Your father and I are still having a lot of unpacking to do, Mom said, glancing to the back hallway, which was cluttered with unopened cartons. You two can explore the neighborhood, see what you can find out, see if there are any other kids your age around. In other words, you want us to get lost, I said. Mom and Dad both laughed. You're very smart, Amanda, but I want to help unpack my stuff, Josh whined. I knew he'd argue with the plan, just like always. Go get dressed and take a long walk, Dad said. Take Petey with you, okay? And take a leash for him. I left one by the front stairs. What about our bikes? Why can't we ride our bikes? Josh asked. They're buried in the back of the garage, Dad told him. You'll never be able to get to them. Besides, you have a flat tire. If I can't ride my bike, I'm not going out, Josh insisted, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Mom and Dad had to argue with him, then threaten him. Finally, he agreed to go for a short walk. I finished breakfast, thinking about Kathy and my other friends back home. I wondered what the kids were like here in Dark Falls. I wondered if I'd be able to find new friends, real friends. Dude, I'm telling you what, that little brother is an annoying little bitch. Whoop his ass if that was me, bruh. I'd kick his little ass. I volunteered to do the breakfast dishes since Mom and Dad had so much work to do. The warm water felt soothing on my hands as I sponged the dishes clean. I guess maybe I'm weird, I thought. I liked washing dishes. Behind me, from somewhere in the front of the house, I could hear Josh arguing with Dad. I could just barely make out the words over the trickle of the tap water. Your basketball is packed in one of these cartons, Dad was saying. Then Josh said something. Then Dad said, how should I know which one? Then Josh said something. Then Dad said, no, I don't have time to look now. Believe it or not, your basketball isn't at the top of my list. I stacked the last dish on the counter to drain and looked for a dish towel to dry my hands. There was none in sight. I guess they hadn't been unpacked yet. Wiping off my hands on the front of my robe, I headed for the stairs. I'll be dressed in 5 minutes, I called to Josh, who was still arguing with my dad in the living room. Then we can go out. I started up the front stairs and then stopped. Above me, on the landing, stood a strange girl, about my age, with short black hair. She was smiling down at me. Not a warm smile, not a friendly smile, but the coldest, most frightening smile I had ever seen. Oh, booga, booga, booga. It's starting to get real. Real fucking creepy. Chapter 8. A hand touched my shoulder. I spun around. It was Josh. I'm not going for a walk unless I can take my basketball, he said. Josh, please. I looked back up to the landing and the girl was gone. I felt cold all over. My legs were all trembling. And I grabbed the banister. Dad, come here, please, I called. Josh's face filled with alarm. Hey, I didn't do anything, he shouted. No, it's not you, I said, and I called Dad again. Amanda, I'm kind of busy, Dad said, appearing at the foot of the stairs, already perspiring from unpacking living room stuff. Dad, I saw somebody, I told him. Up there, a girl. I pointed. Amanda, please, he replied, making a face. Stop seeing things, okay? There's no one in this house except the four of us, and maybe a few mice. Mice? Josh asked with a sudden interest. Really? Where? Dad, I didn't imagine it, I said, my voice cracking. I was really hurt that he didn't believe me. Amanda, look up there, Dad said, gazing to the landing. What do you see? I followed his gaze. There was a pile of my clothes in the landing. Mom must have just unpacked it. It's just clothes, Dad said impatiently. It's not a girl, it's clothes. He rolled his eyes. Sorry, I said quietly. I repeated it as I started up the stairs. Sorry. I didn't really feel sorry. I felt confused and still scared. Was it possible that I thought a pile of clothes was a smiling girl? No, I don't think so. I'm not crazy. And I have really good eyesight. So then, what was going on? I opened the door to my room, turned on the ceiling light, and saw the curtains billowing in the front of the bay window. Oh no, not again, I thought. I hurried over to them. This time, the window was open. Who opened it? It's getting creepy. I know, right? Fucking little boys, little girls, fucking all kinds of demonic entities just saying what's up. I got some cold water. Water break. Take out water break. I gotta get into a comfy position. Okay. Can we hear me okay? Yeah, they are. Mom, I guessed. Warm, wet air blew into the room. The sky was heavy and gray. It smelled like rain. Turning to my bed, I had another shock. Someone had laid out an outfit for me, a pair of faded jeans and a pale blue sleeveless t-shirt. They were spread out on the side. They were spread out side by side at the foot of the bed. Who had put them there? Mom? I stood at the doorway and called to her. Mom, Mom, did you pick up my clothes for me? I could hear her shout something from downstairs, but I couldn't make out the words. Calm down, Amanda, I told myself. Calm down. Of course, Mom pulled the clothes out. Of course, Mom put them there. From the doorway, I heard whispering in my closet. Whispering and hushed giggles behind the closet door. This was the last straw. What's going on here? I yelled at the top of my lungs. I stormed over to the closet and pulled open the door. Frantically, I pushed the clothes out of the way. No one in there. Mice? I thought. Had I heard the mice that Dad was talking about? I've got to get out of here, I said aloud. Perfect. The room, I realized, was driving me crazy. No, I was driving myself crazy, imagining all these weird things. There was a logical explanation for everything. Everything. As I pulled my jeans and fastened them, I said the word logical over and over in my mind. I said it so many times that it didn't sound like a real word anymore. Calm down, Amanda. Calm down. I took a deep breath and held it to 10. Boo! Josh cut it out. You didn't scare me, I told him, sounding more sounding more cross than I had meant to. Let's get out of here, he said, staring at me from the doorway. This place gives me the creeps. Huh, you too? I exclaimed. What's your problem? He started to say something, then stopped. He suddenly looked embarrassed. Forget it, he muttered. No, tell me, I insisted. What are you going to say? He kicked at the floor molding. I had a really creepy dream last night, he finally admitted, looking past me to the fluttering curtains at the window. A dream? I remember my horrible dream. Yeah, he does. Yeah, there were these two boys in my room, and they were mean. What did they do? I asked. I don't remember, Josh said, avoiding my eyes. I just remember they were scary. And what happened? I asked, turning to the mirror to brush my hair. I woke up, he said, and then added impatiently, come on, let's go. Did the boys say anything to you? I asked. No, I didn't think so, he answered thoughtfully. They just laughed. Laughed? Well, giggled, sort of, Josh said. I don't want to talk about it anymore, he snapped. Are we going for this dumb walk or not? Okay, I'm ready, I said, putting down my brush and taking one last look in the mirror. Let's go on this dumb walk. I followed him down the hall as he passed the stack of clothes on the landing. I thought about the girl I had seen standing there, and I thought about the boy in the window when we first arrived, and the two boys Josh had seen in his dream. I decided it proved that Josh and I were both really nervous about moving to this new place. Maybe Mom and Dad were right. We were letting our imagination run away with us. It had to be our imagination. I mean, what else could it be? Chapter 9. A few seconds later, we stepped into the backyard to get Petey. He was as glad to see us as ever, leaping on us with his muddy paws, yapping excitedly, running in frantic circles through the leaves. It cheered me up just to see him. It was hot and muggy even though the sky was gray. There was no wind at all. The heavy old trees stood as still as statues. We headed down the gravel driveway toward the street, our sneakers kicking at dead brown leaves. Petey running in zigzags, first in front of us, then behind. At least Dad hasn't asked us to rake all these old leaves, Josh said. He will, I warned. I don't think he's unpacked the rake yet. Josh made a face. We stood at the curb, looking up at our house, the two second floor bay windows staring back at us like eyes. Starting not to be able to see. It's getting dark. Gotta readjust so I can see. Get the book in the light. Oh, the house next door, I noticed for the first time, was about the same size as ours, except it was shingled instead of brick. The curtains in the living room were drawn shut. Some of the upstairs windows were shuttered. The trees cast the neighbor's house in the darkness too. Which way? Josh asked, tossing a stick for Petey to chase. I pointed up the street. The school is up that way, I said. Let's check it out. The road sloped uphill. Josh picked up a small tree branch from the side of the road and used it as a walking stick. Petey kept trying to chew on it while Josh walked. We didn't see anyone on the street or in any of the front yards we passed. No cars went by. I was beginning to think the whole town was deserted until the boy stepped out from behind a low ledge. He popped out so suddenly, both Josh and I stopped in our tracks. Hi, he said shyly, giving us a little wave. Hi, Josh and I answered at the same time. Then before we could pull him back, Petey ran up to the boy, sniffed his sneakers, and began snarling and barking. The boy stepped back and raised his hand as if he were protecting himself. He looked really frightened. Petey, stop, I cried. Cage is stuck. Josh grabbed the dog and picked him up, but he kept growling. He doesn't bite, I told the boy. He usually doesn't bark either, I'm sorry. That's okay, the boy said, staring at Petey, who was squirming to get out of Josh's arms. He probably smells something on me. Petey, stop, I shouted. The dog wouldn't stop squirming. You don't want the leash, do you? The boy had short, wavy blonde hair and very pale blue eyes. He had a funny turned-up nose that seemed out of place on his serious-looking face. He was wearing a maroon long-sleeved sweatshirt, despite the mugginess of the day, and black straight-leg jeans. He had a blue basketball cap stuffed into the back pocket of his jeans. I'm Amanda Benson, I said. This is my brother Josh. Josh hesitantly put Petey back on the ground. The dog yipped once, stared up at the boy, whimpered softly, and sat down on the street and began to scratch himself. I'm Ray Thurston, the boy said, stuffing his hands into his jean pockets, still staring warily at Petey. He seemed to relax a little bit, though. seeing that the dog had lost interest in barking and growling at him. I suddenly realized that Ray looked familiar. Where had I seen him before? Where? I stared hard at him, and I remembered. And then I gasped in sudden fright. Ray was the boy in my room, the boy in the window. You, I stammered accusingly. You were in our house. He looked confused. Huh? You were in my room, right? I insisted. He laughed. I don't get it, he said. In your room? Petey raised his head and gave a low growl in Ray's direction. Then he went back to his serious scratching. I thought I saw you, I said, beginning to feel a little doubtful. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe. I haven't been in your house in a long time, Ray said, looking down warily at Petey. A long time? Yeah, I used to live in your house, he replied. Huh? Josh and I stared at him in surprise. Our house? Ray nodded. When we first moved here, he said. He picked up a flat pebble and heaved it down the street. Petey growled, started to chase it, changed his mind, and plopped back down on the street, his stub of a tail wagging excitedly. Heavy clouds lowered across the sky. It seemed to grow darker. Where do you live now? I asked. Ray tossed another stone, then pointed up the road. Did you like our house? Josh asked Ray. Yeah, it was okay, Ray told him. Nice and shady. You liked it? Josh cried. I think it's gross. It's so dark and Petey interrupted. He decided to start barking at Ray again, running up till he was a few inches from Ray, then backing away. Ray took a few cautious steps back to the edge of the curb. Josh pulled the leash from his pocket of his shorts. Sorry, Petey, he said. I held the growling dog while Josh attached the leash to his collar. He's never done that before. Really? I said, apologizing to Ray. The leash seemed to confuse Petey. He tugged against it, pulling Josh across the street, but at least he stopped barking. Let's do something, Josh said impatiently. Like what? Ray asked, relaxing again now that Petey had a leash. We all thought for a while. Maybe we can go to your house, Josh suggested to Ray. Ray shook his head. No, I don't think so, he said. Not now, anyway. Where is everyone? I asked, looking up and down the empty street. It's really dead around here, huh? He chuckled. Yeah, I guess you could say that, he said. Want to go to the playground behind the school? Yeah, okay, I agreed. The three of us headed up the street, Ray leading the way, me walking a few feet behind him, Josh holding this tree branch in one hand, the leash in the other, Petey running this way, then that, giving Josh a really hard time. We didn't see the gang of kids till we turned the corner. There were 10 or 12 of them, mostly boys, but a few girls too. They were laughing and shouting, shoving each other playfully as they came toward us down the center of the street. Some of them, I saw, were about my age. The rest were teenagers. They were wearing jeans and dark t-shirts. One of the girls stood out because she had long, straight blonde hair and was wearing green spandex tights. Hey, look, a tall boy with slick back black hair cried, pointing at us. Seeing Ray, Josh, and me, they grew quiet but didn't stop moving toward us. A few of them giggled as if they were enjoying some kind of private joke. The three of us stopped and watched them approach. I smiled and waited to say hi. Petey was pulling at his leash and barking his head off. Pages keep sticking together. Hi guys, the tall boy with black hair said, grinning. The others thought this was very funny for some reason. They laughed. The girl in the green tights gave a short gave a short red-haired boy a shove that almost sent him sprawling into me. How's it going, Ray? A girl with short black hair asked, smiling at Ray. Not bad. Hi, guys, Ray answered. He turned to Josh and me. These are some of my friends. They're all from the neighborhood. Hi, I said, feeling awkward. I wished Petey would stop barking and pull it at his leash like that. Poor Josh was having a terrible time holding on to him. This is George Carpenter, Ray said, pointing to the short, red-haired boy who nodded, and Jerry, Franklin, Karen, Somerset, Bill Gregory. He went around the circle, naming each kid. I tried to remember all their names, but of course, it was impossible. How do you like Dark Falls? One of the girls asked me. I don't really know, I told her. It's my first day here. It seems nice. Some of the kids laughed at my answer for some reason. What kind of dog is that? George Carpenter asked Josh. Josh, holding tight to the leash, handled, told him. George stared hard at Petey, studying him, as if he had never seen a dog like Petey before. Karen Somerset, a tall, pretty girl with short blonde hair, came up to me while some of the other kids were admiring Petey. You know, I used to live in your house, she said softly. What? I wasn't sure I heard her correctly. Let's go to the playground, Ray said, interrupting. No one responded to Ray's suggestion. They grew quiet. Even Petey stopped barking. Had Karen really said that she had used to live in our house? I wanted to ask her, but she had stepped back into the circle of kids. The circle. My mouth dropped open as I realized they had formed a circle around Josh and me. I felt a stab of fear. Was I imagining it? Was something going on? They all suddenly looked different to me. They were smiling, but their faces were tense, watchful, as if they expected trouble. Two of them, I noticed, were carrying baseball bats. The girl with the green tights stared at me, looking me up and down, checking me out. No one said a word. The street was silent except for Petey, who was now whimpering softly. I suddenly felt very afraid. Why are they staring at us like that? Yeah, this book is weird, dude. Or was my imagination running away with me again? I turned to Ray, who was still beside me. He didn't seem at all troubled, but he didn't return my gaze. Hey guys, I said, what's going on? I tried to keep it light, but my voice was a little shaky. I looked over at Josh. He was busy soothing Petey and hadn't noticed that things had changed. The two boys with baseball bats held them up waist high and moved forward. I glanced around the circle, feeling fear tighten in my chest. The circle tightened. The kids were closing in on us. Ooh. Chapter 10. The black clouds overhead seemed to lower. The air felt heavy and damp. Josh was fussing with Petey's collar and still didn't see what was happening. I wondered if Ray was going to say anything, if he was going to do anything to stop them, but he stayed frozen and expressionless beside me. The circle grew smaller as the kids closed in. I realized I'd been holding my breath. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth to cry out, "Hey kids, what's going on?" It was a man's voice, calling from outside the circle. Everyone turned to see Mr. Dowles coming quickly towards us, taking long strides as he crossed the street, his open blazer flapping behind him. He had a friendly smile on his face. "What's going on?" he asked again. He didn't seem to realize that the gang of kids had been closing in on Josh and me. I know, it is a little creepy. "We're heading to the playground," George Carpenter told him, twirling the bat in his hand. "You know, to play softball." "Good deal," Mr. Dowell said, pulling down his striped tie, which he had blown over his shoulder. He looked up at the darkening sky. Hope you don't get rained out. Several of the kids had backed up. They were standing in small groups of 2 and 3 now. The circle had completely broken up. Is that bat for softball or hardball? Mr. Dowles asked George. George doesn't know, another kid replied quickly. He never hit anything in his life. The kids all laughed. George playfully menaced the kid, pretending to come at him with the bat. Mr. Dowles gave a little wave and started to leave, but then he stopped, and then his eyes opened wide with surprise. Hey, he said, flashing me a friendly smile. Josh, Amanda, I didn't see you there. Good morning, I muttered. I was feeling very confused. A moment ago, I felt terribly scared. Now everyone was laughing and kidding around. Had I imagined the kids were moving in on us? Ray and Josh hadn't seemed to notice anything particular. Was it just me and my overactive imagination? I don't know. I think them kids were about to play ball, if you know what I'm saying. I gotta adjust again. Whew. Yeah, they were ready to hit a home run, man. Shit. What would have happened if Mr. Dowles hadn't come along? How are you two getting along with the new house? Mr. Dowles asked, smoothing back his wavy blonde hair. Okay, Josh answered. Josh and I answered together, looking at Mr. Dowles. Petey began to bark and pull at the leash. Mr. Dowles put an exaggerated, hurt expression on his face. I'm crushed, he said. Your dog still doesn't like me. He bent over Petey. Hey, dog, lighten up. Petey barked back angrily. He doesn't seem to like anybody today, I told Mr. Dowles apologetically. Mr. Dowles stood back and shrugged. Can't win them all. He started back to his car, parked a few yards down the street. I'm heading over to your house, he told Josh and me. Just want to see if there's anything I can do to help your parents. Have fun, kids. I watched him climb into the car and drive away. He's a nice guy, Ray said. Yeah, I agreed. I was still feeling uncomfortable, wondering what the kids would do now that Mr. Dowles was gone. Would they form that frightening circle again? Skull ball. Yeah, that's right. No, everyone started walking, heading down the block to the playground behind the school. They were kidding each other and talking normally and pretty much ignored Josh and me. I was starting to feel a little silly. It was obvious they hadn't been trying to scare me and Josh. I must have made the whole thing up in my mind. I must have. At least I told myself I didn't scream or make a scene. At least I didn't make a total fool of myself. The playground was completely empty. I guess that most kids had stayed inside because of the threatening sky. The playground was a large, flat, grassy field, surrounded on all 4 sides by a tall metal fence. There were swings and slides at the end nearest the school building. There were 2 baseball diamonds on the other end. Beyond the fence, I could see a row of tennis courts, also deserted. Josh tied Petey to a fence. They came running over to join the rest of us. The boy named Jerry Franklin made up the teams. Ray and I were on the same team. Josh was on another team. As our team took the field, I felt excited and a little nervous. I'm not the best softball player in the world. I can hit the ball pretty well, but in the field, I'm a complete klutz. Luckily, Jerry sent me out to the right field, where not many balls are hit. The clouds began to part a little, and the sky got lighter. We played 2 full innings. The other team was winning, 8-2. I was having fun. I had only messed up on one play, and I hit a double my first time at bat. It was fun being with a whole new group of kids. They seemed really nice, especially the girl named Karen Somerset, who talked with me while we waited for our turn at bat. Karen had a great smile, even though she wore braces and all her teeth up and down. She seemed very eager to be friends. The sun was coming out, and my team started to take the field. For the beginning of the third inning, suddenly I heard a loud, shrill whistle. I looked around until I saw that it was Jerry Franklin blowing a silver whistle. Everyone came running up to him. "We'd better quit," he said, looking up at the brightening sky. "We promised our folks, remember, that we'd be home for lunch." I glanced at my watch. It was only 11:30, still early, but to my surprise, no one protested. They all waved to each other and called out farewells and then began to run. I couldn't believe how fast everyone left. It was as if they were racing or something. Karen ran past me like the others, her head down, a serious expression on her pretty face. I wonder what's going on with these kids. I've never read this book either, to be honest with you. Then she stopped suddenly and turned around. "Nice meeting you, Amanda," she called back. "We got to get together sometime." "Great," I called back to her. "Do you know where I live?" I couldn't hear her answer very well. She nodded, and I thought she said, "Yeah, I know it. I used to live in your house." But that couldn't have been what she said. What's going on with all these people used to living in the house? Something's up. Chapter 11. Several days went by. Josh and I were getting used to our new house and our new friends. The kids we met every day at the playground weren't exactly friends yet. They talked with Josh and me and let us on their teams, but it was really hard to get to know them. In my room, I kept hearing whispers late at night and soft giggling, but I forced myself to ignore it. One night I thought I saw a girl dressed all in white at the end of the upstairs hall, but when I walked over to investigate, there was just a pile of dirty sheets and other bedclothes against the wall. Yeah, I know. What's going on with they used to live here? Josh and I were adjusting, but Petey was still acting really strange. We took him with us to the playground every day, but we had to leash him to the fence, otherwise he'd bark and snap at the other kids. "He's still nervous being in a new place," I told Josh. "He'll calm down." But Petey didn't calm down, and about 2 weeks later, we were finishing up a softball game with Ray and Karen Somerset and Jerry Franklin and George Carpenter and a bunch of other kids when I looked over to the fence and saw that Petey was gone. Someone had broken off his leash and he'd run away. We looked for hours, calling Petey, wandering from block to block, searching for yards and backyards, empty lots and woods. Then, after circling the neighborhood twice, Josh and I suddenly realized we had no idea where we were. The streets of Dark Falls looked the same. They were all lined with sprawling old brick and shingled houses, all filled with shady old trees. "I don't believe it. We're lost," Josh said, leaning against a tree, trying to catch his breath. "That stupid dog," I muttered, my eyes searching up the street. "Why did he do this? He never runs away." "I don't know how he got loose," Josh said, shaking his head, then wiping his sweaty forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt. "I tied him really well." "Hey, maybe he ran home," I said. The idea immediately cheered me up. "Yeah." Josh stepped away from the tree and headed back over to me. I'll bet you're right. I bet you're right, Amanda. Uh-oh. They got rid of the dog. They got rid of the puppers. He's probably been home for hours. We've been stupid. We should have checked home first. Let's go. Well, I said, looking around at the empty yards, we just had to figure out which way is home. I looked up and down the street, trying to figure out which way we'd turn when we left the school playground. I couldn't remember, so we just started walking. Luckily, as we reached the next corner, the school came into sight. We had made a full circle. It was easy to find our way home from there. Passing the playground, I stared at the spot on the fence where Petey had been tied. That troublemaking dog. He'd been acting so badly ever since we come to Dark Falls. Would he be home when we got there? I hope so. A few minutes later, Josh and I were running up the gravel driveway, calling the dog's name at the top of our lungs. The front door burst open, and Mom, her hair tied in a red bandana, the knees on her jeans covered in dust, leaned out. She and Dad had been painting the back porch. Where have you two been? Lunchtime was 2 hours ago. Josh and I both answered at the same time. Is Petey here? We've been looking for Petey. Is he here? Mom's face filled with confusion. Petey? I thought he was with you. My heart sank. Josh slumped in the driveway with a loud sigh, sprawling flat on his back in the gravel leaves. You haven't seen him, I asked, my trembling voice showing my disappointment. He was with us, but he ran away. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom said, motioning for Josh to get up from the driveway. He ran away? I thought you've been keeping him on a leash. You've got to help us find him, Josh pleaded, not budging from the ground. Get the car. We've got to find him right now. I'm not sure he hasn't gotten far, Mom said. You must be starving. Come in and have some lunch, and then we'll... No, right now, Josh screamed. What's going on, Dad? What's going on? Dad, his face and hair covered with tiny flecks of white paint, joined Mom in the front porch. Josh, what's all the yelling? We explained to Dad what happened. He said he was too busy to drive around looking for Petey. Mom said she'd do it, but only after we had some lunch. I pulled Josh up by both arms and dragged him into the house. We washed up and gulped down some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Then Mom took the car out of the garage, and we drove around and around the neighborhood, searching for our lost pet. Damn, Mom's like, you know what, fuck it, fuck that dog. You eat first, and then we'll take him out. And Dad's like, yeah, I ain't shit. Screw that dog. We drove around and around the neighborhood, searching for our lost pet. With no luck. Uh-oh. Here we go. No sign of him. Josh and I were miserable, heartbroken. Mom and Dad called the local police. Dad kept saying that Petey had a good sense of direction, that he'd show up any minute, but we didn't really believe it. Where was he? The four of us ate dinner in silence. It was the longest, most horrible evening of my life. I tied him up really good, Josh repeated, close to tears, his dinner plate still full. Dogs are great escape artists, Dad said. Don't worry, he'll show up. Some night for a party, Mom said glumly. I'd completely forgotten that they were going out. Some neighbors on the next block had invited them to a big party. I sure don't feel like partying either, Dad said, with a sigh. I'm beat from painting all day, but I guess we have to be neighborly. Sure you kids will be okay here? Yeah, I guess, I said, thinking about Petey. I kept listening for his bark, listening for scratching at the door. But no, the hours dragged by. Petey still hadn't shown by. Bedtime. He gone. Petey gone. He probably dead. He probably dead. They probably killed your dog. Josh and I both slinked upstairs. I felt really tired, weary from all the worrying and the running around and searching for Petey. I guess, but I knew I'd never be able to go to sleep. In the hall outside my bedroom door, I heard whispering from inside my room and quiet footsteps, the usual sounds my room made. I wasn't at all scared of them or surprised by them anymore. Without hesitating, I stepped into my room and clicked on the light. The room was empty, as I knew it would be. The mysterious sounds disappeared. I glanced at the curtains, which lay straight and still. Then I saw the clothes strewn all over my bed. Several pairs of jeans, several t-shirts, a couple of sweaters, my only dress-up skirt. That's strange, I thought. Mom was such a neat freak. If she had washed these things, she surely would have hung them up or put them into a dresser. Sighing wearily, I started to gather up the clothes and put them away. I figured that Mom simply had too much to do to be bothered. She had probably washed the stuff and then left it here for me to put away, or she had put it down, planning to come back later and put it away, and then got busy with our choice, with our chores, with her chores. Yeah, something's definitely going on in this town. Half an hour later, I was tucked into my bed, wide awake, staring at the shadows on the ceiling. Some time after that, I lost track of the time, and I was still wide awake, still thinking about Petey, thinking about the new kids I'd met, thinking about the new neighborhood, when I heard my bedroom door creak and swing open, footsteps on the creaking floorboards. I sat up in the darkness as someone crept into my room. Amanda, shh, it's me. Alarmed, it took me a few seconds to recognize the hushed whisper. Josh, what do you want? What are you doing in here? I gasped as a blinding light forced me to cover my eyes. Oops, sorry, Josh said, my flashlight. I didn't mean to. Ow, that's bright, I said, blinking. He aimed the powerful beam of white light up to the ceiling. Yeah, it's a halogen flashlight, he said. Well, what do you want? I asked irritably. I still can't see well. I rubbed my eyes, but it didn't help. I know where Petey is, Josh whispered, and I'm going to get him. Come with me. Huh? I looked at the little clock on my bed table. It's after midnight, Josh. So? It won't take long, really. My eyes were nearly normal by now, staring at Josh in the light from the halogen flashlight. I noticed for the first time that he was fully dressed in jeans and a long-sleeve t-shirt. I don't get it, Josh, I said, swinging around and putting my feet on the floor. We looked everywhere. Where do you think Petey is? In the cemetery, Josh answered. His eyes looked big and dark and serious in the white light. Huh? That's where he ran the first time, remember? When we first came to Dark Falls? He ran to the cemetery, just past the school. Now wait a minute, I started. We drove past it this afternoon, but we didn't look inside. He's there, Amanda. I know he is, and I'm going to get him, whether you come with me or not. Josh, calm down, I said, putting my hands on his narrow shoulders. I was surprised to discover that he was trembling. There's no reason for Petey to be in the cemetery. That's where he went the first time, Josh insisted. He was looking for something there that day. I could tell. I know there's something. I know he's there again. Amanda, he pulled away from me. Are you coming or not? My brother has to be the most stubbornest, most headstrong person in the world. Going to a cemetery at night. That never has bad news written all over it. Josh, you're really going to walk into a strange cemetery so late at night? I asked. I'm not afraid, he said, shining the bright light around my room. Those kids are definitely dead. For a brief second, I thought the light caught something lurking behind the curtains. I opened my mouth to cry out, but there was no one there. You coming or not? He repeated impatiently. I was going to say no, but then glancing at the curtains, I thought, it's probably no more spooky out there in that cemetery than it is in here in my bedroom. Yeah, okay, I said grudgingly. Get out of here and let me get dressed. Okay, he whispered, turning off the flashlight, plunging us in the darkness. Meet me downstairs. Meet me down at the end of the driveway. Josh, one quick look at the cemetery, then we hurry home. Got it? I told him, yeah, right. We'll be home before Mom and Dad get back from the party. He crept out. I could hear him making his way quickly down the stairs. This is the craziest idea ever, I told myself as I searched in the darkness for some clothes to pull on. And it was also kind of exciting. Josh was wrong, no doubt about it. Petey wouldn't be hanging around the cemetery now. Why on earth would he be? But at least it wasn't a long walk, and it was an adventure, something to write about to Kathy back at home. And if Josh happened to be right, and we did manage to find poor lost Petey, well, that would be great too. A few minutes later, dressed in our jeans and a sweatshirt, crept out of the house and joined Josh at the bottom of the driveway. The night was still warm. A heavy blanket of clouds covered the moon. I realized for the first time that there were no street lights on our block. Josh had the halogen flashlight on, aimed down at our feet. You ready? He asked. Dumb question. Would I be standing there if I weren't ready? We crunched over the dead leaves as we headed up the block toward the school. From there, it was just 2 blocks to the cemetery. It's so dark, I whispered. The house, the houses were black and silent. There was no breeze at all. It was as if we were all alone in the world. It's too quiet, I said, hurrying to keep up with Josh. No crickets or anything. Are you sure you really want to go to the cemetery? I'm sure, he said, his eyes following the circle of light from the flashlight as it bumped over the ground. I really think Petey is there. We walked into the street, keeping close to the curb. We had gone nearly 2 blocks. The school was just coming into sight on the next block when we heard the scraping steps behind us to the pavement. Josh and I both stopped. He lowered the light. We both heard the sounds. I wasn't imagining them. Someone was following us. Uh-oh. Somebody's following them. Turn the mic towards me. Better? Can you hear me now? Chapter 12. Can you hear me better now? How are we sounding now? We sounding pretty good. Want me to turn my mic up just a little bit? Okay. All right, cool. Chapter 12. Josh was so startled the flashlight tumbled from his hand and clattered onto the street. The light flickered but did not go out. By the time Josh had managed to pick it up, our pursuer had caught up to us. I spun around to face him, my heart pounding in my chest. Ray, what are you doing here? Josh aimed the flashlight at Ray's face, but Ray shot his arms up to shield his face and ducked back into the darkness. What are you two doing here? He cried, sounding almost startled as I did. You scared us, Josh said angrily, aiming the flashlight back down at our feet. Sorry, Ray said. I would have called out, but I wasn't sure it was you. Josh has this crazy idea about where Petey might be. I told him, still struggling to catch my breath. That's why we're out here. What about you? Josh asked Ray. Well, sometimes I have trouble sleeping, Ray said softly. Don't your parents mind you being out so late? I asked. In the glow of from the flashlight, I could see a wicked smile across his face. They don't know. Are we going to the cemetery or not? Josh asked impatiently. Without waiting for an answer, he started jogging up the road, the light bobbing on the pavement in front of him. I turned and followed, wanting to stay close to the light. Where are you going? Ray called, hurrying to catch up. The cemetery, I called back. No, Ray said, you're not. His voice was low and threatening. That I stopped. What? You're not going there, he repeated. I couldn't see his face. It was hidden in darkness, but his words sounded menacing. Hurry, Josh called back to us. He hadn't slowed down. He didn't seem to notice the threat in Ray's words. Stop, Josh, Ray called. It sounded more like an order than a request. You can't go there. Why not? I demanded, suddenly afraid. Was Ray threatening Josh and me? Did he know something we didn't? Or was I making a big deal out of nothing again? I stared into the darkness, trying to see his face. You'd be nuts to go there at night, he declared. I began to think I had misjudged him. He was afraid to go there. That's why he was trying to stop us. Are you coming or not? Josh demanded, getting farther and farther ahead of us. I don't think we should, Ray warned. Yes, he was afraid, I decided. I only imagined that he was threatening us. You don't have to, but we do, Josh insisted, picking up his speed. No, really, Ray said. This is a bad idea. But now he and I were running side by side to catch up to Josh. Petey's there, Josh said. I know he is. We passed the dark silent school. It seemed much bigger at night. Josh's light flashed through the low tree branches as we turned the corner onto the cemetery drive. Wait, please, Ray pleaded. But Josh didn't slow down. Neither did I. I was eager to get there and get this over with. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. The air was hot and still. I wished I had worn a sweatshirt. I wish I hadn't worn a sweatshirt. I felt my hair. It was dripping wet. The clouds still covered the moon as we reached the cemetery. We stopped through the gate. We stepped through a gate in the low wall in the darkness. I could see the crooked rows of gravestones. Josh's light traveled from stone to stone, jumping up and down as he walked. Petey, he called, suddenly interrupting the silence. He's disturbing the sleep of the dead, I thought, feeling a sudden chill of fear. Don't be silly, Amanda. Petey, I called, to forcing away my morbid thoughts. This is a very bad idea, Ray said, standing very close to me. Petey, Petey, Josh called. I know it's a bad idea, I admitted to Ray, but I didn't want Josh to come here all by himself. But we wouldn't be here, Ray insisted. Well, we shouldn't be here, Ray insisted. I was beginning to wish he'd go away. No one had forced him to come. Why was he giving us such a hard time? Hey, look at this, Josh called from several yards up ahead. My sneakers crunching over the soft ground, I hurried between the rows of graves. I hadn't realized that we had already walked the entire length of the graveyard. Look, Josh said again, his flashlight playing over a strange structure built at the cemetery, at the edge of the cemetery. It took me a little while to figure out what it was in the small circle of light. It was a unit, and it was so unexpected. It was some kind of theater. What? A theater? Okay, it's some kind of theater. Amphitheater, I guess you'd call it. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't skip pages. Yep, it's some kind of theater. An amphitheater, I guess you call it. Circular rows of bench seats dug into the ground, descending like stairs to a low, stage-like platform at the bottom. What on earth? I exclaimed. I started forward to get a closer look. Amanda, wait. Let's go home, Ray called. He grabbed my arm, but I hurried away, and he grabbed only air. Weird. Who would build an outdoor theater at the edge of a cemetery, I asked. I looked back to see if Josh and Ray were following me, and my sneaker caught against something. I stumbled to the ground, hitting my knee hard. Ow, what was that? Josh shone his light on it as I climbed slowly, painfully to my feet. I had tripped over an enormous upraised tree root. In the flickering light, I followed the gnarled root over to a wide old tree several yards away. The huge tree was bent over the strange below ground theater, leaning at such a low angle that it looked likely to topple over at any second. Big clumps of roots were raised up front from the ground. Overhead, the tree branches, heavy with leaves, seemed to lean to the ground. Timber! Josh yelled. How weird, I exclaimed. Hey, Ray, what is this place? It's a meeting place, Ray said quietly, standing close beside me, staring straight ahead at the leaning tree. They use it sort of like a town hall. They have town meetings here. In the cemetery, I cried, finding it hard to believe. Let's go, Ray urged, looking very nervous. All three of us heard the footsteps. They were behind us, somewhere in the rows of graves. We turned around. Josh's light swept over the ground. Petey! There he was, standing between the nearest row of stone grave markers. I turned happily to Josh. I don't believe it, I cried. You were right. Petey! Petey! Josh and I both started running toward our dog, but Petey arched his back on its hind legs as if he were getting ready to run away. He stared at us, his eyes red as jewels in the light of the flashlight. Petey, we found you, I cried. The dog lowered his head and started to trot away. Petey, hey, come back. Don't you recognize us? With a burst of speed, Josh caught up with him and grabbed him off the ground. Hey, Petey, what's the matter, fella? Right, creepy. But they found their dog. The dog isn't dead. That's a good thing. As I hurried over, Josh dropped Petey back to the ground and stepped back. Oh, he stinks. What? I cried. Petey, he stinks. He smells like a dead rat. Josh held his nose. Petey started to walk slowly away. Josh, he isn't glad to see us, I wailed. He doesn't even seem to recognize us. Look at him. It was true. Petey walked to the next row of gravestones and turned and glared at us. I suddenly felt sick. What had happened to Petey? Why was he acting so differently? Why wasn't he glad to see us? I don't get it, Josh said, still making a face from the odor the dog gave off. Usually, if we leave the room for 30 seconds, he goes nuts when we come back. We'd better go, Ray called. He was still at the edge of the cemetery near the leaning tree. Petey, what's wrong with you? I called to the dog. He didn't respond. Don't you remember your name, Petey? Petey? Yuck, what a stink, Josh exclaimed. We've got to get him home to give him a bath, I said. My voice was shaking. I felt really sad and frightened. Maybe this isn't Petey, Josh said thoughtfully. The dog's eyes again glared red in the beam of light. Uh-oh, something's up with the dog. Yeah, right. I thought something's up with this dog, though. Like, we're gonna find out. This has a real Pet Cemetery vibe to it for some reason. It's him, all right, I said quietly. Look, he's dragging the leash. Go get him, Josh, and let's go home. You get him, Josh cried. He smells too bad. Josh, grab his leash. You don't have to pick him up, he said. No, you. Josh was being stubborn again. I could see that I had no choice. Okay, I said, I'll get him, but I'll need the light. I grabbed the flashlight from Josh's hand and started to run toward Petey. Sit, Petey, sit, I ordered. It was the only command Petey ever obeyed, but he didn't obey it this time. Instead, he turned and trotted away, holding his head down low. Petey, stop. Petey, come on, I yelled, exasperated. Don't make me chase you. Don't let him get away, Josh yelled, running up behind me. I moved the flashlight from side to side along the ground. Where is he? Petey! Petey, Josh called, sounding shrill and desperate. I couldn't see him. Oh no, don't tell me we've lost him again, I said. We both started to call him. What's wrong with that mutt? I cried. I moved the beam of light down one long row of gravestones, then moving quickly down the next. No sign of him. We both kept calling his name, and then the circle of light came to a rest on the front of a granite tombstone. Reading the name on the tombstone, I stopped short and gasped. Josh, look. I grabbed Josh's sleeve. I held on tight. Huh? What's wrong? His face filled with confusion. Look at the name on the gravestone. It was Karen Somerset. Josh read the name. He stared at me, still confused. That's the name. That's my new friend, Karen. The one I talked to on the playground every day, I said. Huh? It must be her grandmother or something, Josh said, and then added impatiently, come on, look for Petey. No, look at the dates, I said to him. We both read the dates under Karen Somerset's name, 1977 to 1989. It can't be her mother or grandmother, I said, keeping the beam of light on the stone despite my trembling hand. The girl died when she was 12, my age, and Karen is 12 too, she told me. Ha 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 ho! Spooky, spooky! I like when stories do this. Add a little spooktacularness to it. Amanda, Josh scowled and looked away. But I took a few steps and beamed the light onto the next gravestone. There was a name on it I'd never heard before. I moved to the next stone, another name I'd never heard before. Amanda, come on, Josh whined. You were right, brother. You called it. The next gravestone had the name George Carpenter on it, 1991 to 2004. Josh, look. It's George from the playground, I called. Amanda, we have to get Petey, he insisted, grabbing the flashlight from me. But but I couldn't pull myself away from the gravestones. I went from one to the next, trying to read the names in the darkness. To my growing horror, I found Jerry Franklin and Bill Gregory, all the kids we played softball with. They all had gravestones here. My heart thudding, I moved down the crooked row, my sneakers sinking into the soft grass. I felt numb with fear. I struggled to see the writing on the last stone in the row. Ray Thurston, 1993 to 2004. Huh? I could hear Josh calling me, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. The rest of the world seemed to fall away. I read the deeply etched inscription again. Ray Thurston, 1993 to 2004. I stood there, staring at the letters and numbers. I stared at them till they didn't make sense anymore, until they were just a gray blur. Suddenly I realized that Ray had crept up beside me, beside the gravestone, and was staring at me. Ray, I managed to say, looking at the name on the gravestone. Ray, this one is you. His eyes flared, glowing like dying embers. Yes, it's me, he said softly, moving toward me. I'm sorry, Amanda. Uh-oh. Sorry about what? I took a step back, my sneakers sinking into the soft ground. The air was heavy and still. No one made a sound. Nothing moved. Dead. I'm surrounded by death, I thought, then frozen to the spot, unable to breathe. The darkness swirling around me, the gravestones spinning in their own black shadows. I thought, what is he going to do to me? Ray, I managed to call out. My voice sounded faint and far away. Ray, are you really dead? I'm sorry, you weren't supposed to find out yet, he said, his voice floating, low and heavy on the stiffening night air. But how? I mean, I don't understand. I looked past him to the darting white light of the flashlight. Josh was several rows away, almost to the street, still searching for Petey. Chapter 13, by the way. Petey, I whispered, dread choking my throat, my stomach tightening in horror. Dogs always know, Ray said in a low, flat tone. Dogs always recognize the living dead. That's why they had to go first. They have to go first. They always know. You mean Petey's dead? I choked out the words. Ray nodded. They killed the dogs first. Oh! They killed Petey! No, you fuckers! Ray nodded. They killed the dogs first. No, I screamed and took another step back, nearly losing my balance as I bumped into a low marble gravestone. I jumped away from it. You weren't supposed to see this, Ray said, his narrow face expressionless except for his pale eyes, which revealed real sadness. You weren't supposed to know, not for another few weeks. Anyway, I'm the watcher. I'm supposed to watch to make sure you didn't see until it was time. He took a step toward me, his eyes lighting up red, burning into mine. Were you watching me from the window? I cried. Was that you in my room? Again, he nodded yes. I used to live in your house, he said, taking another step closer, forcing me back against the cold marble stone. I'm the watcher. I forced myself to look away, to stop staring into his glowing eyes. I wanted to scream to Josh to run and get help, but he was too far away, and I was frozen there, frozen with fear. Oh, this shit is getting good. This book is getting good. We need fresh blood, Ray said. What? I cried. What are you saying? The town. It can't survive without fresh blood. None of us can. You'll understand soon, Amanda. You'll understand why we had to invite you to the house. To the dead house. In the darting, zigzagging beam of light, I could see Josh moving closer, heading our way. Run, Josh, I thought. Run away, fast. Get someone. Get anyone. I could think the words. Why couldn't I scream them? Ray's eyes glowed brighter. He was standing right in front of me now, his features set, hard and cold. Ray, even through my jeans, the marble gravestone felt cold against the back of my legs. I messed up, he whispered. I was the watcher, but I messed up. Ray, what are you going to do? His red eyes flickered. I'm really sorry. He started to raise himself off the ground, to float over me. I could feel myself start to choke. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I opened my mouth to call out to Josh, but no sound came out. Josh, where was he? I looked down the rows of gravestones, but I couldn't see his light. What are they, fucking vampires? Ray floated up a little higher. He hovered over me, choking me somehow, blinding me, suffocating me. I'm dead, I thought. Dead. Now I'm dead too. Chapter 14. Ooh. And then suddenly light broke through the darkness. The light shone in Ray's face, the bright white halogen light. What's going on? Josh asked in a high-pitched, nervous voice. Amanda, what's happening? Ray cried out and dropped back to the ground. Turn that off. Turn it off, he screeched, his voice a shrill whisper like wind through a broken window pane. But Josh held the bright beam at Ray. The bright beam of light on Ray. What's going on? What are you doing? I could breathe again. As I stared into the light, I struggled to stop my heart from pounding so hard. Ray moved his arms to shield himself from the light, but I could see what was happening to him. The light had already done its damage. Ray's skin seemed to be melting. His whole face sagged, then fell, drooping off his skull. Whew, it's creepy as shit. I stared into the circle of white light, unable to look away, as Ray's skin folded and drooped and melted away, as the bones underneath was revealed. His eyeballs rolled out of their sockets and fell silently to the ground. Josh froze in horror. Somehow he held the bright light steady, and we both stared at the grinning skull, its dark craters staring back at us. Oh, I shrieked as Ray took a step towards me. But then I realized that Ray wasn't walking, he was falling. I jumped aside as he crumbled to the ground and gasped as his skull hit the top of the marble gravestone and cracked open with a sickening splat. Come on, Josh shouted, Amanda. Come on. He grabbed my hand and turned and tried to pull me away, but I couldn't stop staring down at Ray, now a pile of bones inside a puddle of crumpled clothes. Amanda, come on. Then before I even realized it, I was running beside Josh as fast as I could down the long row of graves toward the street. The light flashed against the blur of graves as we ran, slipping on the soft dew-covered grass, gasping in the light, hot air. We've got to tell Mom and Dad. We've got to get away from here, I cried. I think that's what they are. I think they're vampires. They won't believe us, Josh said as we reached the street. We kept running, our sneakers thudding hard against the pavement. I'm not sure I believe it myself. They've got to believe us, I told him. If they don't, we'll drag them out here ourselves. A white beam of light pointed the way as we ran through the dark, silent streets. There were no street lights, no lights on in the windows of the houses we passed. No car had lights. Such a dark world we had entered. And now it was time to get out. We ran the rest of the way home. I kept looking back to see if we were being followed, but I didn't see anyone. The neighborhood was still and empty. I had a sharp pain in my side as we reached home, but I forced myself to keep running up the gravel driveway with its thick blanket of dead leaves and onto the front porch. I pushed open the door, and both Josh and I started to scream, "Mom, Dad, where are you?" Silence. We ran into the living room. The lights were all off. "Mom, Dad, are you here? Please be here." I thought, my heart racing, the pain in my side still sharp. "Please be here." We searched the house. They weren't home. The party, Josh suddenly remembered. Can they still be at the party? We were standing in the living room, both of us breathing hard. The pain in my side had let up just a bit. I had turned on all the lights, but the room still felt gloomy and menacing. I glanced at the clock on the mantel, nearly 2 in the morning. "They should be home by now," I said, my voice shaking and weak. "Where did they go? Did they leave a number?" Josh was already on his way to the kitchen. I followed him, turning on the lights as we went right to the memo pad on the counter where Mom and Dad always leave us notes. Nothing. The pad was blank. "We've got to find them," Josh cried. He sounded very frightened. His wide eyes reflected his fear. "We have to get away from here. What if something had happened to them?" "Yeah, they probably turned into something." If something happened to them. That's what I started to say, but I caught myself just in time. I didn't want to scare Josh any more than he already was. Besides, he'd probably thought of that too. "Should we call the police?" he asked as we walked back to the living room and peered out the front window into the darkness. "I don't know," I said, pressing my hot forehead against the cool glass. "I just don't know what to do. I want them to be home. I want them here so we can leave together." "What's your hurry?" a girl's voice said from behind me. "Oh shit." Josh and I both cried out and spun around. Karen Somerset was standing in the center of the room, her arms crossed over her chest. "But you're dead," I blurted out. She smiled, a sad smile, a bitter smile, and then 2 more kids stepped in from the hall. One of them clicked off the lights. "Too bright in here," he said. They moved next to Karen. Then another kid, Jerry Franklin, appeared by the fireplace, and I saw the girl with short black hair and the one I had seen on the stairs move beside me by the curtains. They were all smiling, their eyes glowing dully in the dim light, all moving in on Josh and me. "What do you want?" I screamed in a voice I didn't even recognize. "What are you going to do?" "We used to live in your house," Karen said softly. "Huh?" I cried. "We used to live in your house," George said. "And now, guess what?" Jerry added. "Now we're dead in your house." The others started to laugh, crackling, dry laughs, as they closed in on Josh and me. Chapter 15. They're going to kill us, Josh cried. I watched them move forward in silence. Josh and I backed up to the window. I looked around the dark room for an escape route, but there was nowhere to run. Karen, you seem so nice, I said. The words just trembled out. I hadn't thought before I said them. Her eyes glowed a little brighter. I was nice, she said, in a glum monotone, until I moved here. We're all nice. We were all nice, George Carpenter said, in the same low monotone. But now we're all dead. Let us go, Josh cried, raising his hands in front of him as if to shield himself. Please let us go. They laughed again, the dry, hoarse laughter, dead laughter. Don't be scared, Amanda, Karen said. Soon you'll be with us. That's why they invited you to this house, huh? I don't understand, I cried, my voice shaking. This is the dead house. This is where everyone lives when they first arrive in Dark Falls, when they're still alive. This seemed to strike the others as funny. They all snickered and laughed. But our great uncle, Josh started. Karen shook her head, her eyes glowing with amusement. No, sorry, Josh. No great uncle. It was just a trick to bring you here. Once every year, someone new has to move here. Other years, it was us. We lived in this house until we died. This year, it's your turn. We need new blood, Jerry Franklin said, his eyes glowing red in the dim light. Once a year, you see, we need new blood. Moving forward in silence, they hovered over Josh and me. I took a deep breath, a last breath perhaps, and shut my eyes. And then I heard a knock on the door, a loud knock, repeated several times. I opened my eyes. The ghost kids all vanished. The air smelled sour. These kids are little assholes, huh? I'd be slicing and dicing. Josh and I stared at each other, dazed, as the loud knocking started again. It's Mom and Dad, Josh cried. We both ran to the door. Josh stumbled over the coffee table in the dark, so I got to the door first. Mom, Dad, I cried, pulling open the door. Where have you been? I reached out my arms to hug them both and stopped with my arms in the air. My mouth dropped open and I uttered a silent cry. Mr. Dawes, Josh exclaimed, coming up beside me. We thought, oh, Mr. Dawes, I'm so glad to see you, I cried happily, pushing open the screen door for him. Kids, you're okay, he asked, eyeing us both, his handsome face tight with worry. Oh, thank God, he cried. I got here in time, Mr. Dawes. I started, feeling so relieved. I had tears in my eyes. He grabbed my arm. There's no time to talk, he said, looking behind him to the street. I could see his car in the driveway. The engine was running. Only the parking lights were on. I've got to get you kids out of here while there's still time. Josh and I started to follow him, then hesitated. What if Mr. Dawes was one of them? This is weird. Hurry, Mr. Dawes urged, holding open the screen door, gazing nervously out into the darkness. I think we're in terrible danger. But I started staring into his frightened eyes, trying to decide if we could trust him. I was at a party with your parents, Mr. Dawes said. All of a sudden, they formed a circle, everyone, around your parents and me. They started to close in on us, just like when the kids started to close in on Josh and me, I thought. We broke through them and ran, Mr. Dawes said, glancing to the driveway behind him. Somehow, the three of us got away. Hurry. We've all got to get out of here, now. Josh, let's go, I urged. Then I turned to Mr. Dawes. Where are Mom and Dad? Come on, I'll show you. They're safe for now, but I don't know for how long. We followed him out. I don't trust this. We followed him out of the house and down the driveway to his car. The clouds had parted. A silver moon shone low and a pale early morning sky. There's something wrong with this whole town, Mr. Dawes said, holding the front passenger door open for me and Josh to climb into the back. I slumped gratefully into the seat, and he slammed the door shut. I know, I said as he slid behind the wheel. Josh and I, we've got to get as far away as we can before they catch up with us, Mr. Dawes said, backing down the driveway quickly, the tires sliding and squealing as he pulled onto the street. Yes, I agreed. Thank goodness you came. My house, it's filled with kids, dead kids. So you've seen them, Mr. Dawes said softly, his eyes wide with fear. He pushed down harder on the gas pedal. As I looked out into the purple darkness, a low orange sun began to show over the green treetops. Where are our parents? I asked anxiously. There's a kind of outdoor theater next to the cemetery, Mr. Dawes said, staring straight ahead through the windshield. His eyes narrow, his expression tense. It's built right into the ground, and it's hidden by a big tree. I left them there. I told them not to move. I think they'll be safe. I don't think anyone will think to look there. We've seen it, Josh said. A bright light suddenly flashed in the back seat. What's that? Mr. Dawes asked, looking into the rearview mirror. My flashlight, Josh answered, clicking it off. I brought it just in case, but the sun will be up soon. I probably won't need it. Mr. Dawes hit the brake and pulled the car to the side of the road. We were at the edge of the cemetery. I climbed quickly out of the car, eager to see my parents. I'm telling you, they were there. The parents weren't there. Something's up. This dude is fucking with them. I'm calling it right now. This dude is the father of the kids, or the leader of this little kids wolf pack they got going on. The sky was still dark, streaked with violet now. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. The sun was a dark orange balloon, just barely poking over the trees. Across the street, beyond the jagged rows of gravestones, I could see the dark outline of the leaning tree that hid the mysterious amphitheater. Hurry, Mr. Dawes urged, closing his car door quietly. I'm sure your parents are desperate to see you. We headed across the street, half walking, half jogging, Josh swinging the flashlight in one hand. Suddenly, at the edge of the cemetery grass, Josh stopped. Petey, he cried. I followed his gaze, and I saw our white terrier walking slowly along a slope of gravestones. Petey, Josh yelled and began running to the dog. My heart sank. I hadn't had a chance to tell Josh what Ray had revealed to me about Petey. No, Josh, I called. Mr. Dowles looked very alarmed. We don't have time. We have to hurry, he said to me. Then he began shouting for Josh to come back. I'll go get him, I said, and took off running as fast as I could along the rows of graves, calling my brother. Josh, wait up. Don't go after him, Josh. Petey is dead. Josh had been gaining on the dog, which was ambling along, sniffing the ground and not looking up, not paying any attention to Josh. Then suddenly Josh tripped over a low grave marker. He cried out as he fell. Here's where you find out. You want to bet? He cried out as he fell, and the flashlight flew out of his hand and clattered against the gravestone. I quickly caught up with him. Josh, are you okay? He was lying on his stomach, staring straight ahead. Josh, answer me. Are you okay? I grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to pull him up, but he kept staring straight ahead, his mouth open, his eyes wide. Josh, look, he finally said. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Josh wasn't knocked out or something. Look, he repeated and pointed to the gravestone he had tripped over. I turned and squinted at the grave. I read the inscription silently, mouthing the words, as I read. Ready for this? Compton Dowles, R.I.P. 1966 to 1996. I fucking knew it. My head began to spin. I felt dizzy. I steadied myself, holding on to Josh. Compton Dowles. It wasn't his father or his grandfather. He had told us he was the only Compton in his family. So Mr. Dowles was dead too? Dead, dead, dead. Dead as everyone else. He was one of them, one of the dead ones. Josh and I stared at each other in the purple darkness, surrounded by the dead. Now what? I asked myself, now what? Fucking do it. Chapter 16. Get up, Josh, I said, my voice a choked whisper. We've got to get away from here. But we're too late. A hand grabbed me firmly by the shoulder. I spun around to see Mr. Dowles, his eyes narrowing as he read the inscription on his own gravestone. Mr. Dowles, you too, I cried, so disappointed and so confused and scared. Me too, he said, almost sadly. All of us. His eyes burned into mine. This was a normal town once, and we were normal people. Most of us worked in the plastics factory on the outskirts of town. Then there was an accident. Something escaped from the factory. A yellow gas. It floated over the town so fast we didn't see it, didn't realize. And then it was too late. And Dark Falls wasn't a normal town anymore. We were all dead. Amanda, dead and buried. But we couldn't rest. We couldn't sleep. Dark Falls was a town of the living dead. What? What are you going to do with us? I managed to ask. My knees were trembling so hard I could barely stand. A dead man was squeezing my shoulder. A dead man was staring hard into my eyes. Standing this close, I could smell his sour breath. I turned my head, but the smell already choked my nostrils. Where are Mom and Dad? Josh asked, climbing to his feet and standing rigidly across from us, glaring accusingly at Mr. Dowles. Safe and sound, Mr. Dowles said, with a faint smile. Come with me. It's time for you to join them. I tried to pull away from him, but his hand was locked on my shoulder. Let go, I shouted. His smile grew wider. Amanda, it doesn't hurt to die, he said softly, almost soothingly. Come with me. No, Josh shouted, and with sudden quickness, he dived to the ground and picked up the flashlight. Yes, I cried. Shine it on him, Josh. The light could save us. The light could defeat Mr. Dowles. As it had Ray, the light could destroy him. Quick, shine it on him, I pleaded. Josh fumbled with the flashlight, then pointed. Yep, that's right. It's exactly why his parking lights were on. Pointed it towards Mr. Dowles, the startled face, and clicked it on. Nothing. No light. It's broken, Josh said. I guess when it hit the gravestone, my heart pounding, I looked back at Mr. Dowles. The smile on his face was a smile of victory. Chapter 17. Nice try, Mr. Dowles said to Josh. The smile faded quickly from his face. Close up, he didn't look so young and handsome. His skin, I could see, was dry and peeling and hung loosely beneath his eyes. Let's go, kids, he said, giving me a shove. He glanced up at the brightening sun. The sun was raising itself over the treetops. John hesitated. I said let's go, Mr. Dowles snapped impatiently. He loosened his grip on my shoulder and took a menacing step toward Josh. Josh glanced down at the worthless flashlight. Then he pulled his arm back and heaved the flashlight at Mr. Dowles' head. The flashlight hit the target with a sickening crack. It hit Mr. Dow's in the center of his forehead, splitting a large hole in his skin. Mr. Dow's uttered a low cry, his eyes wide in surprise. Dazed, he reached a hand up to the hole where a few inches of gray skull poked through. "Run, Josh," I cried, but there was no need to tell him that. He was already zigzagging through the rows of graves, his head ducking low. I followed him, running as fast as I could. Glancing back, I saw Mr. Dow stagger after us, still holding the ripped forehead. He took several steps, then abruptly stopped, staring up at the sky. It's too bright for him, I realized. He has to stay in the shade. Josh and I ducked down behind a tall marble monument, old and slightly tilted, cracked down the middle. I slid down beside him, gasping for breath. Leaning on the cool marble, we both peered around the sides of the monument. Mr. Dow's, a scowl on his face, was heading back toward the amphitheater, keeping in the shadows of the trees. He's not chasing us," Josh said, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath and stifle his fear. "He's going back. The sun is too bright for him," I said, holding on to the side of the monument. "He must be going to get Mom and Dad." "That stupid flashlight," Josh cried. "Never mind that," I said, watching Mr. Dow's until he disappeared behind the big leaning tree. "What are we going to do?" I don't know." "Shh, look." Josh poked me hard on the shoulder and pointed. "Who's that?" I followed his stare and saw several dark figures hurrying through the rows of tombstones. They seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere. Did they rise up out of the graves? Walking quickly, seeming to float over the green, sloping ground, they headed into the shadows. All were walking in silence, their eyes straight ahead. They didn't stop to greet one another. They strode purposefully toward the hidden amphitheater, as if they were being drawn there, as if they were puppets being pulled by the hidden strings. "Whoa, look at them. Look at them all," Josh whispered, ducking his head back behind the marble monument. The dark moving forms made all the shadows ripple. It looked as if the trees, the gravestones, the entire cemetery had come to life and started toward the hidden seats in the amphitheater. "There goes Karen," I whispered, pointing, "and George and all the rest of them." The kids from our house were moving quickly in twos and threes, following the shadows, as silent and as businesslike as everyone else. This is weird. That's cool, man. Everyone was here except Ray, I thought, because we killed Ray. We killed someone who was already dead. "Do you think Mom and Dad are really down in that weird theater?" Josh asked, interrupting my morbid thoughts, his eyes on the moving shadows. "Come on," I said, taking Josh's hand and pulling him away from the monument. "We've got to find out." We watched the last of the dark figures float past the enormous leaning tree. The shadows stopped moving. The cemetery was still and silent. A solitary crow floated high above in the clear blue, cloudless sky. Slowly, Josh and I edged our way toward the amphitheater, ducking behind gravestones, keeping low into the ground. It was a struggle to move. I felt as if I weighed 500 pounds. The weight of my fear, I guess. I was desperate to see if Mom and Dad were there, but at the same time, I didn't want to see them. I I didn't want to see them held prisoner by Mr. Dowse and the others. I didn't want to see them killed. The thought made me stop. I reached out an arm and halted Josh. We were standing behind the leaning tree, hidden by its enormous clump of uprise roots. Beyond the tree, down in the theater below, I could hear the low murmur of voices. "Are Mom and Dad there?" Josh whispered. He started to poke his head around to the side of the bent tree trunk, but I cautiously pulled him back. "Be careful," I whispered. "Don't let them see you. They're practically right beneath us." "But I've got to know if Mom and Dad are really there," he whispered, his eyes frightened, pleading. "Me too," I agreed. We both leaned over the massive trunk. The bark felt smooth under my hands and as I gazed into the deep shadows cast by the tree. And then I saw them, Mom and Dad. They were tied up back to back, standing in the center of the floor at the bottom of the amphitheater, in front of everyone. They looked so uncomfortable, so terrified. Their arms were tied down tightly at their sides. Dad's face was bright red. Mom's hair was all messed up, hanging wildly down over her face and forehead and her brow. Squinting into the darkness cast by the tree, I saw Mr. Dowse standing beside them, along with another older man, and I saw that the rows of long benches built in the ground were filled with people, not a single empty space. Everyone in town must be here, I realized. Everyone except Josh and me. "They're going to kill Mom and Dad," Josh whispered, grabbing my arm, squeezing it in fear. "They're going to make Mom and Dad just like them. Then they'll come after us," I said, thinking out loud, staring through the shadows at my poor parents. Both of them had their heads bowed now as they stood before the silent crowd. Both of them were awaiting their fate. "What are we going to do?" Josh whispered. "Huh?" I was staring hard at Mom and Dad. I guess I momentarily blanked out. "What are we going to do?" Josh repeated, urgently, still holding desperately to my arm. "We can't just stand here," and I suddenly knew what we were going to do. It just came to me. I didn't even have to think hard. "Maybe we can save them," I whispered, backing away from the tree. "Maybe we can do something." Josh let go of my arm. He stared at me eagerly. We're going to push this tree over," I whispered, with so much confidence that I surprised myself. "We're going to push this tree over so the sunlight will fill the amphitheater." "Yes," Josh screamed immediately. "Look, this tree is practically down already. We can do it." I knew we could do it. I don't know where my confidence came from, but I knew we could do it. And I knew we had to do it fast. Peering over the top of the trunk again, struggling to see through the shadows, I could see that everyone in the theater had stood up. They were all starting to move forward, down toward Mom and Dad. "Come on, Josh," I whispered. "We'll take a running jump and push this tree over. Come on." Without another word, we both took several steps back. We just had to give the trunk a good hard push, and the tree would come toppling over. The roots were already almost entirely out of the ground, after all. One hard push, that's all it would take, and the sunlight would pour into the theater. Beautiful golden sunlight, bright, bright sunlight. The dead people would all crumble, and Mom and Dad would be saved. All four of us would be saved. "Come on, Josh," I whispered. "Ready?" He nodded, his face solemn, his eyes frightened. "Okay, let's go," I cried. We both ran forward, digging our sneakers into the ground, moving as fast as we could, our arms outstretched and ready. In a second, we hit the tree trunk and pushed with all our might and strength, shoving it with our hands, and then moving our shoulders into it, pushing. It didn't budge. Of course it didn't. Push, I cried. Push again. Josh let out an exasperated, defeated sigh. I can't, Amanda. I can't move it. Josh, I glared at him. He backed up and tried again. Below, I could hear startled voices, angry voices. Quick, I yelled, push. He hurtled into the tree trunk with our shoulders, both of us grunting from the effort, our muscles straining, our faces bright red. Push, keep pushing. The veins in my temples felt about to pop. Was the tree moving? No. It gave a little, but bounced back. The voices from below were getting louder. We can't do it, I cried, so disappointed, so frustrated, so terrified. We can't move it. Defeated, I slumped over on the tree trunk and started to bury my face in my hands. I pulled back with a gasp when I heard the soft cracking sound. The cracking grew louder until it was a rumble, then a roar. It sounded as if the ground was ripping apart. The old tree fell quickly. It didn't have far to fall, but it hit with a thundering crash that seemed to shake the ground. I grabbed Josh and we both stood in amazement and disbelief as bright sunlight poured into the amphitheater. The cries went up instantly, horrified cries, angry cries, frantic cries. The cries became howls. Howls became pain. Howls of pain, howls of agony. The people in the amphitheater, the living dead, caught in the golden light, began scrambling over one another, screeching, pulling, climbing, pushing, trying to claw their way to the shade. But it was too late. Their skin began to drop off their bones, and as I stared, open mouthed, they crumbled to powder and dissolved to the ground, their clothes disintegrating along with them. The painful cries continued to ring out as the bodies fell apart. The skin melted away. The dry bones collapsed. I saw Karen Somerset stagger across the floor. I saw her hair fall to the ground in a heap, revealing the dark skull underneath. She cast a glance up at me, a longing look, a look of regret, and then her eyeballs rolled out of her sockets, and her mouth, and she opened her toothless mouth and cried, "Thank you, Amanda. Thank you," and collapsed. Josh and I covered our ears to shut out the ghastly cries. We both looked away, unable to keep watching the entire town fall in agony. That's it. There went to town. And crumbled to powder, destroyed by the sun, the clear, warm sun. When we looked back, they all had disappeared. Mom and Dad were standing right there where they had been, tied back to back, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. "Mom, Dad," I cried. I'll never forget their smiles as Josh and I ran toward them to free them. It didn't take our parents long to get us packed up and arrange for movers to take us back to our old neighborhood and our old house. I guess it's lucky after all that we couldn't sell the old place, Dad said as we eagerly piled into the car to leave. Dad backed down the driveway and started to roar away. "Stop," I cried suddenly. I'm not sure why, but I had a sudden, powerful urge to take one last look at the old house. As both of my parents called out to me in confusion, I pushed open the door and jogged back to the driveway. Standing in the middle of the yard, I stared up at the house, silent, empty, still covered in thick layers of blue-gray shadows. I found myself gazing up at the old house as if I were hypnotized. I don't know how long I stood there. The crunch of tires on the gravel driveway snapped me out of my spell. Startled, I turned to see a red station wagon parked in the driveway. Two boys about Josh's age jumped out of the back. Their parents followed, staring up at the house. They didn't seem to notice me. Here we are, kids, the mother said, smiling at them. Our new house. It doesn't look new. It looks old, one of the boys said. And then his brother's eyes widened as he noticed me. Who are you? He demanded. The other members of the family turned to stare at me. His question caught me by surprise. I could hear my dad honking his horn impatiently down on the street. I used to live in your house, I found myself answering. And then I turned and ran full speed down to the street. Wasn't that Mr. Dawes standing on the front porch, clipboard in hand? I wondered, catching a glimpse of the dark figure as I ran to the car. No, it couldn't be Mr. Dawes. Up there waiting for them, I decided. It just couldn't be. I didn't look back. I slammed the car door behind me, and we sped away. The end. That was a pretty good book, man. That wasn't bad at all. So they ended up coming back to the house, and they didn't really kill the town because obviously they got new people. I guess what happened was they tricked these people in because they thought they were going to kill the other people. Who knows? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I just need 1 second. I gotta grab something real quick. Nice. Got a hankering for some pizza. Shit. That was a fun book. on a second, guys. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, I love that book. Hey, the 2 books we read tonight were really good. Right back. 1 second. All right. I say we throw on another nostalgia game for a little bit. think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw in some nostalgia. Let's see. I'll bring you guys with me to some gameplay. Oh yeah.
THQ.
Can y'all hear it okay? What's up, brother? Is it loud enough? Or do I need to turn it up a little louder? Evil Dead Fistful of Doomsday. This is a good one.
So you're probably asking yourself how a handsome devil like me ended up in a place like this with you, right? All right. I'll tell you the whole story, but I warn you, it ain't pretty. May seem hard to believe, but these chiseled good looks have seen a whole lot of ugly. So I guess I'd have to start with the book. Legend has it that it was written by the Dark Ones. Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated, the Book of the Dead. About 20-some-odd years ago, Professor Noby unearthed the book at Castle Kandar and accidentally unleashed the Deadites in the woods outside Dearborn. That's when I got involved. To make a long story short, I was sent to hell and back, and then back again. And
sweet
again. But enough about that. Let's talk some more about me. Like, for example, how did I end up here? Well, I guess you could say it all started with a woman. A woman in that godforsaken book.
Welcome, true believers, to another chilling episode of Mysteries of the Occult. I'm Trisha Pettywood, your guide into the realms of shadow and the arcane. Joining me tonight is parapsychologist and best-selling author,
Xbox.
Professor Alex Eldridge, author of the critically acclaimed
The OG.
Necronomicon. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Tricia. It's truly an honor to be here in the very town where my late colleague, Professor Noby, began his career.
Oh, the honor is all mine. Your brilliant modern translation of this ancient text has set the world on fire. I'm told there's even a film in the works.
Oh, please. That hack wouldn't know the real Necronomicon from a roll of extra fluffy two-ply.
Here, this one's on me. I'm awful sorry about Jenny.
The Deadites.
Tonight would have been 10 years, right?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, Chief. You're a real pal for throwing some margarita salt on the wound there. Perhaps you'd like to poke me in the eye with an umbrella straw while you're at it.
Local Dearborn man that claims the Necronomicon has the power to raise the dead or even travel interdimensionally through time.
While it's easy to get caught up in the mythology behind the book, I'm afraid that sort of thing is just the sad, depraved ramblings of a lunatic. The real power of the Necronomicon lies not in the incantations, but in the poetry.
Did you hear that? The guy called me a lunatic. Can you believe that? You want to see a lunatic, buddy? Why don't you come on down here and I'll show you a whole bottle full of lunatics.
Absolutely fascinating, Professor. We may never know what really happened in that cabin in the woods, but perhaps tonight we can finally shed some light on this famous local mystery.
There I was, face to face with the mother of all ugly. So I say, come get some, and blam, no more Mr. Nasty Face.
Thanks to my investigative work into the Noby case, I've managed to uncover this amazing piece of evidence. Here in my hand is the last known tape of Professor Nobi, recorded the very night of his disappearance.
But then it went bad. My hand, my own hand, it grabs the knife and I...
In a Mysteries of the Occult exclusive, we're going to play the tape live in studio.
Huh?
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Wait. What the hell are you doing? Don't play it. Don't play that... tape.
Strata, Mantos, Nosferatus,
Make mine a double. When you've just emptied both barrels of a shotgun into your favorite bartender, you can pretty much bet that happy hour's over. I went outside to see just how bad the situation was. It was bad. Past experience told me it would get a whole lot worse unless someone hit the deadites where it hurt. And seeing as how the TV station was their shortcut into this world, I figured that was a pretty good place to start. But first, I had to find more weapons. My trusty boomstick was almost empty.
Get inside the TV station, find more weapons. Dearborn, Michigan.
It's the end of the world.
Whoa. Were you born that ugly? Kids these days, huh?
What are those things? They're everywhere! It's like all hell broke loose!
Oh, gee. Do you think? Say, you mind telling me where I can find some more ammo for the old double barrel?
I'm just a rookie. They don't give us a shotgun until our second year. I'm pretty good with the sidearm, though. Stick with me and we should be okay.
Oh, great. An optimist with a gun. Anybody want seconds? Say, Bub, is there another way in here?
Yeah. Well, the boss has the key, but he didn't show up for work yet. You know, the guys from the day shift should have clocked out by now, but there'd been some freaky noises coming out of there. I sure hope nothing bad's happened to them.
Sorry, pal. Sounds to me like your coworkers are playing footsie with the forces of hell right about now. But I'll keep an eye out for your boss, though. Put in a good word for you.
Find a lumberyard boss.
I could cut through this if I had the right equipment.
Good night. Dun, 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 dun. What, bitch? That's what you call a beat down.
Hey, Captain, you boys having a little R&R, I see, huh? Dusting the girls for fingerprints, are you?
Funny man. Those things in the yard have taken over the strip club, along with pretty much the whole town. Long as they stay in there, we hold these positions. Which means unless you're a cop, you can just turn right around.
I relax, I'm on the job, see? Working Vice. Deep undercover, you get me?
You got a badge to back that up?
A badge? Oh, sure, yeah, I'm a cop. I got a badge, right? Only I don't carry it when I'm working on a case, you know,
No badge, no go. Clear?
Crystal. I'll be right back.
I gotta find a badge. Go back to that guy who got killed. Bitch. It's called a beatdown. Oh yeah. Badge. Lumberyard key. What is the lumberyard?
Well, look at that. You're all out of guts. Hey there, Captain. I got my ID. You mind letting me through now?
Get yourself a decent weapon, or else kiss your ass goodbye.
I love this game, man.
The gates are locked. Ah, lovely. The gates are locked. The gates are locked. Oh, the gates are locked.
I have a key.
You're stinking up my town. Ah, lovely. The gates are locked.
But I have a key. What the shit? is that? What the hell is happening? It said lumberyard, but it won't let me pull up. Key to the lumberyard. Oh. There you go. You just had to pull the key out differently. How have you been? It's been forever. I think I'm gonna hold off on that. Oh yeah. There we go. Daddy's home. Hey, Dad. I'm doing all right. I'm doing decent. Trying to get through this 24-hour marathon. Oh yeah, I love me some Chainsaw.
Hey, nice face. Let me fix it for you.
Hey, nice face. Let me fix it for you. You were given a book of spells. Pull and hold the right trigger. Ah, okay. Alright, let me get out of here.
You mind letting me through now?
Whatever, head on through. It's your ass, not mine.
Okay if I slip inside here?
Step aside, buddy. Orders are, no one goes inside. You don't like it, go see the captain round by the barricade.
Hey, officer. Any luck battling your way inside the strip club?
Do I look like I'm crazy? As long as nothing dead walks out of there, I'm fine right here.
I love it.
What about all those helpless citizens who got caught with their pants down?
Tell you what, you want in there so bad? Go take care of those things in the yard over there. Once they're out of the way, I'm done here. After I'm gone, you can do whatever the hell you want, officer.
I think you gotta throw something over.
Once more for luck, huh? You ain't getting in this way.
Oof. Cloud of death.
Rocket. I just think it's so cool when the parts go flying everywhere. Oh, crap. Et Nostrum, Say, you working there?
Uh-huh, but tonight I'll make an exception.
Smart move. So tell me, how does a handsome guy like me break into showbiz?
You want in? Well, I got a key to the main gate, but the station is on emergency lockdown. You need the master key card to get into the station building. But our chief of security has it, and he took off.
Yeah? Where to?
Said something about dying with a smile on his face. I figured he went to the kitten club.
The nudie bar? Who'd have thought an invasion from hell would be so good for business?
Here's the key to the gates. Personally, I'm out of here. Break a leg, huh?
Oh, crap. Monster. Orb. Oops. Monster. Oh, crap.
What? You can't do nothing with it? What the hell's the sense of having the book?
Lock is jammed solid. I'd have to be superhuman to get this open. Hey, nice complexion for a freak. Kiss my boomstick. Hey, nice complexion for a freak. Lock is jammed. superhuman to get this open.
Find some dynamite or something. Key to the park. Hold on a second.
Hey, nice.
All right, save the game. Just to be safe. Oh, damn it, I hit the wrong button. Bitch.
Oh, that's just beautiful. Kiss my boomstick. Cool.
Save that bitch again. Yeah, see, that didn't hurt at all. All right.
Parfait, anyone?
Dun, 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 dun.
The lock is jammed solid. I'd have to be superhuman to get this open. Whoa. Were you born that ugly?
I have to look this one up. Hold on 1 second. Let me figure this out. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to get through this door. All right, let's see if this works. All right. I think we figured it out. Oh, it's an awesome game.
There goes Sandwich.
All right.
How'd you like the taste of that? So, what exactly was the plan here, Einstein? Run your hand up the thigh of the supernatural till you get your wrist slapped?
I do seem to have underestimated the power of the book somewhat. These creatures, if we leave them alone, will they eventually go away?
Oh, sure, they'll go hang out with the Easter Bunny. Listen, Brainiac, these are the mother of all pest problems, and we are the exterminators. You know any good rid the world of demons routines?
I always thought these writings were mere superstitious nonsense. Professor Nobi was the one who truly believed in the Necronomicon's power.
3 cheers for Nobi. Did he leave any notes? Any egghead stuff that might tell us how to give these mothers the kiss off?
He was obsessed. He wrote endlessly, but would never show me his notes. I don't know what happened to them after he died.
Well, they gotta be somewhere. And if we're gonna live to see daylight, we have to find them.
What happened? Oh no, don't tell me it froze. Oh, damn it. All that work and it froze, dude. We lost all of our progress. Yeah, it froze. Fuck. Shit. That sucks, dude. That sucks so hard. Oh, I guess it's destined that we're just chilling. Looked like the Xbox overheated. Oh, no. Yeah. I don't understand it. We lost our progress, guys. That's kind of heart-wrenching. So, I guess we're just chilling the rest of the night. The Xbox is all blapped up. That sucks, man. That was something awful. That blues donkey good. Son of a bitch, dude. I'm very upset about that. I'll back up the Xbox. Damn it. That sucks. When you're having a good time and shit like that happens, dude, it takes the wind out of your sails. We still got 4 hours and 52 minutes left. Damn it. That's upsetting. That is very upsetting. All right. How about we watch a movie? That sound like fun? You guys got snackage? Watch Night of the Living Dead? I'm down if you guys are down. And it's public domain, so I can't get in trouble for it. I figured we could watch Night of the Living Dead if y'all are down. Oh, yeah. A little bit of black and white, old school nostalgia horror with your boy. That music's creepy as fuck. figured, you know, it's almost 3 in the morning. Why not watch a little bit of spooky? We could do some commentary, have some fun with it. How's the volume? Is it okay? Can you hear me and the movie decently?
They ought to make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us.
Hold on
we've
a
still
second.
got
I'm
a
pretty sure
3-hour
you can hear it
drive
through
back.
my
We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, darn it, she can't.
Can you hear me? All right,
Is
that's
there any
good.
of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Test. We're back on? Oh. Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problem.
I'd always put my headphones on as soon as I can hear it. A little better.
There's nothing wrong with the radio. Must have been the station.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one.
It's got that old nostalgia feel.
Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean, praying's for church, huh? Come on.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Well, there's not much sense in my going to church. Do you remember one time when we were small, we were out here? It was from right over there. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited, and he shook his fist at me, and he said, "Boys, you'll be damned to hell." Remember that? Right over there. Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny.
You're still afraid.
Stop it now, I mean it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Oh, iconic.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you.
Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of here.
Johnny!
You know what I just realized, guys? We can't watch this because there's nudity in it. And YouTube will kick my ass. YouTube will send me packing because of the nudity in it. I forgot all about that. That full frontal nudity of that one zombie. That sucks. I just thought about that. That's a good ass movie too, man. But I can't get hit with that nudity. I'll sit here watching and I was enjoying the shit out of it, and then I'm like, wait a minute. No, 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 no. I can't get caught with my pants down. Because I remember the last time I did it and they booted me when I was watching that Ice 9 Kills video. With the violence, with Art the Clown on it, and they fucking ended my shit. I mean, I'm trying to look. Maybe we can watch it because I think it's just Heine. Heine isn't bad. I just want to see something real quick before I make my final decision. Yeah, nope, we can't watch it. Straight on boobage. Shit. Wasn't for the fucking boobs, man. We would have been alright. Well, let's see what else we can do. Guess what we can do is we can go back to the game, Red Dead Revolver, and play a little bit of that. Do that. That way we can at least say we're doing something productive. We only got a few hours left.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I seem to have found myself in a most unfortunate situation. If you would be kind enough to help me.
You ain't my problem.
Indeed, sir. However, you might feel differently once you look behind you.
I'm over here. Who's over there?
see.
You leave him alone!
Please, let me. I can help. If you just shoot the lever on the side of the cage.
I'm guessing there's more where they came from. That contraption should make short work of them. I'll cover you.
You're gonna blow up real good, cowboy! You're gonna blow up real...
Oh, so this is how it's gonna be, bro.
gonna blow up.
Come on, dude. Dude, are you gonna fucking shoot the guy, or are you just gonna sit there and play games? Like... You outrun this motherfucker, dude. Is there like a fucking sprint button, or... Like, fuck's sake. Oh, as soon as you get off, he's gonna come. See what I mean? Face. Fuck are you? I'm dead.
You gonna blow up.
you dirty fucking little bitch. You fat fucking motherfucking bitch. Can't do this. I can't do this shit no more. Fuck that. That's getting on my fucking nerves, dude. Fuck that. Nope. I'm gonna sit here and get my fucking ass reamed out like that. No, thank you. No, spank you. No spanks. I am good. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna chill, relax by the fire, and just take in the awesomeness that was tonight. Maybe chit chat, tell a couple stories. Oh, dude, I can't handle that shit. I'm not gonna keep playing the same shit over and over again. That's all right though. Let's chill by the fire and relax and enjoy each other's company. How many people we got left? I still want to do a giveaway. I figure fuck it. We got 4 hours left. It's the perfect time to do a giveaway. We got Japanese Gothic and we got Misery. But I need to know how many people were here. By saying I. Yeah, he was a pain in the dick. Well, that's it, brother. We've already went longer than last time. In 18 minutes, we've gone 20 hours. We got 4 more hours to go, brother. And we're in it to win it. I think everybody else passed out, broski. I think it's just me and you, which is okay. I'll take me and you. How you feeling? I knew this is around the time I was gonna start like feeling it. I was like, It would have been nice if we were able to watch that movie, but I can't watch it with the nudity. Can't believe we're doing it, man. You still with me, Outlaw? You know what? Let me see what we got working with here. Okay, I think we're gonna end the night with screw it. Let's do Terror Night in Terror Tower, and then we're gonna end with Night of the Living Dummy. Goosebumps. A Night in Terror Tower. I'm scared, Eddie said. I shivered and zipped my coat up to my chin. Eddie, this was your idea, I told my brother. I didn't beg and plead to see the Terror Tower like you did. He raised his brown eyes to the tower. A strong gust of wind fluttered his dark brown hair. I have a strange feeling about this, Sue. A bad feeling. I made a disgusted face. Eddie, you're such a wimp. You have a bad feeling about going to the movies. Only scary movies, he mumbled. You're 10 years old, I said sharply. It's time to stop being scared of your own shadow. It's just an old castle with a tower, I said, gesturing toward it. Hundreds of tourists come here every day. But they used to torture people here, Eddie said, suddenly looking very pale. They used to lock people up in the tower and let them starve to death. Hundreds of years ago, I told him. They don't torture people here anymore, Eddie. Now they just sell postcards. We both gazed up at the gloomy castle built of gray stones, darkened over time. Its two narrow towers rose up like stiff arms at its sides. Storm clouds hovered low over the dark tower. The bent old trees in the courtyard shivered in the wind. It didn't feel like spring. The air was heavy and cold. I felt a raindrop on my forehead, then another on my cheek. A perfect London day, I thought. A perfect day to visit the famous Terror Tower. This is our first day in England, and Eddie and I have been sightseeing all over London. Our parents had to be at a conference at our hotel, so they signed us up for a tour group, and off we went. We toured the British Museum, walked through Harrods department store, visited Westminster Abbey and Trafalgar Square. For lunch we had bangers and mash, which is sausage and mashed potatoes, at a real English pub. The tour group took a great bus ride, sitting on top of a bright red double-decker bus. London was just as I imagined it, big and crowded, narrow streets lined with little shops and jammed with those old-fashioned looking black taxis. The sidewalks were filled with people from all over the world. Of course, my scaredy cat brother was totally nervous about traveling around a strange city on our own, but I'm 12 and a lot less wimpy than he is, and I managed to keep pretty calm. I was totally surprised when Eddie begged to visit Terror Tower. Mr. Stakes, our bald, red-faced tour guide, gathered the group together on the sidewalk. There were about 12 of us, mostly old people. Eddie and I were the only kids. Mr. Starks gave us a choice, another museum or the tower. The tower, Eddie pleaded. I've got to see the tower. I've got to see Terror Tower. We took a long bus ride to the outskirts of the city. The shops gave way to rows of tiny red brick houses. Then we passed even older houses hidden behind stooped trees and low ivy-covered walls. When the bus pulled to a stop, we climbed out and followed a narrow street made of bricks worn smooth over the centuries. The street ended at a high wall. Behind the wall, the Terror Tower rose up darkly. Hurry, Sue, Eddie tugged my sleeve. We'll lose the group. They'll wait for us, I told my brother. Stop worrying. We won't get lost. We jogged over to the old bricks and caught up with the others. Wrapping his long black overcoat around him, Mr. Starks led the group through the entrance. He stopped and pointed at a pile of gray stones in the large grass-covered courtyard. The wall was the original castle wall, he explained. It was built by the Romans in about the year 1400 or 400. London was a Roman city then. Only a small section of the wall still stood. The rest had crumbled or fallen. I couldn't believe I was standing at a wall that was over 1,500 years old. We followed Mr. Starks along the path that led to the castle and its tower. This was built by the Romans to be a walled fort, the tour guide told us. After the Romans left, it became a prison. That started many years of cruelty and torture within these walls. I pulled my little camera from my coat pocket and took a picture of the Roman wall. Then I turned and snapped a few pictures of the castle. The sky had darkened even more. I hoped the pictures would come out. This was London's first debtor's prison, Mr. Starks explained as he led the way. If you were too poor to pay your bills, you were sent to prison, which meant you could never pay your bills. So you stayed in prison forever. We passed a small guardhouse. It was about the size of a phone booth, made of white stones, with a slanted roof. I thought it was empty, but to my surprise, a gray uniformed guard stepped out of it, a rifle perched stiffly on his shoulder. I turned my back and gazed at the dark wall that surrounded the castle grounds. Look, Eddie, I whispered. You can't see any of the city outside the wall. It's as if we really stepped back in time. He shivered. I don't know if it was because of my words or because of the sharp wind that blew through the old courtyard. The castle cast a deep shadow over the path. Mr. Starks led us up to a narrow entrance at the side. Then he stopped and turned back to the group. I was startled by the tense, sorrowful expression on his face. I'm so sorry to give you this bad news, he said, his eyes moving slowly forward from one of us to the next. Huh? Bad news, Eddie whispered, moving closer to me. You will all be imprisoned in the North Tower, Mr. Starks announced sternly. There you will be tortured until you tell us the real reason why you chose to come here. Chapter 2. Eddie let out a startled cry. Other members of the group uttered shocked gasps. Mr. Starks began to chuckle as a grin spread over his round red face. Just a little Terror Tower joke, he said brightly. I've got to have some fun, you know. We all laughed too, except Eddie. He still seemed shaken. The guy is crazy, Eddie whispered. Actually, Mr. Starks is a very good tour guide, very cheerful and helpful, and he seemed to know everything about London. My only problem was that sometimes I had trouble understanding his British accent. As you can see, the castle consists of several buildings, Mr. Starks explained, turning serious. Those long, low buildings over there served as a barracks for the soldiers. He pointed across the broad lawn. I snapped a picture of the old barracks. It looked like a long, low hut. Then I turned and snapped a picture of the gray uniformed guards standing at attention in front of the small guardhouse. I heard several gasps of surprise behind me. Turning back, I saw a large hooded man creep out of the entrance and sneak up behind Mr. Starks. He wore an ancient-looking green tunic and carried an enormous battle axe, an executioner. He raised the battle axe behind Mr. Starks. Does anyone here need a very fast haircut? Mr. Starks asked casually without turning around. This is the castle barber. We all laughed. The man in the green executioner's costume took a quick bow, then disappeared back into the building. This is fun, he whispered, but I noticed he was clinging very close to me. We are going to enter the torture chamber first, Mr. Starks announced. Please stick together. He raised a red pennant on a long stick. I'll carry this high so you can find me easily. It's so easy to get lost inside. There are hundreds of chambers and secret passages. Wow, cool, I exclaimed. Eddie glanced at me doubtfully. You're not too scared to go into the torture chamber, are you? I asked him. Who, me? He replied shakily. You will see some very unusual torture devices, Mr. Starks continued. The wardens had many ways to inflict pain to their poor prisoners. We recommend that you do not try them at home. A few people laughed. I couldn't wait to get inside. I asked you again to stick together, Mr. Starks urged, as the group began to file through the narrow doorway into the castle. My last tour group was lost forever in there. Most of them are still wandering the dark chambers. My boss really scolded me when I got back to the office. I laughed at the lame joke. He had probably told it 1,000 times. At the entrance, I raised my eyes to the top of the dark tower. It was solid stone, no windows except for a tiny square one near the very top. People were actually imprisoned here, I thought. Real people, hundreds of years ago. I suddenly wondered if the castle was haunted. I tried to read the serious expression on my brother's face. I wondered if Eddie was having the same chilling thoughts. We stepped up to the dark entranceway. Turn around, Eddie, I said. I took a step back and pulled my camera from my coat pocket. Let's go in, Eddie pleaded. The others are getting ahead of us. I just want to take your picture at the castle entrance, I said. I raised the camera to my eye. Eddie made a dumb face. I pressed the shutter release and snapped the picture. I had no way of knowing that it was the last picture I would ever take of Eddie. Uh-oh, somebody gonna die? Eddie gonna die? Eddie gonna die? Chapter 3. Mr. Starks led the way down a narrow stairway. Our sneakers squeaked on the stone floor as we stepped into a large, dimly lit chamber. I took a deep breath and waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The air smelled old and dusty. It was surprisingly warm inside. I unzipped my coat and pulled my long brown hair out from under the collar. I could see several display cases against the wall. Mr. Starks led the way to a large wooden structure in the center of the room. The group huddled closely around him. "This is the rack," he proclaimed, waving his red pen at it. "Wow, it's real," I whispered to Eddie. I'd seen big torture devices like this in the movies and comic books, but I never thought they really existed. Yeah, they're pretty fun, man. The prisoner was forced to lie down here, Mr. Starks continued. His arms and legs were strapped down. When that big wheel was turned, the ropes pulled his arms and legs, stretching them tight. He pointed to the big wooden wheel. Turn the wheel more, and the ropes pulled tighter, Mr. Starks said, his eyes twinkling merrily. Sometimes the wheel was turned, and the prisoner was stretched and stretched until his bones were pulling right out of their sockets. He chuckled. I believe that is what is called doing a long stretch in prison. Some of the group members laughed at Mr. Stark's jokes, but Eddie and I exchanged solemn glances. Staring at the long wooden contraption with its thick ropes and straps, I pictured someone lying there. I imagined the creak of the wheel turning and the rope pulling tighter and tighter. Glancing up, my eyes caught a dark figure standing on the other side of the rack. He was very tall and very broad, dressed in a long black cape. He had pulled a black wide-brim hat down over his forehead, hiding most of his face in shadow. His eyes glowed darkly out from the shadow. Was he staring at me? I poked Eddie. "See that man over there? The one in black?" I whispered. "Is he in our group?" Eddie shook his head. "I never seen him before," he whispered back. "He's weird. Why is he staring at us like that?" The big man pulled the hat lower. His eyes disappeared beneath the wide brim. His black cape swirled as he stepped back into the shadows. Mr. Starks continued to talk about the rack. He asked if there were any volunteers to try it out. Everyone laughed. I've got to get a picture of this thing, I decided. My friends will really think it's cool. I reached in my coat pocket for my camera. "Hey," I cried out in surprise. I searched the other pocket. Then I searched my jeans pocket. "I don't believe this," I cried. The camera was lost. Chapter 4. "Eddie, my camera," I exclaimed. "Did you see?" I stopped when I saw the mischievous grin on my brother's face. Uh-oh. There it is. On my brother's face. He held up his hand with my camera in it, and his grin grew wider. "The mad pickpocket strikes again," he declared. "You took it from my pocket?" I wailed. I gave him a hard shove that sent him stumbling into the rack. He burst out laughing. Eddie thinks he's the world's greatest pickpocket. That's his hobby. Really, he practices all the time. "Fastest hands on earth," he bragged, waving the camera at me. I grabbed it away from him. "You're obnoxious," I told him. I don't know why he enjoys being a thief so much, but he really is good at it. When he slid that camera from my coat pocket, I didn't feel a thing. I started to tell him to keep his hands off my camera, but Mr. Starks mentioned for the group to follow him to the next room. As Eddie and I hurried to keep up, I glimpsed the man in the black cape. He was lumbering up behind us, his face still hidden under the wide brim of his hat. I felt a stab of fear in my chest. Was the strange man watching Eddie and me? Why? No. He was probably just another tourist visiting the tower, so why did I have the frightening feeling he was following us? I kept glancing back at him as Eddie and I studied the displays of torture devices in the next room. The man didn't seem interested in the displays at all. He kept near the wall, his black cape fading into the deep shadows, his eyes straight ahead on us. "Look at these," Eddie urged, pushing me toward a display shelf. "What are these?" "Thumb screws," Mr. Starks replied, stepping up behind us. He picked one up. It looks like a ring. He explained. See, it slides down over your thumb like this. He slid the wide metal ring over his thumb. Then he raised his hand so we could see clearly. There is a screw in the side of the ring. Turn the screw and it digs its way into your thumb. Keep turning and it digs deeper and deeper. Ouch, I declared. Very nasty, Mr. Starks agreed, setting the thumb screw back on the display shelf. This is a whole room of very nasty items. I can't believe people were actually tortured with this stuff, Eddie murmured. His voice trembled. He really didn't like scary things, especially when they were real. Wish I had a pair of these to use on you, I teased Eddie. Eddie is such a wimp. Sometimes I can't help myself. I have to give him a hard time. I reached behind the rope barrier and picked up a pair of metal handcuffs. They were heavier than I imagined, and they had a jagged row of metal spikes all around the inside. Sue, put those down, Eddie whispered frantically. I slipped one around my wrist. See, Eddie, when you clamp it shut, the jagged spikes cut into your wrist, I told him. I let out a startled gasp as the heavy metal cuffs clinked shut. Ow, I screamed, tugging frantically at it. Eddie, help. I can't get it off. It's cutting me. It's cutting me. Oh, dummy. Hold on 1 second. We are on chapter 5. I just gotta put you on a brief hold here, readjust, stand up for a few minutes, let the blood circulate. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Chapter 5. Ow, horrified moan escaped Eddie's throat as he gasped at the cuff around my wrist. His mouth dropped open, and his chin started to quiver. Help me, I wailed, thrashing my arm frantically, tugging at the chain. Get me out of this. Eddie turned as white as a ghost. I couldn't keep a straight face any longer. I started to laugh, and I slid the handcuff off my wrist. Got you back, I jeered. That's for stealing my camera. Now we're even. Eddie sputtered. His dark eyes glowered at me angrily. I really thought you were hurt, he muttered. Don't do that again. Sue, I mean it. I stuck my tongue out at him. I know it wasn't very mature. My brother doesn't always bring out the best in me. Follow me, please, Mr. Stark's voice echoed out of the stone walls. Eddie and I moved closer as the tour group huddled around Mr. Stark's. We're going to climb the stairs to the North Tower now, the tour guide announced. As you will see, The stairs are quite narrow and steep, so we will have to go single file. Please watch your step. Mr. Starks ducked his bald head as he led the way through the low, narrow doorway. Eddie and I were at the end of the line. The stone stairs twisted up the tower like a corkscrew. There was no hand railing, and the stairs were so steep and twisty, I had to hold on to the wall to keep my balance as I climbed. The air grew warmer as we made our way higher. So many feet had climbed these ancient stones that the stairs were worn smooth, the edges rounded. I tried to imagine prisoners being marched up these stairs to the top of the tower. Their legs must have trembled with fear. Up ahead, Eddie made his way slowly, peering up at the soot-covered stone walls. It's too dark, he complained, turning back to me. Hurry up, Sue. Don't get too far behind. My coat brushed against the stone wall as I climbed. I'm pretty skinny, but the stairway was so narrow, I kept bumping into the sides. After climbing for what seemed like hours, we stopped on the landing. Straight ahead of us was a small dark cell behind metal bars. This is a cell in which political prisoners were held, Mr. Starks told us. Enemies of the king were brought here. You can see it was not the most comfortable place in the world. Moving closer, I saw that the cell contained only a small stone bench and a wooden writing table. What happened to these prisoners? A white-haired woman asked Mr. Starks. Did they stay in the cells for years and years? No, Mr. Starks replied, rubbing his chin. Most of them were beheaded. I felt a chill at the back of my neck. I stepped up to the bars and peered into the small cell. Real people stood inside this cell, I thought. Real people held onto these bars and stared out, sat at a little writing table, paced back and forth in that narrow space, waiting to meet their fate. Swallowing hard, I glanced at my brother. I could see that he was just as horrified as I was. We have not reached the top of the tower yet, Mr. Starks announced. Let us continue our climb. The stone steps became steeper as we made our way up the curving stairway. I trailed my hand along the wall as I followed Eddie up to the top. As I climbed, I suddenly had the strangest feeling that I had been here before, that I had followed the twisting stairs, that I had climbed to the top of the ancient tower before. Of course, that was impossible. Eddie and I had never been to England before in our lives. The feeling stayed with me as our tour group crowded into the tiny chamber at the top. Had I seen this tower in a movie? Had I seen pictures of it in a magazine? Why did it look so familiar to me? I shook my head hard, as if trying to shake away the strange, troubling thoughts. Then I stepped up beside Eddie and gazed around the tiny room. A small square window high above our heads allowed a wash of gloomy gray light to filter down over us. The rounded walls were bare, lined with cracks and dark stains. The ceiling was low, so low that Mr. Starks and some of the other adults had to duck their heads. Perhaps you can feel the sadness in the room, Mr. Starks said softly. We all huddled closer to hear him better. Eddie stared up at the window, his expression somber. This is the tower room where a young prince and princess were brought, Mr. Starks continued solemnly. It was the early 15th century. The prince and princess, Edward and Susanna of York, were locked in the tiny tower cell. He waved the red pennant in a circle. We all followed, gazing around the small, cold room. Imagine two children grabbed away from their home, locked away in the drab chill of this cell in the top of a tower. Mr. Stark's voice remained just above a whisper. I suddenly felt cold. I zipped my coat back up. Eddie had his hand shoved deep in his jeans pockets. His eyes grew wide with fear as he gazed around the tiny dark room. The prince and princess were up here for long. Mr. Starks continued, lowering the pendant to his side. That night while they slept, the Lord High Executioner and his men crept upstairs. Their orders were to smother the two children, to keep the prince and princess from ever taking the throne. Mr. Stark shut his eyes and bowed his head. The silence in the room seemed to grow heavy. No one moved, no one spoke. The only sound was the whisper of wind through the tiny window above their heads. I shut my eyes too. I tried to picture a boy and a girl, frightened and alone, trying to sleep in the cold stone room. The doors burst open. Strange men break in. They don't say a word. They rush to smother the boy and girl. Right in this room. Right where I'm standing right now, I thought. I opened my eyes. Eddie was gazing at me, his expression troubled. "This is really scary," he whispered. "Yeah," I agreed. Mr. Stark started to tell us more, but the camera fell out of my hand. It clattered noisily on the stone floor. I bent to pick it up. "Oh, look, Eddie, the lens broke," I cried. "Shh." "I missed what Mr. Stark said about the prince and princess," Eddie protested. "But my camera, I shook it. I don't know why. It's not like shaking it would help fix the lens." "What did he say? Did you hear?" Eddie demanded. I shook my head. "Sorry, I missed it." We walked over to the low cot against the wall. A three-legged wooden stool stood beside it, the only furniture in the chamber. Did the prince and princess sit here, I wondered? Did they stand on the bed and try to see out the window? What did they talk about? Did they wonder what was going to happen to them? Did they talk about the fun things they would do when they were freed, when they returned home? It was all so sad, so horribly sad. I stepped up to the cot and rested my hand on it. It felt hard. Black markings on the wall caught my eye. Writing? Had the prince and princess left a message on the wall? I leaned over the cot and squinted at the markings. No message. Just cracks in the stone. "Sue, come on," Eddie urged. He tugged my arm. Okay, I replied impatiently. I ran my hand over the cot again. It felt so lumpy and hard, so uncomfortable. I gazed up at the window. The gray light had darkened to black. Dark as night out there. The stone wall suddenly seemed to close in on me. I felt as if I were in the dark closet, a cold, frightening closet. I imagined the walls squeezing in, choking me, smothering me. Is that how the prince and princess felt? Was I feeling the same fear they had known hundreds of years ago? With a heavy sigh, I let go of the cot and turned to Eddie. "Let's get out of here," I said in a trembling voice. "This room is just too frightening, too sad." We turned away from the cot, took a few steps toward the stairs, and stopped. "Hey," we both cried out in surprise. Mr. Stakes and the tour group had disappeared. Oh, yeah. Idiots. Chapter 6. "Where did they go?" Eddie cried in a shrill, startled voice. "They left us here." "They must be on their way back down the stairs," I told him. I gave him a gentle push. "Let's go." Eddie lingered close to me. "You go first," he said, insisted quietly. "You're not scared, are you?" I teased. "All alone in terror tower." I don't know why I enjoy teasing my little brother so much. I knew he was scared. I was a little scared too, but I couldn't help it. As I said, Eddie doesn't always bring out the best in me. I led the way to the twisting stairs. As I peered down, they seemed even darker and steeper. "Why didn't we hear them leave?" Eddie demanded. "Why did they leave us so fast?" "It's late," I told him. I think Mr. Stakes was eager to get everyone on the bus and back to their hotels. "The tower closes at 5, I think." I glanced at my watch. "It's 5:20. "Hurry," Eddie pleaded. "I don't want to be locked in. This place gives me the creeps." "Me too," I confessed. Excuse me. Squinting into the darkness, I started down the steps. My sneakers slid on the smooth stone. Once again, I pressed my hand against the wall to help keep my balance on the on the curving stairs. Where are they? Eddie demanded nervously. Why can't we hear the others on the stairs? The air grew cooler as we descended. A pale yellow light washed over the landing just below us. My hand swept through something soft and sticky. Cobwebs. Yuck. I could hear Eddie's rapid breathing behind me. The bus will wait for us, I told him. Just stay calm. Mr. Starks won't drive off without us. Is anybody down there? Eddie screamed. Can anybody hear me? His shrill voice echoed down the narrow stone wall. No reply. Where are the guards? Eddie demanded. Eddie, please don't get worked up, I pleaded. It's late. The guards probably are closing up. Mr. Starks will be waiting for us down there. I promise you. We stepped into the pale light of the landing. The small cell we had seen before stood against the wall. Don't stop, Eddie pleaded, breathing hard. Keep going, Sue. Hurry. I put my hand on his shoulder to calm him. Eddie, we'll be fine, I said soothingly. We're almost down to the ground. But look, Eddie protested. He pointed frantically. I saw at once what was troubling him. There were two stairways leading down, one to the left of the cell and one to the right. That's strange, I uttered, glancing from one to the other. I don't remember the second stairwell. Which one is the right one? He stammered. I hesitated. I'm not sure, I replied. I stepped over the one on the right and peered down. I couldn't see very far because it curved sharply. Which one? Which one? Eddie repeated. I don't think it matters, I told him. I mean, they both lead down, right? I mentioned for him to follow me. Come on. I think this is the one we took when we climbed up. I took one step down, then stopped. I heard footsteps, heavy footsteps, coming up the stairs. Eddie grabbed my hand. Who's that? He whispered. Probably Mr. Starks, I told him. He must be coming back up to get us. Eddie breathed a long sigh of relief. Mr. Starks, is that you? I called down. Silence, except for the approaching footsteps. Mr. Starks, I called in a tiny voice. When the dark figure appeared in the stairwell below, I could see at once that it wasn't our tour guide. Oh, I uttered a startled cry as the huge man in the black cape stepped into view. His face was still hidden in darkness, but his eyes glowed like burning coals as he glared up at Eddie and me from under the black, wide-brimmed hat. Is that the way down? I stammered. He didn't reply. He didn't move. His eyes burned into mine. I struggled to see his face, but he kept it hidden in the shadow of the hat, pulled lower over his forehead. I took a deep breath and tried again. We got separated from our group, I said. They must be waiting for us. Is this the way down? Again, he didn't reply. He glared up at us, menacingly. He's so big, I realized. He blocks the entire stairway. Sir, I started. My brother and I. He raised a hand, a huge hand, covered in a black glove. He pointed up at us. You will come with me now, he growled. I just stared at him. I didn't understand. You will come now, he repeated. I do not want to hurt you, but if you try to escape, I will have no choice. Oof. Chapter 7. Eddie let out a sharp gasp. My mouth dropped open as the man edged closer, and then I realized who he was. You're a guard here, right? I asked. He didn't reply. You scared me, I said, letting out a shrill laugh. I mean, that costume and everything. You work here, right? He stopped. He stepped forward, bringing his black-gloved hand up in front of him, moving the fingers. I'm sorry we're here so late, I continued. We lost our group, I guess. You want to close up so you can go home. He took another step closer. His eyes flared darkly. You know why I'm here, he snarled. No, I don't. My words were cut off as he grabbed me by the shoulder. Hey, let her go, Eddie cried. But the cape man grabbed my brother too. His gloved fingers dug sharply into my shoulder. Hey, I cried out in pain. He backed us against the cold stone wall. I caught a glimpse of his face, a hard, angry face, a long, sharp nose, thin lips twisted in a snarl, and the eyes, the cold, glowing eyes. "Let us go," Eddie demanded bravely. "We have to meet our group," I told the man shrilly. "We're leaving now. You can't keep us here." He ignored her pleas. "Do not move," he uttered in a low growl. "Stand there. Do not try to escape." "Listen, sir, if we've done something wrong," my voice trailed off. I watched him reach into the folds of his black cape. He struggled for a moment, then pulled something out. At first I thought they were rubber balls, 3 of them. But as he clicked them together, I realized he was holding smooth white stones. What is going on here, I asked myself. Is he crazy? Crazy and dangerous? "Listen, sir," Eddie started. "We have to go now." "Don't move," the man screamed. He shoved his cape violently behind him. "Don't move and don't make a sound. You have my final warning." Eddie and I exchanged frightened glances. My back against the stone wall, I tried edging slowly toward the nearest stairway. Mumbling to himself, the man concentrated on the 3 smooth white stones. He piled one on top of the other. He let out an angry cry as one of the stones fell to the floor. It bounced once and slid across the sleek floor. This is our chance, I thought. I shoved Eddie toward the other stairwell. "Run," I screamed. Chapter 8. "Do not move," the man bellowed, grabbing up the stone. He had a booming voice that thundered off the stone walls. "I warned you, you cannot escape me." My brother's eyes were bugging out of his head, but he didn't have to be told twice to run. "Stop," the cape man bellowed. The booming voice followed us as we scrambled down, stumbling on the twisting, curving stairs, our hands trailing against the cold stone of the tower wall. Down, down. Turning so fast, my head spun, but I squinted into the dim light and forced myself not to be dizzy, not to fall, not to give in to the terror that rose up over me. My camera fell out of my coat pocket. It clattered down the stairs. I didn't stop to pick it up. It was broken anyway. Keep going, I urged Eddie. "Keep going. We're almost out of here." I know, right? Dude, these are aging very well. And they're like not super long reads either. They're like 100-page reads. They're not fucking long at all. I read 2 of them already, and I'm actually, this is good because I actually have a TBR of like 60 books this year, and if I knock out 4 tonight, books are books. So, all right. Or were we? The climb down seemed much longer. Our sneakers slapped against the stone steps. But even louder were the heavy footsteps of the cape man behind us. His bellowed cries boomed down the narrow tower, echoing all around us, as if we were being chased by 100 frightening men instead of one. Who is he? Why is he chasing us? Why is he so angry? The questions bounced through my mind as I scrambled frantically down, following the twisting stairs. No time for answers. The big gray door rose up in front of us before we could stop. Eddie and I both ran into it. "The exit! We were here!" I stammered, and I could hear the rumble of the man's footsteps above us on the stairway. "Come closer! Closer!" Oh, sorry. Coming closer, closer. "We're out," I thought. "We're safe." Eddie shoved the door hard with his shoulder. Shoved it again. He turned to me, his chin quivering in fright. "It's locked. We're locked in." "No," I screamed. "Push." We both lowered our shoulders and pushed with all of our strength. No, the door didn't budge. The man lumbered closer, so close we could hear his muttered words. "We're trapped," I realized. He's caught us. Why does he want us? What is he going to do? One more try I managed to choke out. Eddie and I turned back to the door. Stay here, the Cape Man commanded. But Eddie and I gave the door one more desperate shove, and it finally moved, scraping the stone floor as it slid open part way. Eddie sucked in his breath and pushed through the opening first. Then I squeezed through, panting hard. We shoved the door shut behind us. The door had a long metal bar on the outside. I slid it all the way, bolting it, locking the Cape Man inside. We're safe, I cried, spinning away from the door. But we weren't outside. We were in a huge dark room. And a cruel voice in the room with us, a man's voice, laughing softly, told me that we weren't out of trouble. Chapter 9. The laughter rose up in front of us, making us both gasp. You have entered the king's dungeon. Abandon all hope, the man declared. Who are you? I cried. But more laughter was the only reply. A single beam of pale green light from the low ceiling broke the darkness. Huddled close to Eddie, I squinted into the eerie glow, desperate to find a way to escape. Over there, look, Eddie whispered, pointing. Across the room, I could see a barred cell against the wall. We crept forward a few steps. Then we saw it, a bony hand reaching out from between the bars. No, I gasped. Eddie and I jumped back. The pounding on the door behind us made us both jump again. You could not escape, the Cape Man raged from the other side of the door. Eddie grabbed my hand as the man furiously pounded on the door. The sound boomed louder like thunder. Would the bolt hold? Ahead of us, two bony hands reached out from another dungeon cell. This can't be happening, Eddie choked out. There aren't any dungeons today. Another way, I whispered, trembling with fright as I stared at the hands poking out from the dark cells. Find another doorway. My eyes frantically searched the darkness. Off in the distant corner, I glimpsed a slender crack of light. I started to run toward it. I tripped over something chained to the floor. It was a body of a man sprawled on the floor, and I landed on his chest with a sickening thud. The chains rattled loudly on my foot as my foot tangled in them. My knee and elbows hit the stone floor hard. Pain shot through my entire body. The old man didn't move. I scrambled up, stared down at him, and I realized he was a dummy. Not real, just a dummy chained to the floor. Oh, I gotta adjust again. Hold on a second. Eddie, it's not real, I cried. Huh? He stared at me, his face twisted in confusion and fright. It's not real. None of it is. I repeated. Look, the hands in the dungeon cells. They're not moving. It's all a display, Eddie. Just a display. Eddie started to reply, but the cruel laughter interrupted him. You have entered the king's dungeon. Abandon all hope, the voice repeated. Then more evil laughter. Just a tape, just a recording. There wasn't anyone in the room with us. No dungeon keeper. I let out a long sigh. My heart was still pounding like a bass drum, but I felt a little better knowing that we weren't trapped in a real dungeon. We're okay, I assured Eddie. And then the door burst open with a loud crack, and the big man, roared into the room, his cape fluttering behind him. his dark eyes glowing in victory. Chapter 10. Eddie and I froze in the middle of the floor. The Cape Man froze too. The only sound was his harsh, raspy breathing. We stared through the dim light at each other, frozen like the dummies in the cells. You cannot escape, the man growled once again. You know you will not leave the castle. His words sent a cold shiver down my back. Leave us alone, Eddie pleaded in a tiny voice. What do you want? I demanded. Why are you chasing us? The big man pressed his gloved hand against his waist. You know the answer, he replied flatly. He took a step toward Eddie and me. Are you ready to come with me now? He demanded. I didn't reply. Instead, I leaned close to Eddie and whispered, Get ready to run. Eddie continued to stare straight ahead. He didn't blink or nod his head. I couldn't tell if he had even heard me. You know you have no choice, the man said softly. He reached both hands onto the folds of his cape. Once again he pulled out the mysterious white stones, and once again I caught a glimpse of his dark eyes, saw the cold sneer in his lips. You've made a mistake, Eddie stammered. The man shook his head. The wide brim of that black hat cast tilted shadows on the floor. I have made no mistake. Do not run from me again. You know you must come with me now. Eddie and I didn't need a signal. Without saying a word to each other, without glancing at each other, we spun around and started to run. The man shouted in protest and took off after us. The room seemed to stretch on forever. It must be the entire basement of the castle, I realized. Beyond the beam of light, the darkness rose up like fog. My fear weighed me down. My legs felt as if they were 1,000 pounds each. I'm moving in slow motion, I thought, struggling to speed up. Eddie and I are crawling like turtles. He'll catch us. He'll catch us in 2 seconds. I glanced back when I heard the Cape Man cry out. He had tripped over the same dummy chained to the floor. He had fallen heavily. As he scrambled to his feet, my eyes searched the floor, the far floor, the far wall for a door or a hallway or any kind of opening. How do we get out of here? Eddie cried. We're trapped, Sue. No, I cried. I spotted a work table against the wall, cluttered with tools. I searched for the thing to use as a weapon. Didn't see anything, grabbed a flashlight instead. Frantically pushed the button. Would it work? Yes. A white beam of light darted over the floor. I raised it to the far wall. Eddie, look, I whispered. A low opening in the wall, some kind of tunnel. A tunnel we could escape through. In another second, we were ducking our heads and stepping into the dark opening. I kept my light ahead of us, down at our feet. We had to stoop as we ran. The tunnel was curved at the top and not high enough for us to stand. The tunnel ran straight for a while, then curved down and to the right. The air felt damp and cool. I could hear the trickle of water nearby. It's an old sewer, I told Eddie. That means it has to lead us to somewhere. Is it acting wonky? Alright, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find another background. inside. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. You ready for this? Black screen. Booga booga. Black screen. Black screen. Black screen. Yeah, I wonder what the hell happened. We're gonna figure it out. Transform. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try this. Booga booga. Let's try this. Can you see me now? What the hell's happening here? I don't know what happened, dude. Shit's all messed up. Maybe if I flip it. understand what happened. I can sit here and play with it all night, but I don't get, like, it's fucking flipped. Like, I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. Oh well, we'll just finish reading the book on the just chatting. Yeah, we only got 3 hours left, so I'm not gonna sit here and fight with it. We'll finish it here. Let me move me over a little bit so we can enjoy the nostalgia. All right. Oh, let me see something. Let me see if it did it on gameplay. Yeah, it's all fucked up. I don't know what it did. All right, so let's finish the book, shall we? All right. I glanced back when I heard the Cape man cry out. He had tripped over the same dummy chained to the floor. He had fallen heavily. As he screamed to his feet... Wait, hold on. We already did that. Where it goes. Okay, it's got to lead to somewhere. Actually finish that page. I hope so, Eddie replied breathlessly, running hard. We followed the curve of the sewer. My light leapt about, jumping from the low ceiling to the damp stone floor. The light revealed wide metal rungs hung from the ceiling. Eddie and I had to duck even lower to keep from smashing our heads against them. The light from my flashlight bounced wildly from the floor to the rungs along the top of the sewer. Eddie and I splashed through the puddles of dirty water. We both gasped when we heard the footsteps behind us. Heavy, ringing footsteps, thundering in the low tunnel, growing louder and louder. I glanced back, but the Cape man was hidden by the curve of the sewer tunnel. His footsteps boomed steadily, rapidly, and I could tell he wasn't far behind. He's going to catch us, I told myself in a panic. This tunnel is never going to end. Eddie and I can't run much further. He's going to catch us in this dark, damp sewer. And then what? What does he want? Why did he say that we knew what he wanted? How could we know? I stumbled forward. The flashlight bumped against the wall and fell from my hand. It clattered to the tunnel floor and rolled in front of me. The light shone back the tunnel, back toward the Cape man. I saw him move into view, bent low, running hard. A frightened moan escaped my lips. I bent to pick up the flashlight. It slid out of my trembling hand. That was all the time the Cape man needed. He grabbed Eddie with both hands. He pulled the black cape around my brother, trapping him. Then he reached for me. I told you there was no escape, he rasped. Chapter 11. I tucked the I ducked out of the Cape man's grasp. With another frightened groan, I grabbed the flashlight off the floor. I planned to use it as a weapon, to shine it in the Cape man's eyes, or swing it at his head, but I didn't get a chance. I froze in horror as the beam of light bounced down the tunnel, and I saw the rats, hundreds of them, hundreds of chirping rats, gray rats. The darted light made their eyes glow red as fire. The rats came scrambling over the sewer floor, snapping their jaws hungrily, gnashing their jagged teeth as they came charging at us. Their shrill whistling and chittering echoed through the tunnel. The terrifying sound made my breath catch in my throat. The tiny red eyes glowed in the light as they scrambled towards us. As they pulled their scrawny bodies over the hard floor, their tails slithered behind them like dark snakes. The Cape Man saw them too. He leapt back in surprise, and Eddie came tearing out from under the cape. He gulped in shock as he shook his eye as he gulped in shock as his eyes locked on the charging rats. Jump, I cried. Eddie, jump. Eddie didn't move. We both gaped at the rats in horror. A churning sea of whistling, chewing, red-eyed rats. A living tidal wave of rats. Jump! Jump now, I shrieked. I raised both hands. Jump! And jumped. Eddie jumped too. We grabbed on the metal rungs embedded in the sewer roof. Pulling myself up, I frantically lifted my feet as high as I could from the floor, higher and higher as the rats charged under me. A foul odor rose up, nearly choking me as the rats passed. I could hear the tap, tap, tap of their long toenails against the floor, hear the swish of their sweeping tails. I couldn't see the rats in the darkness, but I could hear them and feel them. They jumped at my shoes, scratched at my legs with their sharp claws, and kept coming. I turned to see the Cape Man start to run back. Yeah, they're really good. He stumbled with lurching steps as he tried to flee the thundering wave of rats. His arms shot forward as if reaching for safety. The black cape whipped behind him. The wide-brimmed hat flew off his head and floated to the floor. A dozen rats pounced on it, climbed over it, and began chewing it to pieces. The man's footsteps echoed in the tunnel as he ran faster. The rats leapt up at his cape, clawing it, snapping their jaws, and shrieking excitedly. A second later, he disappeared around the curve of the sewer. The rats scrambled noisily after him. As they vanished around the curve, the sound all blended together became a roar that rang through the long sewer, a roar of horror. My arms were both aching, throbbing, while with pain, but I kept my feet high off the ground, off the floor. I didn't let go of the metal rung until I was sure all the rats had disappeared. The roar faded into the distance. I heard Eddie's heavy breathing, let out a sharp groan, and dropped to the floor. He let go of the rung and lowered him. I let go of the rung and lowered myself too. I waited for my heart to stop pounding, for the blood to stop throbbing in my temples. That was a close call, Eddie murmured, his chin trembling. His voice was as gray as the tunnel walls. Ooh, gotta adjust. I shuddered. I knew I had seen the hundreds of tiny red eyes in my dreams, hear the clicking of their long toenails, and the swish of their scraggly tails. Let's get out of this disgusting sewer, I cried. Mr. Starks must be frantic searching for us. Eddie picked up the flashlight and handed it to me. I can't wait to get out back on the tour bus, he said. I can't wait to get away from this awful tower. I can't believe we've been chased by a crazy person through a sewer. This can't really be happening to us, Sue. It's happening, I declared, shaking my head. I suddenly had another thought. Mom and Dad are probably out there meeting, I said. They're probably worried sick about us. Not as worried as I am, Eddie exclaimed. I beamed the light ahead, keeping it down on the sewer floor, and we started walking the tunnel floor. We started walking. The tunnel floor rose up and curved to the left. We started to climb. There's got to be an end to this sewer, I muttered. It's got to end somewhere. A faint roar up ahead made me cry out, "More rats!" Eddie and I both stopped and listened. "Hey," I uttered excitedly when I realized there was a different sound. The sound of wind rushing in the tunnel. That meant we had to be close to the end, and that the sewer emptied somewhere outside. "Let's go," I cried excitedly. The beam of light bounced ahead of us as we started to run. The tunnel curved again, and then suddenly ended. I saw a metal ladder reaching straight up to a large round manhole in the tunnel ceiling. Gazing up at the hole, I saw the night sky. Eddie and I let out shouts of joy. He scrambled up the ladder, and I pulled myself right up behind him. Right? That's right. Gotta empty somewhere. It was a cold, damp night, but we didn't care. The air smelled so fresh and clean, and we were out of the sewer, out of the terror tower, away from the frightening man in the black cape. I gazed around quickly, trying to figure out where we were. The tower tilted up toward us, a black shadow against the blue-black sky. The lights had been turned off. The tiny guardhouse lay dark and empty. No other soul in sight. I saw the low wall that divided the tower from the rest of the world, and then I found the stone path that led to the exit in the parking lot. Our shoes thudded over the small stones as we hurried toward the parking lot. A pale moon slid out from the wispy clouds. It cast... Oh, God. Come on now. It cast a shimmering silver light over the whispering trees and the long stone wall. It suddenly looked unreal. Without stopping, I glanced back at the old castle. The moonlight shone off the jutting towers as if casting them into a pale spotlight. Real people walked on the path hundreds of years ago, I thought, and real people died up in that tower. With a shiver, I turned back and kept jogging. Eddie and I moved through the open gate and out, past the wall. We're back in modern times, I thought, back where we are safe. But our happiness didn't last long. The parking lot shimmered darkly in the pale moonlight, empty. The tour bus was gone. Eddie and I both turned to each other, turned to search up and down the street, the long, empty street. "They left us," Eddie murmured with a sigh. "How are we going to get back to the hotel?" I started to answer, but I stopped when I saw the man. A tall white-haired man, limping toward us, moving fast, pointing and calling out, "You there, you there." Oh no, I thought wearily, feeling my body freeze in fear. Now what? Chapter 12. Come on. We got this. We got this. You there, the man. The man's shoulder dipped in the big gray overcoat he wore as he charged over at us, limping with each step. Eddie and I huddled close together, staring back at him as he hurried across the empty parking lot. His white hair tumbled out from under a small gray cap. The overcoat hung down nearly to his ankles and bulged over his skinny frame. He stepped up in front of us and waited to catch his breath. His tiny eyes caught the moonlight, and he narrowed them at us, studying Eddie, then me. "Are you two kids that bus driver was looking for?" he asked in a shrill, high voice. He had a different accent than Mr. Stark's. I think it was Scottish. Eddie and I nodded. "Well, I'm the night guard here," the man told us. There's There's no one here but me after closing. Ugh. Where is our bus? Eddie asked quietly. It left, the man replied sharply. He searched all over for you, but he couldn't wait any longer. What happened? Did you get lost in there? He motioned back toward the tower. A man chased us, Eddie replied breathlessly. He said we had to come with him. He was really scary and, man, what man? The night guard eyed us suspiciously. The man in the black cape, I replied, and the black hat. He chased us into the tower. There's no man in the tower, the guard replied, shaking his head. I told you, I'm the only one here after closing. But he's in there, I cried. He chased us. He was going to hurt us. He chased us through the sewer and the rats. Sewer? What were you two doing in the sewer? The guard demanded. We have rules here about where the tourists are allowed. If you break the rules, we can't be responsible. He sighed. Now you come out here with a wild story about a man in a black cape and running through the sewers. Wild stories, wild stories. Eddie and I exchanged glances. We could both see that the man wasn't going to believe us. How do we get back to our hotel? Eddie asked. Our parents will be really worried. Oh, we're close. We're going to get this, brother. I glanced at the street. There was no cars or buses in sight. Do you have any money? The guard asked, replacing his cap. There's a phone box on the corner. I can call a taxi. I reached into my jeans pocket and felt the heavy coins my parents had given me before Eddie and I set out on the tour. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. We have money, I told the guard. It'll cost at least 15 or 20 pounds from way out here, he warned. That's okay, I replied. Our parents gave us British money. If we don't have enough, they'll pay the driver. He nodded, then he turned to Eddie. You look all done in, lad. Did you get frightened up there in that tower? Eddie swallowed hard. I just want to get back to our hotel, he murmured. The guard nodded, then tucking his hands into the pockets of his big overcoat, he led the way to the phone booth. The black taxi pulled up about 10 minutes later. The driver was a young man with long, wavy blonde hair. What hotel? He asked, leaning out the passenger window. The Barclay, I told him. Eddie and I climbed into the back. It was warm in the taxi. It felt so great to sit down. As we pulled away from the Terror Tower, I didn't glance back. I never wanted to see that old castle again. The car rolled smoothly through the dark streets. The taxi meter clicked pleasantly. The driver hummed to himself. I shut my eyes and leaned my head back against the leather seat. I tried to think about the frightening man who had chased us in the tower, but I couldn't force him from my mind. Soon we were back in the center of London. Cars and taxis jammed the streets. We passed brightly lit theaters and restaurants. The taxi pulled up in front of the Berkeley Hotel and eased to a stop. The driver slid open the window behind his seat and turned to me. That'll be 15 pounds and 60 pence. Eddie sat up drowsily. He blinked several times, surprised to see that we had reached our destination. I pulled the big heavy coins from my pocket. I held them up to the driver. I don't really know what is what, I confessed. Can you take the amount from these? The driver glanced at the coins in my hand, sniffed, then raised his eyes to me. What are those? He asked coldly. Coins, I replied. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't have enough to pay. Do I have enough to pay you? He stared back at me. Do you have any real money? Or are you going to pay me with play money. I don't understand, I stammered. My hand started to tremble and I nearly dropped the coins. I don't either, the driver replied sharply, but I do know that those aren't real coins. We use British pounds here, miss. His expression turned angry. He glared at me through the little window in the glass partition. Now, are you going to pay me in British pounds, or are we going to have some major trouble? I want my money now. Oh, we're definitely going to make it, brother. I just got to try to keep myself comfy. And yeah, I think, oh, yeah, that's perfect. I pulled the coins away from him and raised them close to my face. It was dark in the back of the taxi. Oh, chapter 13, by the way. It was dark in the back of the taxi. It was, wait. And hard to see. The coins were large and round. They felt heavy, made of real gold or silver. It was too dark to read the words on them. Why would my parents give me play money? I asked the driver. He shrugged. I don't know your parents. Well, we will pay you 15 pounds, I told him. I struggled to shove the big coins back in my pocket. 15 pounds, 60 plus tip, the driver said, frowning at me. Where are your parents? In the hotel? I nodded, yes. They are at a meeting in the hotel, but they're probably up in the room now. We'll get them to come down and pay you. In real money, if you please, the driver said. Real monies. Real human monies. Rolling his eyes. If you're not down here in 5 minutes, I'll come in after you. They'll be right down, I promise, I told him. I pushed open the door and scrambled out of the cab. Eddie followed me onto the sidewalk, shaking his head. This is weird, he muttered. A red uniformed doorman held the door open for us, and we hurried into the huge chandeliered lobby. The people seemed to be heading the other way, going out for dinner, I guess. My stomach rumbled. I suddenly realized I was starving. Eddie and I made our way past the long front desk. We were walking so fast, we nearly collided with a bellman pushing a big cart stacked with huge suitcases. To our right, I could hear dishes clattering in the hotel restaurant. The aroma of fresh baked bread filled the air. The elevator doors opened. A red-haired woman in a fur coat stepped off, walking a white toy poodle. Eddie got tangled in the leash. I had to pull him free so we wouldn't miss the elevator. We stumbled into the elevator. As the door slid shut, I pressed 6. When, what was wrong with that money, Eddie asked. I shrugged. I don't know. I guess Dad made a mistake. The doors slid open on 6, and we hurried side by side down the long carpeted hall to our room. I stepped around the room service tray on the floor. Someone had left half a sandwich and part of a bowl of fruit. My stomach rumbled again, reminding me how hungry I was. Here we are, Eddie ran up to the door to room 626 and knocked. Hey, Mom, Dad, it's us. Open up, I called impatiently. Eddie knocked again, a little harder. Hey. We pressed our ears close to the door and listened. Silence. No footsteps, no voices. Hey, are you in there? Eddie called. He knocked again. Hurry up, it's us. He turned to me. They must be out of that meeting by now, he muttered. I cupped my hands around my mouth. Mom, Dad, are you there? I called. No reply. Eddie's shoulders slumped, and he let out an unhappy sigh. Now what? Are you having trouble? A woman's voice asked. I turned to see a hotel maid. She wore a gray uniform and a small white cap over her short dark hair. She had been pushing a cart loaded with towels. She stopped across the hall for me and Eddie. Our parents are still at a meeting, I told her. My brother and I were locked out. She studied us for a moment. Then she stepped away from the cart and raised a large key chain filled with keys. I'm not really supposed to do this, she said, shuffling through the clattering keys, but I guess it's okay to let you kids in. She put a key into the lock, turned it, and pushed open the door for us. Eddie and I both thanked her and told her she was a lifesaver. She smiled and moved on down the hall, pushing her cow cart. The room was dark. I clicked on the light as Eddie and I stepped in. They're not here, I said softly. No sign of them. They probably left a note, Eddie replied. Maybe they had to go out with people from the meeting, or maybe they're down in the restaurant waiting for us. Our room was actually a suite, a front door, and two beds. Turning on the lights as I went, I made my way to the desk in the corner. A writing pad and a pen rested in the center of the desk, but the pad was blank, no messages. No messages from mom or dad on the bed table either. That's weird, Eddie muttered. I crossed the room and stepped into their bedroom. I clicked out I clicked on the ceiling light and glanced around. The room had been made up. The bed was smooth and unwrinkled. There was no message for us anywhere. The dresser top lay bare. No clothes tossed over the chair. No shoes on the floor. No briefcases or notepads from their meeting. No sign that anyone had even been in the room. I turned and saw that Eddie had moved to the closet. He pushed the sliding door open all the way. Sue, look, he shouted. No clothes. Mom and Dad's clothes. Our clothes. They're all gone. A heavy feeling of dread started in my stomach and weighted down my entire body. What is going on here? I cried. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, dude, we're doing phenomenal, bruh. Like we're gonna do it. This will be the first one we finished. We got less than 3 hours. Chapter 14. The plot thickens. Can we hear me good? Okay. They wouldn't just leave, I exclaimed. I walked over to the closet and checked it out for myself. I don't know what I expected to see. It was clear from across the room that the closet was completely empty. Are you sure we're in the right room? Eddie asked. He pulled open the dresser drawer, empty. Of course this is the right room, I replied immediately. Eddie pulled out the rest of the dresser drawers. They were all empty. We searched every inch of the room. No sign of mom or dad. We'd better go down to the desk, I suggested, thinking hard. We'll find out what room the meeting is being held in. Then we'll go there and talk to mom and dad. I can't believe they're still at the meeting. Eddie murmured, shaking his head, and would they pack up and take all our clothes to the meeting with them? I'm sure there's a good answer, I said. Come on, let's go downstairs. Sorry if I'm starting to read slow, but it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just like, ugh, we're battling, dude. This is where you fucking you dig deep and you find that will to fucking go and move forward. All right, cool, brother. So if I'm reading slow or sound like a robot, I apologize. But we're going to get through this book and we're going to chit chat and we're going to wait for the 24-hour alarm to go off together. And then we're going to talk and we're going to bring on the 24 hours. And then your boy is going to go and we're going to sleep. I got to run and do a quick errand and then I'm going to sleep. All right, let's do this. All right. I'm sure there's a good answer, I said. Come on, let's go downstairs. We made our way back down the long hall and took the elevator to the lobby. We found a crowd around the front desk. A large woman dressed in a green pantsuit was arguing angrily about her room. I was promised a view of the river, she screamed at the red-faced man behind the desk. And I want a view of the river. But madam, he replied softly, the hotel is not located near the river. We don't have any river views from this hotel. I must have a river view, the woman insisted. I have it right here in writing. He flashed a sheet of paper in front of the man's face. The argument continued for a few minutes more. I quickly lost interest in it. I thought about Mom and Dad. I wondered where they were. I wondered why they hadn't left us a note or any message. Eddie and I finally got up to the desk about 10 minutes later. The clerk tucked some papers into a file and turned to us with an automatic smile. Can I help you? We're trying to find our parents, I said. Leaning my elbows on the desk. They're in a meeting, I think. Can you tell us where the meeting is? I couldn't imagine. Especially if there's no fucking Riverview. Like, what are you talking about? Like, shut the fuck up. See, oh, sorry. He stared at me for a long moment, his face blank, as if he didn't understand. What meeting is that? He asked finally. I thought hard. I couldn't remember what the meeting was called or what it was about. It's the big meeting, I replied uncertainly. The one people came from all over the world for? He twisted his mouth in a thoughtful pout. A very big meeting, Eddie chimed in. We have a problem, the clerk said, frowning. He scratched his right ear. There aren't any meetings in the hotel this week. I stared back at him. My mouth dropped open. I started to say something, but the words just didn't come out. No meetings, Eddie asked weakly. The clerk shook his head. No meetings. A young woman called to him from the office. He sighed. He signaled to me that he'd be right back. Then he hurried over to see what she wanted. Are we in the right hotel? Eddie whispered to me. I could see the worry tighten in his features. Of course, I said sharply. Why do you keep asking me these dumb questions? I'm not an idiot, you know. Why do you keep asking if this is the right room, if this is the right hotel? That's right, can't give you what I don't have. Because nothing makes sense, he muttered. I started to reply, but the clerk returned to the desk. May I ask your room number? He demanded, scratching his ears again. 626, I told him. He punched several keys on his computer keyboard, then squinted at the screen monitor. I'm sorry, that room is vacant, he said. What? I cried. The clerk studied me, narrowing his eyes. There's no way that there's no one in room 626 at the present, he repeated. But we are, Eddie cried. The clerk forced a smile to his face. He raised both hands as if to say, let's all remain calm. We will find your parents. He told us, leaving the smile frozen on his face. He punched a few computer keys now. What is your name? I opened my mouth to answer, but no answer came out. I glanced at Eddie. His face was knitted in concentration. What is your last name, kids? The clerk repeated. It's your parents. If your parents are in the hotel, I'm sure I can track them down for you, but I need to know your last name. I stared blankly at him. I had a strange tingling feeling that started at the back of my neck and ran all the way down my body. I suddenly felt as if I couldn't breathe, as if my heart had stopped. My last name, my last name. Why couldn't I remember my last name? I couldn't feel my body start. I could feel my body start to shake, tears brimming in my eyes. This was so upsetting. My name is Sue, I told myself. Sue, Sue what? Shaking, tears running down my cheeks, I grabbed Eddie by the shoulders. Eddie, I demanded, what's our last name? I don't know, he sobbed. Oh, Eddie, I pulled my brother close and hugged him. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? Ooh, uh-oh, something just got real weird. So, that's that good stretch. Chapter 15. We had to stay calm, I told my brother. If we take a deep breath and just relax, I'm sure we'll be able to remember. I guess you're right, Eddie replied uncertainly. He stared straight ahead. He was gritting his teeth, trying not to cry. It was a few minutes later the desk clerk had suggested that we go to the restaurant. He promised he'd try to find our parents while we ate. That suggestion was fine with Eddie and me. We were both starving. We sat at a small table in the back of the restaurant. I gazed around the big, elegant room. Crystal chandeliers cast sparkling light over the well dressed diners on a small balcony overlooking the room. A string of quartet played classical music. Eddie tapped his hands nervously on the white tablecloth. I kept picking up the heavy silverware and twirling it in my hand. The tables all around us were filled with laughing, happy people. Three children at the next table, very dressed up, were singing a song in French to their smiling parents. Eddie leaned over the table and whispered to me, how are we going to pay for the food? Our money isn't any good. We can charge it to the room, I replied. When we figure out what room we're in, Eddie nodded and slouched back in his high back chair. A waiter in a black tuxedo appeared beside the table. He smiled at Eddie and me. Welcome to Barclay, he said. And what may I bring you this evening? Could we see the menu? I asked. There was no menu right now. The waiter replied without changing his smile. We are still serving tea. Only tea? Eddie cried. No food? The waiter chuckled. Our high tea includes sandwiches, scones, croissants, and an assortment of pastries. Yes, we'll have that, I told him. He gave me a quick bow of his head, turned and headed toward the kitchen. At least we'll get something to eat, I muttered. Eddie didn't seem to hear me. He kept glancing at the doorway at the front of the restaurant. I knew he was looking for Mom and Dad. Why can't we remember our last name? He asked glumly. I don't know, I confessed. I'm very confused. Every time I started to think about it, I felt dizzy. I kept telling myself I was just hungry. You'll remember after you had something to eat, I kept repeating. The waiter brought a tray of tiny sandwiches cut in triangles. I recognized egg salad and tuna fish. I didn't know what the others were, but Eddie and I didn't care. We were devouring the sandwiches as soon as the waiter set them down. We drank 2 cups of tea. Then our next tray arrived with scones and croissants. We loaded up we loaded them up with butter and strawberry jam and gobbled them down hungrily. Maybe if we tell the man at the front desk what Mom and Dad look like, we can he can help us find them. Eddie suggested. He grabbed the last croissant before I could get it. Good idea, I said. Then I let out a silent gasp. I had that dizzy feeling again. Eddie, I said, I can't remember what Mom and Dad looked like. What is going on? He let the croissant fall from his hand. I can't either, he murmured, lowering his head. This is crazy, Sue. I shut my eyes. Shh. Just try to picture them, I urged. Force away all other thoughts. Concentrate. Try to picture them. I can't, Eddie stammered. I could hear the panic in his high-pitched voice. Something is wrong, Sue. Something is very wrong with us. I swallowed hard. I opened my eyes and couldn't conjure up any kind of picture of my parents. I tried thinking about Mom. Was she blonde, red-haired, black-haired? Was she tall, short, thin, fat? That could be. I couldn't remember. Where do we live? Eddie wailed. Do we live in a house? I can't picture it, Sue. I can't picture it at all. His voice cracked. I could see he was having trouble holding back the tears. Panic choked in my throat. I suddenly felt as if I couldn't breathe. I stared at Eddie. I couldn't say a word. What could I say? My brain spun like a tornado. We've lost our memory, I finally uttered. At least part of our memory. How? Eddie demanded in a trembling voice. How could that happen to both of us? I clasped my hands tightly to my lap. They were as cold as ice. At least we still remember some things, I said. Try not to despair completely. We still remember our first names, Eddie replied, but not our last. And what else do we remember? We remember our room number, I said, 626. But the desk clerk said we don't belong in that room, Eddie cried. And we remember why we came to London, I continued, because Mom and Dad had these important meetings. But there are no meetings in the hotel, Eddie exclaimed. Our memories are wrong, Sue. They're all wrong. I insisted on figuring out what we did remember. I had the feeling if I could list what we did remember, we wouldn't feel so upset about what we had forgotten. I knew it was a crazy idea, but I didn't know what else to do. I remember the tour we took today, I said. I remember everywhere we went in London. I remember Mr. Stark's. I remember... What about yesterday, Eddie interrupted. What did we do yesterday, Sue? I started to reply, but my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't remember yesterday. Something's up. Something is up. Or the day before. Or the day before that. Oh, Eddie, I moaned, raising my hand to my cheeks. Something is terribly wrong. Eddie didn't seem to hear me. His eyes were locked on the front of the restaurant. I followed his gaze and saw the young blonde-haired man step into the room, the taxi driver. We had forgotten all about him. Uh-oh. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I just have to readjust, okay? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. I just needed a second. I had to stand up a little bit, let the blood flow. Yeah. All right. Chapter 16. I jumped up. The napkin fell off my lap onto the floor, onto my shoe. I kicked it away and reached down to tug Eddie's arm. Come on, let's get out of here. Eddie gazed up at me uncertainly, then back at the taxi driver. The taxi driver had stopped just past the entrance. His eyes were searching each table. Hurry, I whispered. He hasn't seen us yet. But maybe we should just explain to him, Eddie said. Huh? Explain what? I shot back. That we couldn't pay him because we lost our memory and don't know our name? I really don't think he'll buy that, do you? Eddie twisted his face in a frown. Okay, how do we get out of here? He demanded. The front door is blocked by the taxi driver, but I spotted a glass door on the back wall near the table. Thank you, brother. The door had a filmy white curtain over it and a small sign that read no exit. But I didn't care. Eddie and I had no choice. We had to leave fast. I grabbed the knob and pulled the door open. Eddie and I slipped through, then tugged the door shut behind us. I don't think he saw us, I whispered. I think we're okay. We turned away from the door and found ourselves in a long, dark hallway. This must be an area used by the hotel workers, I thought. The floor had no carpet. The walls were stained and unpainted. We turned a corner. I held out a hand to stop Eddie. We listened for footsteps. Had the taxi driver seen us duck out? Was he coming after us? I couldn't hear a thing over the pounding of my heart. What a horrible day, I wailed. And then the day turned even more horrible. The man in the black cape stepped out from around the corner. Did you really think I wouldn't follow you? He asked. Did you really think you could escape from me? Oh. It just got real. Chapter 17. He moved forward quickly, his face hidden in the shadows. Eddie and I were trapped, our backs pressed against the curtain glass door. As the Cape Man drew near, his features came into view. His eyes were dark and cold. His mouth was locked in a menacing snarl. He raised his palm to Eddie. Give them back, he demanded. Eddie's eyes bulged in surprise. Huh? Give what back? He cried. The Cape Man kept his palm in front of Eddie's face. Give them back now, he bellowed. Do not play games with me. Eddie's expression slowly changed. He glanced at me, then turned back to the Cape Man. If I give them back, will you let us go? I was totally confused. Give what back? What was Eddie talking about? The Cape Man uttered a short, dry laugh. That sounded more like a cough. Do you dare bargain with me? He asked my brother. Eddie, what is he talking about? I cried, but Eddie didn't reply. He kept his eyes locked on the shadowy face of the Cape Man. If I give them back, will you let us go? Hand them back now, the big man replied, sharply, leaning menacingly over Eddie. Eddie sighed. He reached in his pocket and to my shock, he pulled out the 3 smooth white stones. My brother had pickpocket had struck again. Eddie, when did you take those? I demanded. In the sewer, Eddie replied, when he tried to grab me. But why? I asked. Eddie shrugged. I don't know. They seemed important to him, so I thought. They are important, the Cape Man bellowed. He grabbed stones from Eddie's hands. Now, will you let us go? Eddie cried. Yes, we will go now, the man replied, concentrating on the stones. That's not what I said, Eddie exclaimed. Will you let us go? The man ignored him. He piled the stones on top of the other in his palm. Then he chanted some words in a foreign language that I didn't recognize. As soon as he chanted the words, the hallway began to shimmer, the doors began to wiggle and bend, and as if made of rubber, the floor buckled and swayed. The Cape Man began to shimmer and bend too. The hallway throbbed with a blinding white light. I felt a sharp stab of pain, as if I had been hit hard in the stomach. I couldn't breathe. Everything went black. Chapter 18. Flickering orange light broke the darkness. I opened my eyes, blinked several times, took a deep breath. The Cape Man was gone. Eddie, are you okay? I asked in a quivering voice. I think so, he stammered. I gazed down the long hall, startled to find it lit by flickering candles. A candle was perched in a small holder beside each door. Sue, how did we get in this hallway? Eddie said softly. Where is the Cape Man? I don't know, I replied. I'm as confused as you are. We stepped into the flickering light. This has to be the old section of the hotel, I guessed. They must want it to look old-fashioned. We walked past the door after door. The long, narrow hallway was silent except for the thud of our shoes on the hardwood floor. The doors were all closed. No other people in sight. The flickering candlelight, the dark doorways, the eerie silence, all gave me a cold, tingly feeling. My entire body trembled. We kept walking through the dim, orangey light. I want to go back to the room, Eddie stammered as we turned another corner. Maybe Mom and Dad have come back. Maybe they're waiting for us up there. Maybe, I replied doubtfully. We entered another silent hallway, glowing eerily in dancing candlelight. There's got to be an elevator down here somewhere, I muttered. But we passed only dark, closed doors. Turning another corner, we nearly bumped into a group of people. Oh, I cried out, so startled to find others in this long, empty hallway. I stared at them as they passed. They wore long robes, and their faces were hidden under dark hoods. I couldn't tell if they were men or women. They moved silently, making no sound at all. They paid no attention to Eddie or me. Can you tell us where the elevator is? I called after one of them. They didn't turn back, didn't reply. Sirs, Eddie called, chasing after them. Please, have you seen the elevator? One of them turned back toward Eddie. The others continued moving silently down the hallway, their long robes swishing softly. I stepped up beside my brother and the robed figure. I could see the face under the hood, an old man with bushy white eyebrows. He peered out at Eddie, then at me. His eyes were dark and wet. His expression was sorrowful. I smell evil around you, he croaked in a dry whisper. What? I cried. My brother and I. Do not leave the aviary, the old man instructed. I smell evil around you. Your time is near, so very near. Uh-oh, something's going to happen. Chapter 19. What, Abby? I demanded. What are you saying? Why are you saying that? The old man didn't reply. The candlelight glowed in his weary eyes. He nodded his head solemnly under the heavy hood. Then he turned away from us and glided silently after the others, the hem of his robe sweeping along the bare floor. What did he mean? Eddie demanded when the hooded man had vanished around the corner. Why did he try to frighten us? I shook my head. It had to be some kind of a joke, I replied. They're probably on their way to a party or something. Eddie frowned thoughtfully. They were creepy, Sue. They didn't look like they were in a party mood to me. I sighed. Let's find the elevator and get up to the room. I don't like the old part of the hotel. It's just too dark and scary. Hey, I'm not the one who gets scared, Eddie said. Following me down the hall, you're supposed to be the brave one, remember? We wandered down one long candlelit hallway after another, feeling more and more lost. We couldn't find an elevator or stairs or any kind of exit. Are we going to walk forever? Eddie whined. There has to be a way out of here, doesn't there? Let's go back, I suggested. The taxi driver is probably gone by now. Let's go back the way we came and go out through the restaurant. Eddie pushed his dark hair back off his forehead. Good idea, he muttered. We turned, and started the long walk back. It was easy to keep in the right direction. We followed the hallway and made left turns instead of right turns. We walked quickly without speaking. As we walked, I tried to remember our last name, tried to remember Mom and Dad, tried to picture their faces, tried to remember something about them. Losing your memory is so terrifying, much more frightening than being chased by someone. That's because the problem is inside you, inside your mind. You can't run away from it. You can't hide from it. And you can't solve it. It's definitely some wild shit. You just feel helpless. So helpless. My only hope was that Mom and Dad would be waiting in the room and that they could explain to Eddie and me what had happened to our memories. Oh no, Eddie cried, startling me from my thoughts. We had reached the end of the final hallway. The hotel restaurant should be on the other side of the curtained glass door, but there was no door. No door back to the restaurant. No door at all. Eddie and I were staring at a solid wall. Bum, bum, bum. I'm telling you, I think they like fell or something. Chapter 20. Hold on. No, Eddie wailed. Let us out. Let us out of here. He pounded furiously on the wall with his fist. I tugged him away. This might be the wrong hallway, I told him. We made a wrong turn. No, he protested. It's the right hallway. I know it is. Then where is the restaurant? I replied. They didn't seal it up while we were walking the halls just now. He stared at me, his chin trembling, his dark eyes frightened. Can't we go outside and walk around to the front? He asked wearily. We could, I replied thoughtfully, if we could find the door that leads to the outside, but so far, I stopped when I heard voices. I turned and saw a narrow hallway leading off to the right. The voices seemed to be floating around this hall. I didn't notice before voices and laughter. That must be the restaurant down there, I told Eddie. See, we just made a wrong turn. See, we just had one more turn to make. We will be out of here in a few seconds. His face brightened a little. The voices and laughter grew louder as we made our way down the narrow corridor. Bright yellow lights shone out from an open doorway at the end. As we stepped into the doorway, we both cried out in surprise. It was not the hotel restaurant. We had our tea, and I grabbed Eddie's arm as I stared in shock around the enormous room. 2 blazing fireplaces provided the light. People in strange costumes sat on low benches around wooden tables. A whole deer or an elk was turning on a spit roasting over a fire in the center of the floor. The tables were piled high with food, meats, whole cabbages, green vegetables, fruits, whole potatoes, and foods I didn't recognize. I didn't see any plates or serving platters. The food was just strewn over the long tables. People reached in and pulled out what they wanted. They ate noisily, talking loudly, laughing, and singing, taking long drinks from metal wine cups, slapping the cups on the table and toasting each other merrily. They're all eating with their hands, Eddie exclaimed. He was right. I didn't see any silverware at the tables. 2 chickens squawking loudly fluttered across the floor, chased by a large brown dog. A woman had 2 babies in her lap. She ignored them while she chewed on a large hunk of meat. It's a costume party, I whispered to Eddie. We hadn't the nerve to move from the doorway. This must be where those guys in the hoods were going. I gazed in amusement at the colorful costumes in the room. Long robes, loose-fitting pajamas, tight outfits, and blue and green leather vests worn over tight black tights. A lot of men and women wore animal furs around their shoulders despite the blazing heat from the fireplace. In one corner, a man appeared to be wearing an entire bearskin. He stood beside a giant wooden barrel, working a spigot, filling metal cups with a thick brown liquid that oozed from the barrel. 2 children in rags played under one of the long tables. Another child dressed in green tights chased after one of the squawking chickens. All right, I have to run to the bathroom real quick. I shall return. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Alrighty then, we're back. Had to make a pay. That hit me hard and rough. You know me. Alright. Back to the story. Alright. What a party, Eddie whispered. Who are these people? I shrugged. I don't know. I can't understand what they're saying too well, can you? Eddie shook his head. Their accents are too weird. But maybe someone in here can tell us how to get outside. I shrugged. Let's try, Eddie pleaded. I led the way into the room. Thanks, brother. I led the way into the room, even though I was walking slowly, timidly. I nearly tripped over a sleeping hound dog. Eddie followed close behind as I made my way up to one of the men during the turning the roasting deer on the spit. He wore only knee breeches, some rough brown cloth. His forehead and the top of his body glistened with sweat. Excuse me, sir, I said. He glanced up at me, and his eyes bulged wide in surprise. Excuse me, I repeated. Could you tell us how to get out of the hotel? He stared at me without replying, stared as if he had never seen a 12-year-old girl in jeans and a t-shirt before. Two little girls wearing gray dresses down to the floor walked up to Eddie and me, staring up at us with the same shocked expression as the man. Their streaky blonde hair fell wild and tangled behind their backs. It looked as if it had never been brushed in their lives. They pointed at us and giggled, and I suddenly realized why the entire room had grown silent, as if someone had turned a knob and clicked off the sound. My heart started to pound. The strong smell of roasting deer choked my nostrils. I turned to find everyone in the room gaping in open-mouthed wonder, staring in silence at Eddie and me. I'm sorry to interrupt the party, I stammered in a tiny, frightened voice. I let out a cry of surprise as they all climbed noisily to their feet, food toppling off the table. One of the long benches clattered to the floor. More children pointed and giggled. Even the chickens seemed to stop clucking and strutting. And then an enormous red-faced man in a long white gown raised his hand and pointed at Eddie and me. It's them, he bellowed. It's them. I wonder what the hell's going on. I need some water. I'm a little parched. That's it. Time to dig a little deeper. Oh, that spot. Cass, lay down, baby. We'll go down in a couple hours. Do they know us? Eddie whispered to me. Okay. Come on, Cass. No. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go let my dog out. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. We didn't make it. So I had to clean up. Eat that shit. We're cool. We're golden. Let's just finish this night off. We're almost in the clear. All right, chapter 21. Do they know us? Eddie whispered to me. We stared back at them. Everyone seemed to freeze in place. The man stopped turning the deer on the spit. The only sound in the huge dining hall was the crackling of the fires in the twin fireplaces. The man in the white gown slowly lowered his hand. His face darkened to a bright scarlet as he gaped at us in amusement. We just want to find our way out, I said. My voice sounded tiny and shrill. No one moved, no one replied. I took a deep breath. I tried one more time. Can anyone help us? Silence. Who are these strange people, I wondered. Why are they staring at us like that? Why won't they answer us? Eddie and I took a step back as they began to move toward us. Some of them were whispering. Yeah, we're almost done, brother. Some of them were whispering, excitedly muttering to each other, gesturing with their hands. Eddie, we better get out of here, I whispered. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I didn't like the excited expressions on their faces, and I didn't like the way they were moving along the wall, moving to get behind us, to surround us. Eddie, run, I screamed. Angry cries ran out as we both spun around and hurled toward the open doorway. Dogs barked, children started to cry. We darted back into the dark hallway and kept running. I could still feel the heat of the fire on my face. As we ran, still smell the tangy aroma of the roasting deer. Their excited, angry cries followed us through the long hall. Gasping for breath, I glanced back, expecting to see them chasing after us, but the hall was empty. We turned a corner and kept going. Candles flickered on both sides of us. The floorboards groaned under our shoes. The eerie dim light, the voices far behind us, the endless tunnel of a hallway, all made me feel as if we were running through a dream. We turned another corner and kept running. The misty candlelight blurred as I ran. I'm floating through the dark orange cloud, I thought. Do these empty candlelit halls ever end? Eddie and I both cried out happily as a door appeared in front of us, a door we had never seen before. It has to lead to the outside, I told myself. We raced to the door. We didn't slow down as we reached it. I stuck out both hands, pushed it hard. The door flew open, and we stepped out into bright sunlight. Outside, we had escaped from the dark maze of the hotel corridors. It took a few seconds for the harsh white glare to fade from my eyes. I blinked several times, then I gazed up and down the street. Oh no, I wailed, grabbing my brother's arm. No, Eddie, what happened? What has happened? Chapter 22. It's daytime, Eddie stammered, but the bright sunlight wasn't the only shock. Everything had changed. I felt as if I were watching a movie and the scene had changed, and suddenly it was the next day and the next week, and I was seeing an entirely different place. I knew that only a few seconds had passed since Eddie and I had burst out of the hotel, but at that time everything had changed. We huddled close together and stared in one direction and then the next. We saw no cars, no buses, no street. The street had vanished, replaced by a lumpy dirt road. The tall building had disappeared too. The road was dotted with small white cottages with flat roofs, low wooden shacks built without doors or windows. A tall mound of straw stood beside the nearest cottage. Chickens clucked and strutted across the road or stood in front of cottages, pecking in the dirt. A brown cow poked its head out from behind the mound of straw. What's going on? Eddie asked. Where are we? It's like we stepped back in time, I said in a hushed voice. Eddie looked at the people. Two men walked by, carrying lines of slender silvery fish. The men had thick beards and wild, unbrushed hair. They wore loosely fitting gray smocks and dragged along the ground. Two women in long brown dresses were on their knees, pulling up roots root type vegetables in their hands. A man leading a scrawny horse, its rib cage sticking out, stopped to say something to the two women. They looked a lot like the people in the hotel, I told Eddie. Yep, time travel. They were sent back into time. Thinking about the hotel made me turn around. Oh no, I grabbed Eddie and made him turn around. The hotel was gone. In its place stood a long, low building built of brown stone. It appeared to be some sort of inn or meeting hall. I don't understand this, Eddie moaned in the bright sunlight. He looked very pale. He scratched his dark brown hair. Sue, we've got to get back to the hotel. I'm very mixed up. Me too, I confessed. I took a few steps along the dirt road. It must have rained recently. The road was soft and muddy. I could hear cows mooing nearby. This is downtown London, I told myself. How can I hear cows in downtown London? Where are all the tall buildings, the cars and the taxis and the double-decker buses? I heard someone whistling, and a blond-haired boy, dressed in an outfit made of black and brown rags, appeared from behind the long building. He carried a bundle of sticks in his arms. He seemed to be about my age. My shoes sank into the mud as I hurried across the road to him. Hey, I called to him. Hi. He peered over the bundle of sticks at me. His eyes blew wide in surprise. His hair was long and unbrushed. It fluttered over his shoulders in the breeze. Good day to you, miss, he said. His accent was so strange, I could barely understand him. Good day, I replied uncertainly. Are ye a traveler? The boy asked, shifting the bundle onto his shoulder. Yes, I replied, but my brother and I are lost. We can't find our hotel. He narrowed his blue eyes at me. He appeared to be thinking hard. Our hotel, I repeated. Can you tell us where the Barclay is? Barclay, he repeated the word hotel. Yes, I said. I waited for him to reply, but he just stared back and squinted his blue eyes and frowned. I don't know those foreign words, he said finally. Hotel, I cried impatiently. You know, a place where travelers stay. Many stay at the Abbey, he replied. He pointed to the long building behind us. No, I mean, I started. I could see that he didn't understand me at all. I must be getting the wood home along home, the boy said. He nodded goodbye, lowered the bundle from his shoulder, and headed down the road. Eddie, that boy, I said, he doesn't know what a hotel is. Do you believe? I turned back. Eddie? Eddie was gone. 23. Eddie. Eddie, my voice grew louder and more frightened as I called his name. Where did he go? Hey, Eddie, I shouted. The two women glanced up from their vegetable picking. Did you see where my brother went? I called to them. They shook their heads and returned to their work. Oh, I had to jump out of the road as a cart pulling by a groaning, grunting ox came barreling past. The driver, a fat, bare-chested man, his paunchy skin darkened by the sun, slapped the ropes that served as reins. He bellowed at the ox to move faster. As the wagon rolled past, its wooden wheels sank into the mud, leaving deep ridges in the road. Chickens clucked and scurried out of the way. The two women didn't even glance up. I made my way to the entrance of the Abbey. Eddie, are you back here? I pulled open the door and peered inside. The long candlelit hall stretched before me. I could see men in hooded robes gathering at the doorway. We just came from here, I told myself. I closed the door. Eddie wouldn't go back inside. So where is he? How could he run off and leave me here? How could he just disappear like that? I called his name a few more times. Then my throat tightened up. My mouth felt dry as cotton. Eddie, I called weakly. My legs began to tremble as I walked to the side of the first cottage. Don't panic, Sue, I told myself. You'll find him. Just don't panic. Too late. I was already scared. Eddie wouldn't suddenly wander off and go exploring without me. He was too scared. So where is he? I peered into the open doorway of the cottage. A sour smell floated out from inside. I could see a crude wooden table and a couple of wooden stools. No one in there. I made my way behind the cottage. A grassy pasture stretched up and gently sloping hill. 4 or 5 cows stood halfway up the hill, their heads lowered as they chewed their grass. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called to my brother. My only reply was the soft mooing of a cow. With a worried sigh, I turned around and made my way back to the road. I guess I'll have to search every cottage, I decided. Eddie couldn't have gone far. I had only taken a few steps toward the next cottage when a shadow slid over the road. Startled, I raised my eyes and stared at the dark figure blocking my path. His black cape fluttered behind him in the wind. He wore a new black hat, and his pale, pale face poked out from its dark rim. Dun, dun, dun. Chapter 24. I stepped back out of his shadow. I raised my hands to my cheeks and stared at him in horrified silence. I said it was time for us to go, he said softly, moving closer. Where is Eddie? I managed to choke out. Do you know where Eddie is? A thin-lipped smile crossed his pale face. Eddie, he snickered. For some reason, my question seemed to amuse him. Do not worry about Eddie, he replied with a sneer. He took another step forward. His shadow fell over me. It made me shiver. Glancing around, I saw that the 2 women picking vegetables had disappeared into the cottages. Everyone had disappeared. The road stood empty except for some chickens and a hound dog asleep on its side in front of the straw pile. I don't understand, I stammered. Who are you? Why are you chasing us? Where are we? My frantic questions only made him chuckle. You know me, he replied softly. No, I protested. I don't know you. What is happening? Your questions cannot delay your fate, he replied. I stared hard at him, trying to study his face, searching for answers, but he lowered the brim of the black hat, hiding his face from view. You've made a mistake, I cried. You've got the wrong girl. I don't know you. I don't know anything. Yeah, this guy's definitely up to no good. His smile faded. He shook his head. Come with me now, he said firmly. No, I shrieked. Not until you tell me who you are. Not until you tell me where my brother is. Brushing his heavy cape back, he took another step toward me. His boots sank heavily into the mud as he strode forward. I won't come with you, I screamed. My hands were still pressed against my cheeks. My legs were shaking so much I nearly toppled to the ground. I glanced around, getting ready to run. Would my trembling legs carry me? Do not think of running away, he said, as if reading my mind. But I spluttered. You will come with me now. It is time, he said. He strode forward quickly, raised his gloved hand, and grabbed me by both my shoulders. I had no time to struggle, no time to try to break free. The ground started to rumble. I heard a groaning sound, a heavy slapping sound. Another ox cart bounced around the corner. I saw the driver slap the ox with the long rope. The cart moved so fast, a blur of groaning animal and grinding wheels. The black cape man released his grip and leapt back as the cart rolled at us. I saw his black hat fly off, saw him stumble in the deep rut in the mud at the side of the road, saw him stagger back off balance. I was it was all the time I needed. I wheeled around and started to run. I bent low as I ran, hiding beside the grunting, straining ox. Then I turned sharply and dived between the small cottages. I caught a glimpse of the black cape man as I darted past the cottages. He was bending to pick up his hat. His bald head shone like an egg in the sunlight. He had no hair at all. I was panting rapidly. My chest ached, and the blood throbbed in my temples. Keeping low, I ran along the backs of the cottages. The green pastures stretched to my left, nowhere to hide there. The cottages grew closer together. I heard crying children. A woman was roasting some kind of blood-red sausage over a fire. She called out to a mess. She called out to me as I ran past, but I didn't slow down to reply. Two scrawny black hounds came yapping after me. Snapping at my legs. Shoo, I cried, shoo, go home. Glancing back, I could see the tall figure gliding easily over the grass, his cape sweeping behind him. He's catching up, I realized. I have to find a hiding place, I told myself. I ducked between the two small cottages and nearly ran into a large red-haired woman carrying a baby. The baby was swaddled in a heavy gray blanket. Startled, the woman squeezed the baby to her chest. You've got to hide me, I cried breathlessly. Go away from here, the woman replied. She seemed more frightened than unfriendly. Please, I begged. He's chasing me. I pointed through the space between the cottages. We could both see the black cape man running closer. Please, don't let him catch me, I pleaded. Hide me, hide me. The woman had her eyes on the black cape man. She turned to me and shrugged her broad shoulders. I cannot, she said. 25. I let out a long sigh, a sigh of defeat. I knew I couldn't run any further. I knew the Cape man would capture me easily. The woman pressed the baby against the front of her black dress and turned to watch the man run towards us. I'll pay you, I blurted out. I suddenly remembered the coins in my pocket. The coins the taxi driver refused to take. Would the woman take them now? I shoved my hand in my pocket and pulled out the coins. Here, I cried, take them. Take them all. Just hide me, please. I jammed the coin in the woman's free hand. As she raised her hand to examine them, her eyes bulged and her mouth dropped open. She isn't going to take them either, I thought. She's going to throw them back at me, as the taxi driver did. But I was wrong. Gold sovereigns, she exclaimed in a hushed voice. Gold sovereigns? I saw one once when I was a little lass. Will you take them? Will you hide me? I pleaded. She dropped the coins into her dress. Then she shoved me through the open doorway of her little cottage. It smelled of fish inside. I saw 3 cots on the floor beside a bare hearth. Quick, into the kindling basket, the woman instructed. It's empty. She pushed me again toward a large straw box with a lid. My heart pounding, I pushed the lid and scrambled inside. The lid dropped back down, covering me in darkness. On my hands and knees, I crouched on the rough straw bottom of the box. I struggled to stop panting, to stop my heart from thudding in my chest. The woman had taken the coins gladly, and I realized she didn't think they were play money, as the taxi driver had said. The coins are very old, I decided, and then a chill ran down my trembling body. I suddenly knew why everything looked so different, so old. We really have gone back in time, I told myself. We are back in London hundreds of years ago. The Cape Man brought us back here with those white stones. He thinks I'm someone else. He has been chasing me because he has mistaken me for someone else. How do I make him see the truth? I wondered. And how do I get out of the past back to my real time? I forced the questions from my mind and listened. I could hear voices outside the cottage, the woman's voice, and then the booming, deep voice of the black Cape Man. I held my breath so I could hear their words over the loud beating of my heart. She is right in here, sire, the woman said. I heard footsteps, and then their voices became louder, closer. They were standing beside my basket. Where is she? The Cape Man demanded. I put her in this box for you, sire, the woman replied. She wrapped, she's all wrapped up for you, ready for you to take her away. That bitch. My heart jumped to my throat. In the blackness of the box, I suddenly saw red. The woman took my money, I thought angrily, and then she gave away my hiding place. How could she do that to me? I was still crouched on my hands and knees, so angry, so terrified, my entire body went numb, and and I felt as if I would crumble to the bottom of the basket in a heap. Taking a deep breath, I twisted around, and I tried to push open the straw lid. I let out a disappointed groan when it didn't budge. It was clamped shut, or was the Cape Man holding it down? It didn't matter. I was helpless, trapped. I was his prisoner. The basket suddenly moved, knocking me against the side. I could feel it sliding over the floor of the cottage. Oh, that bitch. Hey, I cried out, but my voice was muffled in the box. I lowered myself to the rough straw-covered bottom, my heart pounding. Let me out. The basket bounced again. Then I felt it slide some more. Lass, you lass. I lifted my head as I heard the woman whispering into me. I am so sorry, she said. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me, but I dare not go against the Lord High Executioner. What? I cried. What did you say? The basket slid faster, bumped hard, bumped again. What did you say? I repeated frantically. Silence now. I did not hear her voice again. A moment later, I heard the whining of horses. I was tossed against the side, then the other as the basket was lifted up. Soon after the basket began to bounce and shake, I heard the steady clip-clop of horses' hooves. A helpless prisoner inside a straw basket. I knew I was on some kind of carriage or horse cart. The Lord High Executioner? This is what the woman said. The shadowy man in the black cape and black hat. He is the Lord High Executioner. Inside my dark prison, I began to shudder. I could not stop the chills that rolled down my back into my entire body, felt cold and numb and tingly. The Lord High Executioner. The words kept repeating and repeating in my mind like a terrifying chant. The Lord High Executioner. And then I asked myself, what does he want with me? Chapter 27. The wagon stopped with a jolt. Then a minute or so later, I started up again. Bounding around inside the basket, I lost all track of time. Where is he taking me? I wondered. What does he plan to do? And why me? My head hit the front of the basket as we jolted to another stop. I shivered. My body was drenched in cold sweat. The air in the box had become sour. I began gasping for fresh air. I let out a cry as the lid suddenly flew open. The harsh sunlight made me shield my eyes. Remove her, I heard a booming voice of the executioner. Strong arms grabbed me roughly and tugged me from the straw box. And as my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw that I was being lifted by two gray uniformed soldiers. They set me on my feet, but my legs gave away and I crumpled to the dirt. Stand her up, the executioner ordered. I gazed up into the sun at him. His face was hidden once again in the shadow of his dark hat. The soldiers bent to pick me up. Both of my legs had fallen asleep. My back ached from being tossed and tumbled in the box. Let me go, I managed to cry. Why are you doing this? The executioner didn't reply. The soldiers held on to me. The soldiers held on to me until I could stand on my own. You've made a terrible mistake, I told him, my voice trembling with anger and fear. I don't know why I'm here or how I got here, but I am the wrong girl. I'm not who you think I am. Again, he did not reply. He gave a signal with one hand, and the guards took my arms and turned me around. And as I turned away from the executioner, away from the sun, the dark castle rose in front of me. I saw the wall, the courtyard, the dark, slender towers looming up over the stone castle, the tower. He had brought me to the Terror Tower. This is where Eddie and I had seen for the first time. This is where the executioner had first chased after us in the 21st century, in my time. In the time where I belonged, hundreds of years in the future. Somehow Eddie and I had been dragged back into the past to a time where we didn't belong. And now Eddie was lost, and I was being led to the Terror Tower. The executioner led the way. The soldiers gripped my arms firmly, pulling me through the courtyard toward the castle entrance. The courtyard was jammed with silent, grim-looking people, dressed in rags and tattered, stained gowns. They stared at me as I was dragged past. Some of them stood hunched like scarecrows, their eyes vacant, their faces blank, as if their minds were somewhere else. Some sat and wept or stared at the sky. A bare-chested old man sat under a tree, frantically scratching his greasy tangles of white hair with both hands. A young man pressed a filthy rag against a deep cut in his dark caked foot. Babies cried and wailed. Men and women sat in the dirt, moaning and muttering to themselves. These sad, filthy people were all prisoners. I remember our tour guide, Mr. Starks, telling us that the castle had first been a fort, then a prison. I shook my head sadly, wishing I were back on the tour in the future, in the time where I belonged. I didn't have long to think about the prisoners. I was shoved into the darkness of the castle, dragged up the twisting stone steps. The air felt wet and cold as I climbed. A heavy chill seemed to rise up the stairs with me. Let me go, I screamed. Please let me go. The soldiers shoved me against the stone wall when I tried to pull free. I cried out helplessly and tried again to tug myself loose, but they were too big, too strong. The stone stairs curved round and around. We passed the cell on the narrow landing. Glancing toward it, I saw that it was jammed with prisoners. They stood in silence against the bars, their faces yellow and expressionless. Many of them didn't even look up as I passed, up the steep, slippery stairs, up to the dark door at the top of the tower. No, please, I begged. This is all wrong, all wrong. But they slid the heavy metal bolt on the door and pulled the door open. A hard shove from behind sent me sprawling into the tiny room. I stumbled to the floor, landing on my elbows and knees. I heard the heavy door slam behind me. Then I heard the bolt sliding back into place, locked in. I was locked in a tiny cell at the top of the terror tower. Yep. I wonder. I'm going to give you my thoughts of what I think is going to happen. I think she fell down the steps and she's kind of like unconscious and she's like having like a dream. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I've never read the book, but that's my thoughts. I might be totally wrong, but that's what I think is happening right now. I never seen the episode or nothing either, so I'm completely blind in this one. Sue, a familiar voice called my name. I raised myself to my knees and glanced up. Eddie, I cried happily. Eddie, how did you get here? My little brother had been sitting on the floor against the wall. Now he scrambled over to me and helped me to my feet. Are you okay? He asked. And the only reason I say she got knocked out is because she heard the story about the prince and the princess, and now her and her brother are, you know what I mean, in the room. Probably the same room as the prince and princess. I nodded. Are you okay? I guess, he replied. He had a long dirt smear down one side of his face. His dark hair was matted wetly against his forehead. His eyes were red-rimmed and frightened. The Cape man grabbed me, Eddie said. Back in town, in the street, you know, when that ox cart came by. Yeah, kind of like a fever dream. I nodded. I turned around and you were gone. I tried to call you, Eddie replied, but the Cape man covered my mouth. He handed me to his soldiers and they pulled me behind one of the cottages. This is so awful, I cried, struggling to hold my tears back. One of the soldiers lifted me onto his horse, Eddie said. I tried to squirm away, but I couldn't. He brought me to the castle and dragged me up to the tower. The Cape man, he said. The Lord High Executioner, I told my brother. That's what I heard a woman call him. The words made my brother gasp. His dark eyes locked into mine. Executioner? I nodded grimly. But why does he want us? Eddie demanded. Why has he been chasing us? Why are we locked up here in this horrible tower? A sob escaped my throat. I don't know, I stammered. I started to say something else, but stopped when I heard noises outside the door. Eddie and I huddled together in the center of the room. I heard the bolt slide to one side. The door slowly began to open. Someone was coming for us. Chapter 28. A white-haired man stepped into the room. His hair was wild and long, and fell in thick tangles behind his shoulders. He had a short white beard that ended in a sharp point. He wore a purple robe that had flowed down to the floor. His eyes were as purple as the robe. They squinted first at Eddie, then lingered on me. You have returned, he said solemnly. His voice was smooth and low. His purple eyes suddenly revealed sadness. Who are you? I cried. Why have you locked us in this tower? Let us out, Eddie demanded shrilly. Let us out of here, right now. The long purple robe swept over the floor as the white-haired man moved toward us. He shook his head sadly, but didn't reply. The cries and moans of prisoners down below floated into the tower from through tiny windows above our heads. Gray evening light spilled over us. You don't remember me, the man said softly. Of course not, Eddie cried. We don't belong here. You've made a bad mistake, I told him. You don't remember me, he repeated, rubbing his pointed beard with one hand. But you will. He seemed gentle, kind, not at all like the executioner. But as his strange purple eyes locked on mine, I felt a shiver of fear. This man was powerful, I realized. This man was dangerous. Just let us go, Eddie pleaded again. The man sighed. I wish it were in my power to release you, Edward, he said softly. I wish it were in my power to release you too, Susanna. Wait a minute. I held up my hand to signal stop. Just a minute. My name is Sue, not Susanna. The old man's hands disappeared into the deep pockets of his robe. Perhaps I should introduce myself, he said. My name is Morgrid. I am the King's sorcerer. You do magic tricks? Eddie blurted out. Tricks, the old man seemed confused by Eddie's question. Hold on. I gotta adjust again. We're getting to the nitty-gritty. Did you order us locked up in here? I asked him. Did you have us brought back in time? Why? Why have you done this? It isn't an easy story to tell, Susanna, Margaret said. You and Edward have to believe. Stop calling me Susanna, I shouted. I'm not Edward, my brother insisted. I'm Eddie. Everyone calls me Eddie. The old man removed his hands from his robe pockets. He placed one hand on Eddie's shoulder and one on mine. I had better start with the biggest surprise of all, he told us. You are not Eddie and Sue, and you do not live in the 21st century. Huh? What are you saying? I cried. You are really Edward and Susanna, Morgard replied. You are the Prince and Princess of York, and you have been ordered to the tower by your uncle, the king. You're wrong, Eddie cried. We know who we are. You made a big mistake. I suddenly felt cold all over. Morgan's words echoed in my ears. You are not Eddie and Sue. You are really Edward and Susanna. I took a step back, out from under his hand. I studied his face. Was he joking? Was he crazy? His eyes revealed only sadness. His expression remained solemn. Too solemn to be joking. I don't expect you to believe me, Morgan said, returning his hands to his robe pockets. But my words are true. I cast a spell upon you. I tried to help you escape. Escape, I cried. You mean escape from this tower? Morgan nodded. I tried to help you escape your fate. And as he said this, the voice of Mr. Stark's tour guide returned to my ears, and I remembered the story he had told. I remember the fate of the Prince Edward and Princess Susanna. The king's orders were to smother them with pillows. But we're not them, I wailed. You're just confused. Maybe Eddie and I look like them. Maybe we look a lot like them, but we're not the prince and princess. We're two kids from the 21st century. Morgred shook his head solemnly. I cast a spell, he explained. I erased your memories. You were locked in this tower. I wanted you to escape. First, I wished you away to the safety of the Abbey. Then I sent you as far into the future as I could. It's not true, Eddie insisted, shrieking the words. It's not true. Not true. I'm Eddie, not Edward. My name is Eddie. Morgred sighed again. Just Eddie? He asked, keeping his voice low and soft. What is your full name, Eddie? Well, my brother stammered. Eddie and I don't know our last names, I realized, and we don't know where we live. Uh-huh, I told you. When I sent you far into the future, I gave you new memories, Morgred said. I gave you new memories so you could survive in a new and distant time. But the memories were not complete. That's why we couldn't remember our parents, I exclaimed to Eddie. But our parents, I started. Your parents, the rightful king and queen, are dead, Morgred told us. Your uncle has named himself king, and he has ordered you to the tower to get you out of the way. He's going to have us murdered, I stammered. Morgred nodded, shutting his eyes. Yes, I'm afraid he is. His men will be here soon. There is no way I can stop him now. Uh-oh. Chapter 30. I don't believe this, Eddie murmured. I really don't. But I could see the sadness in Morgred's purple eyes and hear it in his low, soft voice. The sorcerer was telling the truth. The horror of the truth is sinking in. My brother and I weren't Eddie and Sue from the 21st century. We lived in this dark and dangerous time. We were Edward and Susanna of York. I tried to send you as far from this tower as possible, Morgred said. Morgred tried to explain again. I sent you far into the future to start new lives. I wanted you to live there and never return. Never return to face the doom in this castle. But what happened, I demanded. Why, then, are we back here, Morgred? The Lord High Executioner was spying on me, Morgred explained, lowering his voice to a whisper. He must have known that I wanted to help you escape, and so he stopped and tilted his head toward the door. Was that a footstep? Someone out there? All three of us listened. Silence now. Morgred continued his story in a whisper. When I cast the spell that sent you into the future, the executioner must have hidden nearby. I used 3 white stones to cast the spell. Later, he stole the stones and performed the spell himself. He sent himself to the future to bring you back. And as you both know, he caught you and dragged you back here. Morgred took a step forward. He raised his hand and placed it on my forehead. The hand felt cold at first, then it grew warmer and warmer until I pulled away from the blazing heat. As I pulled back, my memory returned. Once again, I became Princess Susanna of York, my true identity. I remembered my parents, the king and queen, and all of the memories of growing up in the royal castle returned. My brother glared angrily at Morgred. What did you do to my sister? He cried, backing up until he bumped into the stone wall. Morgred placed his hand on my brother's forehead, and I watched my brother's expression change as his memory returned, and he realized he was really the prince. How did you do it, Morgred? Edward asked. pushing his dark brown hair off his forehead. How did you send Susanna and me to the future? Can you perform the spell again? Yes, I cried. Can you perform the spell once more? Can you send us to the future now, before the king's men come? Morgan shook his head sadly. Alas, I cannot, he murmured. I don't have the 3 stones. As I told you, they were stolen by the Lord High Executioner. A smile slowly spread across my brother's face. He reached into his pocket. Here they are, Eddie announced. He winked at me. I stole them back again when the executioner captured me in the town. Edward handed the stones to Morgan. Fastest hands in all of Britannia, he declared. Morgan did not smile. It is a simple spell, actually, the sorcerer said. He raised the 3 stones into the air, and they began to glow. The pile of stones up on the top of the other, Margaret explained. I wait for them to glow with a bright white heat. Then I pronounce the words Moverum, Movarius, Moverus. I then call out the year to which the traveler is to be sent. That is the whole spell, Edward asked, staring at the smooth, glowing rocks or stones in Morgan's hand. Morgan nodded. That is a spell, Prince Edward. Well, do it again. Please hurry, I begged him. His expression grew even sadder. I cannot, he said, his voice breaking with emotion. He remembered the 3 stones in the pocket of his robe. Then he uttered a long, unhappy sigh. It is my fondest wish to help you children, he whispered. But if I help you to escape again, the king will torture me and put me to a painful death. And then I will not be able to use my magic to help all the people in Britain. Tears brimmed in his purple eyes and ran down his wrinkled cheeks. He gazed unhappily at my brother and me. I only hope that you enjoyed your brief time in the future, he said in a whisper. I shuddered. You really cannot help us, I pleaded. I cannot, he replied, lowering his eyes to the floor. Even if we ordered you, Edward asked. Even if you ordered me, Morgan repeated with an emotional cry. He wrapped Edward in a hug. Then he turned and hugged me too. I'm helpless, he whispered. I beg your forgiveness, but I am helpless. How long do we have to live? I asked in a tiny, trembling voice. Perhaps a few hours, Morgan replied, avoiding my eyes. He turned away. He could not bear to face us. A heavy silence fell over the room. The gray light filtered down from the window above our heads. The air suddenly felt cold and damp. I couldn't stop shivering. Edward startled me by leaning close and whispering in my ear. Savannah, look, he whispered excitedly. The door. Morgan left the door open when he entered. I turned to the door. Edward was right. The heavy wood door stood nearly half open. We still have a chance, I thought. My heart began to race. We will still have a tiny chance. Edward, run. I screamed. Come on. I took a running step and froze in midair. I turned to see Edward freeze too. His arms outstretched, his legs bent in a running position. I struggled to move, but I couldn't. I felt as if my body had turned to stone. It took me a few seconds to realize that Morgan had cast a spell on us, frozen stiffly in the center of the tiny room. I watched the sorcerer make his way to the door. Halfway out, he turned back to us. I'm so sorry, he said in a trembling voice, but I cannot allow you to escape. Please understand. I did my best. I really did. but now I'm helpless, truly helpless. Tears rolled down his cheeks into his white beard. He gave us one last sad glance, then the door slammed hard behind him. As soon as the door was bolted from the outside, the spell wore off. Edward and I could move again. I sank to the floor. I suddenly felt weak, weary. Edward stood tensely beside me, his eyes on the door. What are we going to do? I asked my brother. Poor Morgred, he tried to help us. He wanted to help us again, but he couldn't. If only... I stopped talking when I heard the heavy footsteps outside the door. At first, I thought it was Morgred returning, but then I heard hushed voices, the sounds of more than one man. Right outside the door, I'd recognized the booming voice of one of them, the Lord High Executioner. I climbed tensely to my feet and turned to Edward. They're coming for us, I whispered. To my surprise, Edward's face remained calm. He raised his hand. He had something hidden in his closed fist. As he opened his fist, I recognized the 3 stones, Morgred's smooth white stones. They immediately began to glow. Edward, I cried. A smile crossed his lips. It was dark. His dark eyes lit up excitedly. I lifted them from Morgred's robe when he hugged me. Do you remember the spell? I demanded. Edward's smile faded. I think so. I could hear the executioner outside the door, the heavy treading of boots on the stone stairs. Edward, please hurry, I urged. I heard the bolt slide outside. I heard the heavy wooden door begin to slide open. Edward struggled to stack the glowing stones. One on top of the other. The one on top kept slipping off. Finally, he had all 3 in a small tower in his palm. The door slid open a few inches more. Edward held the glowing stones high and called out, Maverum Leveris, followed by the year we had come from. The glowing stones exploded in a flash of white light. The lights faded quickly. I glanced around. Oh, Edward, I wailed in disappointment. It didn't work. We're still in the tower. Before my stunned brother could reply, the door swung open all the way. And there they stood, a tour group. I didn't recognize the tour leader. She was a young woman, dressed in layers of red and yellow t-shirts and a short skirt over black tights. I grinned at Edward. I felt so happy. I didn't think I would ever stop grinning. You did it, Edward, I cried. You did it. Your spell worked. Call me Eddie, he replied, laughing gleefully. Call me Eddie, okay, Sue? The spell had worked perfectly. We were back in the 21st century, back in the tower as tourists. This tiny tower room is where Prince Edward and Princess Susanna of York were held as prisoners, the tour guide announced. They were held here and sentenced to death, but they were never executed. They didn't die up here? I asked the tour guide. What happened? The tour guide shrugged. No one knows. One night they were to be murdered. The prince and princess vanished, disappeared into thin air. It is a mystery that will never be solved. Members of the tour group mumbled to each other, gazing around the small room. Look at the thick stone walls, the tour guide continued. Look at the barrel window so high above. How did they escape? We will never know. I guess we know the answer to the mystery, someone whispered behind me. Eddie and I turned and see Morgred grinning at us. He winked. I saw that he was wearing a purple sports jacket and dark gray trousers. Thanks for bringing me along, he said happily. We had to bring you, Morgred, Eddie replied. We need a parent. Morgred raised a finger to his mouth. Hush, don't call me Morgred. I'm Mr. Morgan. Now, okay? All right, I said. And I guess I'm Sue Morgan, and this is Eddie Morgan. I slapped my brother on the back. The tour group started out of the tower room. We had followed Eddie, pulled the 3 white stones from his jeans pocket, and began juggling them. If I hadn't borrowed these from your robe, he told Mr. Morgan, the tour would be telling a very different story, wouldn't they? Yes, she would, the sorcerer replied thoughtfully. A very different story. Let's get out of here, I cried. I never want to see this tower again. I'm starving, Eddie exclaimed. I suddenly realized I was starving too. Shall I perform a food spell? Mr. Morgan suggested. Eddie and I each let out a loud groan. I think I had enough of spells to last a lifetime, I said. How about we go to a burger place for some good old 21st century hamburgers and fries? And that's it. The end. So I guess they got their happy ending. They didn't die, and they could have died, but they didn't. And they got to bring the sorcerer with them. And yeah, it was a decent book. It was weird. It was the time travel thing. I'm not really into that, but it was still a good book. Goosebumps slap hard, bro. They slap hella hard. 58 minutes. We are 58 minutes away, guys. And our 24-hour stream has concluded. I think we're going to take the last 58 minutes. We're going to chill. We're going to unwind. And we're going to just talk. We did it. This is it. We lasted 24 hours. I can't believe it happened. I'll tell you what, around 3 o'clock, I was starting to get rough. When I ate that pizza, I got a little rough too. I was seriously planning on doing a double header of 12 hours, 12 hours yesterday and 12 hours today. But I was like, you know what? No, we're going to get it. We're going to do it big, and we're going to do 24 hours. You know what they say, the third time's a charm. Remember the first time we lasted, like 13 hours? Second time we lasted, what did we last the second time? 18 hours. And the third time we did it, 24. Yeah, we're completing it, man. Like I said, third time's a charm. And we had fun. We played some old video games. We read 3 out of the 4 Goosebumps books I brought. It was all nostalgia stuff. Everything we did today was nostalgia. We told some nice ghost stories, I think we had a good 24-hour stream. I had fun. I thought we killed it. I was like I said, I was fighting there for a little bit. I'm kind of fighting now, but after we get done here, I got to go put gas in the vehicle. Oh, I knew we could too. Just had to battle through, man. Battle through it. Get it done and over with. We got 55 minutes. Yeah, yep. That's right. Little this, little that. I wish we could have got further in Evil Dead though. I'm kind of upset that that died. And fucking that Western game. It's a good game, but man, that dude was pissing me off. I could not. I wanted to watch Night of the Living Dead. I'm upset we didn't get to do that. But like I said, I can't have cleavage and boobage on my YouTube channel and then get taken down because I'd be pissed. No, I literally live right next to a gas station. Like it'll take me maybe 10 minutes, if that. I live like 3 minutes away from a gas station. So I'm like right there. And then I'm going to come home. I might put something on the TV and then I'm going to put my CPAP on and crash. Gotta take my pizza downstairs. Gotta take my trash downstairs. But yeah, I'm just happy. Dude, I'm relaxed now. Like I'm not falling asleep, but I'm just relaxed. I would be so pissed if I dozed off the last fucking 50 minutes of the 53 minutes of the 24 hours, dude. I'm just happy, man. I'm happy we did it. Oh yeah, hella easy. Like I said, I lied. I don't even think I live 3 minutes from a gas station. I live like 30 seconds from a gas station. It's just choosing what kind of gas I want and putting it in the pump. That's it. I'm definitely proud of us, bro. We dug deep. We went that extra mile, bro. We dug deep and we fucking pulled it out. I'm glad you stayed with me, brother. Thank you. And I want to thank everybody else who stayed with me too. But Outlaw, you stayed in for the long haul, brother. I mean, I had a great time. I hope you guys did too. I really enjoyed this. And maybe we'll do a another 24-hour stream closer to the end of the year when I have our 2 weeks off at the end of the year for our Christmas break. We'll throw up another 24-hour holiday stream. Maybe right before Christmas or something. Maybe do it like the day before Christmas Eve. You know what I mean? Or something. We'll see. Haven't decided yet. Same here, brother. Oh, dude, it was a glorious day. Absolutely. And like I said, I freaking finished 3 books. Now I could add that to my um, red column. That takes down my TBR a little bit. It takes my TBR down 3 books. I'm almost done with my other book, and then I think I'm going to dive into Supernatural, The Bone Key. I got a lot of reviews to film for Media Fiend Book Club. If y'all don't know, my Media Fiend Book Club link is at the bottom in the description. Go over there and give me a follow and I'll subscribe over there. Over there, we talk nothing but books. We do book reviews. I like to talk about books I'm reading. I'm working on doing more shorts for it, and stuff like that. I have a goal to read 60 books by the end of the year. I think I'm only at like 20 some. I still got like 40 some books to read, but I knocked out 3 today, so that's a win. I might even I'll tell you what, after I finish my Suicide Forest book, I might even finish Night of the Living Dummy just to for myself. I had it too, man. I didn't even think about it. Doom 3. I have Doom 64 too. I'll tell you what. Next stream we'll do Doom. Next nostalgia stream. I think that's what my 24-hour streams are going to be. When I do 24-hour streams, we're going to do nostalgia night. I'm going to keep a hold of this background and the thumbnail, and we're going to do nostalgia nights for the 24-hour streams. Because that's the funnest, you know what I mean? That's where the fun is. Like I said, don't get me wrong. The new games are good. The new games are fun and all, but nothing beats the classics. Nothing beats old school. Oh, man. Sunlight's starting to come in through the window. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Oof. I can't believe we actually did it though. Like the way we was struggling the past few times, and then to just buckle down and get it done is just amazing, man. Oh, old school is the way to go. I think that's what also helped me kind of like stay motivated to do the 24-hour was um it was nostalgia. It was all good old stuff. Stuff that I grew up with, you know what I mean? Like that's what I enjoy. Yeah, that's one of my favorite games of like all time, The Punisher. I'm glad we beat that. That was fun. That took 8 hours. That ate up 8 hours, man. Almost 9. That definitely almost ate up 8 hours or almost 9 hours of the 24 hours. So that was nice. I, oh, yeah. Oh, goodness. We're going to have a celebration Pepsi. Dun, dun, dun. Let's celebrate. Celebrate. Just to celebrate. Celebrate the good times. I want to say cheers to everybody who joined me in my 24-hour stream. Cheers to you, my brother. Thank you. Tappy tap. Night of the Living Dummy was the only one left. That's the only one we had left. We plowed 3 of them out. We did the Haunted Mask, A Night in Terror Tower, and Welcome to Dead House. This was the only one left. Night of the Living Dummy. And then I have a whole other set of Goosebumps books downstairs for the next nostalgia night. Uh, yep. I'm very happy with the way this stream went. I mean, I hope everybody else is. I hope everybody else had a good time. I know I had a blast. Whew. Said I gotta do. Yeah, the Dead House one was good. I kind of was hoping though it would have stayed more of a ghost story because it seemed creepier as you walk in the house and you see the kids. You know what I mean? Shit like that. I mean, the way they went with it wasn't bad. Like I guess the vampire route. I guess that's what they were. But I really did enjoy the kind of like ghost story. It is sad though that the dog had to die though. But kind of wish they would have went the ghost story route with that. The Haunted Mask one was really good. I did enjoy reading that one. And like I said, Night in Terror Tower was good. It was different though. Yeah, yeah. That's the only thing that sucks. Anything 90s, you get hit with the copyright. That's the only thing that sucks. Because I'd love to sit back and watch like old school 90s commercials. But unfortunately, you got to wait, like you said, probably 2080 when we're all dead. And then they'll be um, public domain, you know? But yeah, so. But I have other Goosebump books as well for the next nostalgia night. I'll hold off on reading those, and they'll actually help me. Hopefully, by the time I do read those, I'll be almost done with my goals. I mean, I don't know. You are right. They do got channels with that on there, but I don't know. back is a little stiff. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get into fucking bed. That's gonna be nice. Gotta take that down. Pizza down. Bag of trash and water. Okay. Excuse me. I got them pizza burps. Fucking pepperoni sitting right here, man. Oh, yeah. We're getting there. 40 minutes. 40 minutos. And it's game over. Oh, man. I'm still, like, technically in shock. I'm just happy, man. Fucking happy. Happy that we did this. Happy that it all worked out. I'm not excited about going doing anything because I know it's probably pretty fucking hot outside. Let me see. 79 degrees already. Severe thunderstorms. That's cool. It's going to be thunderstorming all day. So I'm going to be sleepy, sleep. I did eat a lot of, I ain't going to lie. I ate like 7 slices, 8 slices. I bought an extra large, so there's still like 3 or 4 slices left. But yeah, I did eat a lot of pizza. I might have to take an old number 2 later as well. Ooh, got to release the pizza pressure. Got to make some room, you know what I mean? For later on when I eat pizza, leftover pizza for dinner when I wake up. We're supposed to be going to a cookout today, but I don't. Oh, we're leaving at like 9. And we got to go to the mountains. So when I get, I'm going to sleep on the way up, and then I'll probably lay back and sleep while I'm up there. Because there's a cabin we stay in for free, and I'll probably sleep in the cabin. At least for the beginning of the cookout, because it's going to go all night. People are going to be drinking and stuff. Oh, yeah, dude. Them thunderstorms are going to be hella sweet. I cannot wait. I'm just lost for words, man. Like, I don't know. I feel accomplished. I feel like we did something good here. Like, I've been awake for over 24 hours, but, like, it's different. Because I woke up at 5 o'clock to get everything ready and set up and get a shower and all that other stuff and kind of, like, get myself focused, you know, getting my chi together. So, yeah. So I've been awake for 24 hours, but the stream lasts 24 hours. Dude, there's nothing like sleeping in a thunderstorm. Nothing. Yep, I got Turok too, brother. I was gonna squeeze it in tonight, but we ended up going with that Red Dead Revolver. Yeah. I know a lot of people struggle with 24-hour streams. because it takes commitment. Like, it takes mental commitment because, like I said, once you get 12, 13, 14 hours in, you want to call it quits. It's hard. And to battle through that, just that urge to want to stop after like 16 hours and just call it a night. I had to fight that. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, there was a couple times in the middle of the night I wanted to be like, you know what? We're gonna call it for the night and we're just gonna pick up tomorrow. But I was like, you know what? Let's not. That's when I picked up Night in Terror Tower because I wanted to call it a night then. And I'm like, you know what? Let me read another book because that'll probably take like an hour or so and that'll get me going. So I picked up Terror Tower, and luckily I did because it helped me push through the final 3.5 hours of the challenge or the stream. And then we had a couple of the mishaps, the dog using the bathroom on the floor. I had to clean up. Having to use the bathroom here and there. But yeah, we did it, man. It was awesome. Definitely a fun time. Definitely glad we had at least 5 people here the whole night. It fluctuated between 5 and 6 all night, which was cool. People came in and said, hey. Now I'm talking stupid because I'm half asleep. Hey. Yeah, it definitely was a game saver. If I would have gotten it done like an hour earlier, I probably would have started Night of the Living Dummy and tried to finish that before the 24-hour stream was over. But like I said, we had them little mishaps throughout. So it ended up lasting us all but until the end. We are at 30 minutes, 32 minutes, and it's game over. Yep. And like I said, the last couple times left a nasty taste in my mouth. Like I said, I got to 18 hours the last time and bailed out, you know. Oh yeah, with the Chihuahua. Remember the Godzilla one? He's like, I think we don't need a bigger box. Yo quiero Taco Bell. And how it was all different colors and stuff. Oh, I remember Taco Bell from the 90s. That was great. Remember Burger King in the 90s? That Burger King Kids Club? They had them like the cartoon people. The one dude was like in a wheelchair, and then the one dude who was like supposedly the real cool one had like the goggles and shit. And like the finger gloves. Looked all cool and hell. You know, here is a what did I usually order? I always ordered the Crunch Wrap Supreme. I love the Crunch Wrap Supreme. With extra nacho cheese because nacho cheese is life. That's like my magic elixir. That's like my happy elixir. Yeah, I remember Burger King had the Ninja Turtle VHSs. Like with the Kids Club deals. It was only like 1 or 2 episodes of the cartoon in it. I think it was like what 4 or 5 VHSs, and each VHS had a different Turtles episode. Remember the Turtles Christmas episode VHS? That shit was legit. All tacos are legit too. Dude, I used to love the Christmas Turtles one, where they all dressed up like kind of like Santa Claus. I have we share the Voodoo. I have all the Ninja Turtles on Voodoo. Oh yes, I remember the McDonald's play place. I went in there a couple times when I was younger. The ball pit, bruh. Ooh. Bro, you gotta watch them, man. All the Ninja Turtles, all the Married with Children's, The Walking Dead, Supernaturals, um, Game of Thrones, Ash versus the Evil Dead. Like we got all kinds of good shit, man. Prison Break. I'm working on Breaking Bad. That's one I want to get for us. Ooh. Red Sky TMNT? What was that? Oh. Throw away the trashy trash. You gotta watch Obsession. That shit's gonna freak you out, broski. Oh, okay. I'm on season 2 of Supernatural right now. Actually, season 2, episode 2. Pow, 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 pow. I might watch some of that later. Okay, yeah, I remember that. It all looked hella different. Okay, yep. I remember it. I don't know. I didn't care for that too much. I liked the OG, you know what I mean? And then he did a lot to it. And I was like, oh, this is weird. But it's still good. I mean, it's TMNT, you know. I didn't like the change this theme song. That was one of the things I didn't like. Excuse me. I don't like when they mess with stuff. Yeah. I wouldn't mind rewatching The Walking Dead, like the older episodes. Like the last 3 seasons weren't that great, but up until like season 9, once Rick left, it kind of got like, And then the whole Commonwealth story arc I didn't care for. I wouldn't mind rewatching Married with Children too. That was my shit as well. Al Bundy is my hero. I remember the X-Men's, yeah. Like a couple episodes of the show. I remember the old school X-Men, man. Ugh. And then when they released X-Men 98 on just recently, had that old school feel to it. I'm like, yeah. But I haven't watched much of it. I think I only watched like half an episode. I haven't got into it. I wasn't, see, here's my thing. I loved certain X-Men, but I didn't watch the show a lot. Like Wolverine is my favorite X-Men, of course. Gambit is like my favorite. Like I loved Gambit as a kid. 52 pickup, man, that was one of my favorite specials. Fucking all the cards come down and blow up. And I'll tell you what, I know a lot of people have their opinions, but I like Channing Tatum as Gambit in Deadpool Wolverine, bro. He played an awesome Gambit. He looked exactly like him, sounded like him too. He was great. I can't wait for the new Avengers Doomsday because they're going to have some of the X-Men in it. Yeah, I remember. Oh, he did, man. He was an amazing Gambit. He was funny. I'll tell you what, certain people in life, it feels like they plucked them for the role. Hugh Jackman is Wolverine. Ain't nobody ever going to be Wolverine. I'm sorry. Hugh Jackman is always going to be Wolverine in my eyes. Yeah, Cyclops was pretty cool. My cousin really likes Cyclops. Um, Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool is just fucking amazing. Like Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool was like almost perfect casting. It is perfect casting, you know. It's almost as perfect as Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Like Ryan Reynolds is amazing as Deadpool, and Channing Tatum as Gambit was the absolute best casting like ever. Wesley Snipes as Blade, another amazing casting. You know, honestly, I really enjoy the Punisher. And throughout the years, they had great Punishers. Nice. Yeah, throughout the years, they had great Punisher movies, great Punisher people playing the Punisher. But I'm not gonna lie, this new guy, John Bernthal, amazing Punisher. He is the Punisher. Like he's perfect. Like I love John Bernthal as the Punisher. He's violent. He's scary. Like he's amazing. When are you doing that? Yeah, that's right. Oh, we about to make a name for ourselves here. You let everybody know what happened here today. I love that. I like when Ryan Reynolds is like, "Who is your dialect coach? The Minions? Let's back that up, handsome. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, he was kicking major ass, dude. I still think one of the best scenes in that movie, though, was the fucking car fight scene between Wolverine and Deadpool. With fucking Wolverine stabbed Deadpool in the stomach, and Deadpool was like, "Oh, you dirty bitch!" Oh man, that whole scene was hilarious, man. He's like, "I lied. The Honda Odyssey fucks hard." Oh, that movie was fantastic, man. Yeah, yeah. He's like, "Oh, hey there, handsome." Oh, that was great, man. I love that movie. I love that movie so much. You want to hear a fun fact? The director of that movie actually directed the Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix, or produced it. That John Levy or whatever his name is, the guy who directed the film. He I think he either directed or produced the new Unsolved Mystery series on Netflix. Fun fact. I love that show. That's what I wish we could get a hold of and just have a nostalgia night. But I know for damn sure that shit is fucking copywritten. Just have a night of fucking unsolved mysteries, or or a night of Are You Afraid of the Darks? But I know all them shits are fucking copywritten. That would be great. That would be some fun nostalgia shit right there. 24-hour marathon of unsolved mysteries. Retired. I don't want to get canceled again. I don't like you. You never did. I could quote that movie like crazy, man. Just all the scenes in it were fucking fantastic. Yeah, we could. We could have a Discord only night where we do unsolved mysteries. That'd be fun. Don't even need to be a 24-hour. It could be like 10, 12-hour marathon. I have all the Are You Afraid of the Darks too. That was my shit growing up as a kid. I used to love Saturday nights. Snick, Saturday Night Snick. It had all that. Um, Keenan and Kel, and it ended the night with Are You Afraid of the Dark? And Are You Afraid of the Dark had one of the most scariest entrance themes ever. That and Tales from the Dark Side was a good one too. I have all those as well. Tales from the Dark Sides. I also have that show Monsters. Remember that show Monsters back in the day? The only reason I remember the show was because the intro, it was a camera that came into like this little civilization, and then it went into the house, and like the dad's sitting on the chair reading the newspaper, and he throws the newspaper, and he's turning the TV and there's nothing on, and then the mom comes in and she's like a cyclops, and then the dad's like this like weird looking monster, and these kids are monsters, and they're like, "Oh, it's Monsters, our favorite show," and they sit there and like have snacks and stuff and watch the show Monsters. I just remember that intro as a kid because I remember I used to watch it with my dad and my mom all the time. Tales from the Crypt was a good one too. Tales from the Crypt was a nostalgia trip. The Crypt Keeper. Oh. Hard. Yeah, I remember that Tales from that. Dun, 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 dun. That was creepy as shit. Unsolved Mysteries had a good one. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Tales from the Crypt, Monsters. Those three right there, or those four, had amazing intros. Goosebumps even had a good intro. Yeah, exactly. Tales from the Dark Side was Tales from the Crypt before Tales from the Crypt was Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, that they turned into a show. I remember that. I never saw the cartoon. I had the live action series, but somebody stole it. Ugh. Now they're hard to find. You have to get them ripped. Yeah, I do know of Tales from the Crypt Keeper. Yep, I know about that one. Tales from the Crypt was the adult version, and Tales from the Crypt Keeper was like the kids version. Yep, that was more centered towards kids. I remember that one too. The cows that had the hats and they dressed up like cowboys. I remember that. Yep. Remember Biker Mice from Mars or whatever it was called? Yep, I remember Sonic the Hedgehog as well. Oh yes. His favorite food was chili cheese dogs. Samurai Pizza Cats. Sounds familiar. I don't think I saw that one. I'll have to look them up. Samurai Pizza Cats. Uh-oh, guys, we're hitting the nitty-gritty titty committee. We're at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. I remember the Mega Man cartoon. I do definitely remember the Mega Man cartoon. That was definitely a good time. Remember the Super Mario's cartoon back in the day? Oh, yeah? I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that one. I remember Urkel. Remember Urkel? That was a good show. Urkel's one of my favorites. Did I do that? Oh, okay. Remember dinosaurs, bro? Come on now. Dinosaurs? You want to talk about 90s nostalgia? Dinosaurs? What? That was legendary. Oh, yes. Bum, 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 bum. I don't remember the Skeleton Warriors. I might have to look that one up. Oh, I have that too. I love dinosaurs. Not the mama. Like when he's sitting on his shoulders and hitting him with the frying pan. You do that again, I'm gonna throw you across the room. Not the mama. What? Fucking throws him across the room. He's like, wee, bam, hits the wall again. Also, like the one where he's trying to teach him how to say daddy, and he keeps saying not the mama, and then he's like, say dad. He's like, dad. Is now D. He's like D. Now he said, now say daddy. He's like, daddy.